Yo! Let's do this. It's time for the balance preview. Let's go. I'm late. Yeah, wait, do you guys not hear the music? You guys should hear the song. Do you guys not hear the song? I hear raw gachi. Yeah, my audio says got a little bit messed up. I fixed them. And also, I was walking home. I had to be walking home, guys. Because I was outside of the house, if you can actually believe that. That's where I was. And as a result of that, it took me some time to reach home. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, you know, this is actually pretty crazy. Not only am I really excited for the monthly AT tomorrow, you know, I'm actually out all day tomorrow, guys. That's where things really get a little crazy, a little wacky, you know, a little kooky. Is that I'm actually not here at all tomorrow, unfortunately. So it's going to be a really crazy, zany day, you know. Oh yeah, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. You know what else is really crazy, Angels? And this, you know, this is actually relevant to you as guild leader. Vivi asked me for help the other day. He was like, I literally cannot understand this build. It's too hard and too complicated. Could you help me break it down? You know, I'm really hyped to play this build next season. I really need some help, though, like, just actually understanding, like, the deep and complex rotation. It's his new main. His new main. Oh man, I think the balance stream is in 1 hour and 15, guys. It's yeah, it's in 1 hour and 15. So we got a little bit of time. We got some warm up time here. We're chilling, but yeah, it's gonna be 1 hour and 15. At 8 p.m. UK time, I believe. A little bit later, but that's how it is. So stay tuned, my friends. Stay tuned. I'm actually not sure what they're going to do with this patch. It's a bit unpredictable. It's the first major patch after the expansion. Honestly, anything could happen, really. Yeah. I got no idea. I got no idea what they're going to do. I think we're going to see some reworks. I think. They'll probably try and make some impactful changes. Is it only YouTube or Twitch only? They'll be streaming on both. I'll also just be watching the stream here, so you're already here. No. Surely anything changes? I think they'll try and do some big changes. Mostly to supports. If I was them, I'd go after supports. Like specifically, you know, I don't know. Obviously, ArenaNet don't listen to me because, you know, I don't work for ArenaNet, so it'd be a bit weird if they did. But okay, hang on. Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. I know this is going to sound very power creepy, but I almost feel like the game would be better and healthier if every support, offensive support, was as good as Herald is. Okay, am I crazy on that? Like, I think heraldifying things is probably a little bit better for the game overall than de-heralding Herald. I mean, I'm really curious if they just make a lot of the offensive support builds like Scrapper and Firebrand and like Untamed really strong. I think that would be good for the game because it would really free up the healer meta. You'd see a lot more healer variety if offensive supports are very strong. So if you make like all the builds that do damage and give boons really good, then I think actually I think that would be good. I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing. But yeah, I was thinking about this for a while actually because Herald honestly really helps the game's balance a lot. It allows for a lot more variety, a lot more creativity with your compositions, in my opinion, because of how strong it is, because of how good its boon access is. So I'd be really interested in seeing them kind of go down that direction and make a lot of the offensive support builds, both the power and condition ones, be very, very strong, actually. It just takes a lot of pressure off the healers, in my opinion, and I think would... I think players would like that. I don't think it would power creep the game too much, because right now everyone's running Herald anyway, so just bring everything up to the power level of Herald isn't the end of the world, in my opinion. And I think it would really improve build variety, like, especially in pugs, actually. Like, if you could basically have really good boon access on a lot of those offensive supports. I think there's actually a lot of potential with Tempest. I feel like if Alacrity Tempest becomes good, that is very exciting, actually, I think. Really, really exciting build. And also, I feel like there's some potential with Catalyst as well. Like, Catalyst to me is just one of those builds that I'm always, like, amazed at how not good it is. The quickness build, that is. I feel like if they made that build really good, that will be good too. Because it has a lot of boon access. It has pretty wide boon access on it. But it's just kind of missing something. I guess it's because its utility skills kind of suck, because it's an elementalist, and elementalist utility skills suck. So there is that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they can come up with. I like that. You know, I like that Trig was copy pasting that as well. You know, he's embracing the memes. Yeah, nice. Wait, wait, what is this shit, guys? What is this dog copy pass? Stop being weird, guys. Holy shit. A lack on hitting things. I think a lack bender could be good purely because Guardian has good utility skills. Like, if that, okay, hang on, seriously though. If a lack willbender gave 25 might and it had protection somehow, so maybe if hammer became really strong, that would be fucking weird. Let's maybe not do that. But like, imagine if it gave 25 might and a lack, then that build would be sick. No? Because you have stability and you have Aegis on your utility skills with Stand Your Ground and Advance. And if you gave 25 might and a lack, maybe some protection as well, that build would actually be insane. It would be so good, no? It would be really good. I actually agree, Awesomeness, yeah. Heals, I think Heal Mesmer is also a build that has potential. It's just half a build right now. Yeah, no, seriously, if I think if a lot of offensive support builds gave might, that would be really good. I like the idea of giving 25 might to a lot of these builds, you know? That would be pretty hype, I think. Oh. I think this guy is, he's been condied. Is he going to try and pull me off the edge? That would be quite an epic move, to be honest. What if he's going to die to Condi here? I think he actually might. Yeah. That is content. I feel like this guy also might try and pull me off the edge. Core Guardian, huh? Very interesting stuff. Dodge that. So he's going to use his elite pretty soon. Yeah, there's the elite. And this is the thing about Guardian. You just have to play around the fact that they have all these cooldowns, and you essentially just have to get through them, right? Like, you basically have to get through all of their cooldowns. He has a pull here, but he's dead here. So you don't want to, like, unload too soon. Oh, well, you fucking... Dude, it fucking goes on. What the fuck? Oh, this is bad, actually. Are you going to Soul Beast me? Oh, no, apparently. I was a little bit worried there. That guy could have Soul Beasted me, but he didn't Soul Beast me. Ah, we got a calm. Let's go. Yes. Core Guard, pretty interesting. I mean, Core Guard is actually one of the core specs that's pretty good, because the core class mechanic of Core Guard is actually very strong. No, I'm actually serious, guys. Like, for PvP and World versus World, Core Guard is not bad at all. because virtues are actually very good. Just as abilities, they're very strong. I mean, Core Guard is meta in PvP right now for support. And I definitely think that the DPS build is obviously superseded by Willbender a fair bit in PvP, right? But you could play Core Guard. It wouldn't be like the worst thing in the world to play, I think. It does damage. It has damage. You'd be a bit too slow these days, though. You wouldn't be able to keep up. But yeah, it's playable. Is there a place to find this build? This is basically bad roaming Harbinger. If I were you, I'd replace Soul Reaping for either Death Magic or Blood Magic. This is a essentially bad version. Wait, what the fuck is this, by the way? Honestly, taking this trait is very questionable. Why do I have this? To be honest, these two traits are very questionable. Yeah, I'm running a very bad build. Don't run this. I'd actually recommend running Implacable Foe on this build, and then Septic Corruption. So these two abilities here. Yeah, this is terrible. Do not run this. Yeah. So yeah, I'd go this direction, then this. Oh no. What a terrible build, holy shit. What's this guy playing at? Oh no, now we are getting soul beasted. That guy overextended. He's actually dead here. Yeah, he's dead. You're going way too hard. Yeah, let's get in there. Yes. What's in the balance? Actually, he knows the devs. Yeah, the thing is, Roy, Trig, and CMC, they actually consult me on every single change they put into the game. And what we actually... Check this out. This is crazy. We actually conspire to piss off the player base as much as possible. So we're kind of there in Discord. And we're all, like, tucked up in bed. It's very cozy. It's a very cozy situation. And we're just there. And we go, you know what? I don't like Elementalist players. Let's do something that doesn't make Ellie bad, but it just makes it annoying. So that all the Elementalist players in the game are just miserable, right? And they just don't want to play the game anymore. Yeah. Seriously? No, not seriously. Dude, honestly, you can't be... You actually can't even joke anymore. Okay? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'd run... Yeah, this build is... Well, honestly, Vials isn't actually bad. 7 stacks of Vuln is not horrible, but... Yeah, I mean, it's a bit overkill with Unyielding Blast. This is going to be much better. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, these two. The stability on Implacable Foe is good. And funnily enough, the power damage is good because you run Celestial. So you actually do a lot of power damage on this build, or a surprising amount of power damage. But you could probably run Dark Gunslinger as well, but I don't think it's quite as valuable, I think. This one's kind of good when you're running with small groups. If you're running with like a little small group, you can boop, like slap that down your team. That's really nice, right? It's very strong to be able to just like, drop that on people. The other build you can run here, these builds are a bit Resident Sleeper, but they're incredibly powerful. If you run Death Magic here, what you can do is you can, I think you probably run Putrid Defense, I want to say. And then you can run Dark Defiance and then Corruptor's Fervor, like this. This build is very good. Very tanky build, very durable build for 1v1s. And does a little bit less damage, but you can do a lot of DPS like this. Or you can also run the Blood Magic build. And you run, you run Blood Bank, I think. Probably Vampiric Presence and then Blood Bond, like that. Run these. This is very good. This build is very good, actually. This might be the... This might be the best Harbinger roaming build, I think. It's very tanky, does a lot of damage as well. The lifesteal really adds up. And you heal yourself a lot as well. Like, you're very, very tanky with this type of setup. It's very strong. But yeah, you can enjoy that. What's your unique thing in the game? Like, W is the Burl, Dora is the NPC, and Roy has that NPC. When Roy's also a dev. I have a teapot in Heart of the Mists. Yeah, are you on Rich? Let's go on Celestial gear right now. 2 bottom options on Death Magic. Deadly Carapace? Oh, yeah. Oh, this one? Yeah, you could definitely take these two. Shroud removal's pretty good. This is a good trade, actually, to be honest. Maybe you'd actually take this over Putrid Defense. Maybe you would. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think this is better, actually. I think, yeah, I think I'd always take, Dark Defiance. Because you take 30% less condition damage while having protection, basically, because you have Beyond the Veil with Dark Defiance. You're never dropping Dark Defiance. But, yeah, sure. I think this trait actually is better. I think Shroud Removal is probably better. Oh, shit. Let's go. What's this guy doing? What's he doing? He blinked. Wait, why did he blink there? That's an interesting maneuver. Auto attack. Get him. They don't tease the new weapons. They might tease the new weapons in the extra live stream. And all that kind of stuff. I think they're showing the new relics, not the new weapons.
You have something to report?
Bring back solar. How can forest grow without the sun? You know, here's a big question, guys. What do you guys think? If there was a vote to bring solar back or not, do you guys think the Guild Wars 2 player base would vote in favor of that? I think a depressingly high amount of people probably would. It horrifies me to even say that, but I think a lot of people would actually vote. Yeah. Very good. Very, very good indeed. You don't want to drop Curses. Curse is just so good. Curse is like the insane trait line. You don't ever want to... If you're playing Necro, especially Harb, you want Path of Corruption. It's so much damage and so much, you know, breaking down your opponent's defenses. Like, being able to destroy boons with this is just so strong. You're always going to run Curses. And also, this is really good too. Like, Weakening Shroud is absolutely disgusting. One of the most disgusting traits in the game, actually. If you land this on people, holy shit, they're not happy. The weakness is very strong. It's a lot of damage too. It doesn't corrupt boons anymore. It used to be even more disgusting when it would also corrupt a boon. What Solar said, he basically badmouthed the company a little bit. And then, yeah, GG. It was not the most professional departure from a company I've ever seen. Is Celestial armor okay with this build? Oh yeah, you would run Celestial in this. Celestial is very, very strong actually. It's pretty much going to be the the best choice of gear for a lot of roaming builds. In general, Celestia is very good for roaming. I like to play this build though because it does a lot of damage. It's very fun to play. It's big DPS, big pump, but you can also even play Soul Barbs with this too for even more damage. Although Vital Persistence is actually very strong. Like, the extra healing that you get is very relevant, and extra Vitality is always good at the same time. There's like a lot of... I think all three of these are good. Yes. Ellie Pistol. Probably a ranged DPS weapon. I think it would be really... It would actually be really cool if they made it support. I think. That would be fun. Like a ranged support weapon. Somehow. Is Selly Reaper good for roaming? I mean, you can definitely roam on Selly Reaper. The problem with a lot of Necro specs is that you're slow. Reaper is very slow. And a lot of roaming builds are very fast, right? They have very high mobility. Even something like Harbinger is relatively speedy, right? And what will happen on Reaper is that people will just run away from you and then kite you, and then you'll die. Right, so that's kind of the problem that you run into with slower builds. You kind of need speed to be a roamer in World vs. World. Otherwise, you're just going to get kited and then slowly die, pretty much. So that can be a bit problematic. Dual Sword Necro, and that will probably be actual, like, good mobility on Necro. It's actually a little bit scary. That you will be able to use it on any spec. Like, imagine dual sword, like, hypermobile Reaper. That's quite disturbing, to be honest. Selly isn't suited for Reaper, not ever. You're actually incorrect there. I think Celestial and Reaper can actually be pretty damn good. Like, because it can do very good condition damage, very good hybrid damage on Reaper, pretty effectively. Like, for example, if you could run Selly in PvP on Reaper, you 100% would. I mean, Reaper is not super hot right now in PvP, but there used to be a really fun and really powerful build, Condi Reaper, which is carrying, which is basically, in some ways, Celestial, right? It's power damage and also condition damage. It's power and Condi. It was a little bit of a hybrid build, and it worked really well. What are the odds they kill Selly in World vs. World? Pretty unlikely, because it's a bit awkward for them. I think it would be good if Celestial basically got nerfed only in World vs. World, because I think it does make roaming a little bit goofy, to be honest. However, I'm not sure they can do that, because it's just PvE gear, right? I think it's very difficult. Little bit of a tricky one. Bit of a tricky one. Let's go. There are reasons why Sally's not in PvP anymore? Yep, there definitely are. You're absolutely right. Pretty disgusting stat set sometimes. Pretty good. Let me in. Let's go. Balance preview is in about 1 hour. I wonder if we're going to see Trig on the show. Is it going to be Roy again? Roy and CMC? Or is it going to be Roy, CMC, and Trig? That would be pretty hype, actually. The full balance crew for Guild Wars 2. Mechanist needs to be buffed. You know what? I actually agree with that. And I mean that unironically. I'd probably just kill the mechanical genius thing. I don't think it's fun. I actually don't think mech is really a balance problem in PvE anymore so much because of how strong everything else is. I think I would probably, you know what, dude, people are gonna get me not gonna like this. I'd probably maybe actually I'd maybe like buff rifle damage just like a little bit. I think hammer power alack mech, dude. I wish I wasn't incompetent and lazy. Like, I don't think people realize how good power hammer alack mech is. That build is actually so good. Of course, it's not ranged, and I think people like the ranged Mechanist build, but power, hammer, alack mech, very strong build, actually. It does a lot of damage. Like, hammer is, and it's also really tanky, right? Because you have hammer, so you have the block for free there. It's a very strong build. The only thing it lacks is that its CC is not as good as rifle. Like, rifle's good because you have overcharged shot, whereas your CC on hammer is not quite as good. I guess you can leap through your lightning field to get the combo, or with rocket charge, I guess, which is pretty decent. But not quite as reliable as the rifle. Revert Mace Confusion nerfs. Now Confusion is changed. Ah, yeah, they probably will try and target that, actually. Because with the Confusion changes, holy shit. Yeah, all the Confusion builds got owned, I think, a little bit harder than perhaps Arena were expecting. However, I think what they'll probably try and do is just add other conditions onto it instead of that. Because I don't think they want to actually make Confusion more powerful or like more situational. They want to make it a little bit better in all situations, and they'll probably just give it more damage overall. Although, to be honest, if I was Arena, I actually wouldn't care about damage that much. It's probably some of the lower hanging fruit to change the damage numbers, but I'd just make utility skills really good. And I'd probably, you know, I just nerf the damage on utility skills and buff the utility on utility skills. Pretty much. Because I think those are the changes that are going to be the most impactful. And I also think that's one of the things that causes balance issues, is people having really good options and really strong skills. But yeah, like I think a really good example is Signet of Undeath. Signet of Undeath is actually a lunatic ability, right? It is actually a maniac tier ability. It is best in slot for damage, and it's a ranged revive skill with a short cooldown and a very short cast time. That is actually unhinged, how good that ability really is. It is so disgusting. So, you know, as much as I hate to say it, like, more abilities like that could actually be pretty interesting. Or basically making it, like, a very low opportunity cost. Like, Elementalist is the opposite of this, of course, because Elementalist, you could take Glyph of Renewal, right, on any Elementalist build, but there's usually a pretty high opportunity cost there, because Elementalist utility skills do a lot of damage. You know, it's going to be a relatively significant sacrifice if you want to take that ability, which is a bit of a problem when you compare it to Scourge, which is actually a DPS loss. Well, actually, that's technically not true. I think you gain, like, 2 DPS or some shit by running, I think the absolute maximum DPS build doesn't actually run Signet of Undeath anymore, but you shouldn't run that. It's not good. But, yeah, that's the difference, right? Like, you know, Elementalists to make some pretty big sacrifices, whereas Necro, they love it. You know, they're having a good time over there. Most Necro utilities are rancid. I mean, yes and no. Like, CBC is really good. Epi is actually pretty good, honestly, if we're being serious. Like, Spectral is actually really good, too, at the same time. Like, Well of Corruption definitely has its usages, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't say Necro utility... They're, like, some of them are garbage, right? That is true. Like, some of them don't really do that much. Some of them are very good. That would be... the thing. You know what I would love to see ANET do this. This would be so cool. I would love it. I don't know if they could do this code-wise. I would... Wait, actually, hang on. They can do this, I think. Because they've done something similar, if I'm not mistaken, actually. So... what they did... what they could do is they could make corrupting boons really impactful in PvE. Right? They could make corrupting boons. If you corrupt a boon in PvE, it just does way more damage. It like does like 10 times the conditions. You know, that'd be really cool if corruption was super impactful in PvE. I think it'd be cool if they did that with Spellbreaker as well. If on Spellbreaker, what could happen is that whenever you remove a boon from an enemy in PvE, it does like a shit ton of damage. It does a little bit more. It does a little bit more in PvE, of course, already, but I think leaning into that could actually be really fun. Yeah. There's Spinal Shivers. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's ever worth it to use that, though. Well, maybe it is. Encounters rarely give themselves boons. That is true, but there are some situations where they do get boons. Like stuff like Doom, right? You have HTCM has boons as well. I don't know, it'd be pretty cool, actually. Make it the same in PvP? Well, it's already the same in PvP. You know, if you get boon ripped in PvP, you're crying. You know, you're in agony, pretty much. You're not happy. That's how Spellbreaker was modified. You get insane damage when the boss has Z boons. Yeah, but imagine if removing the boons was very strong as well. The balance preview stream is in 50 minutes, guys. It is in 50 minutes. So stay tuned. I think Maces on Ranger will be good. I have no idea. We'll find out. What rune bonus has been removed? Do you want to see back as a relic? I'm not sure if there's any rune that's gone that I particularly miss. Runes were not super exciting, not gonna lie. Is there anything in particular that's gone? Relic of Vampirism will be healthy. You mean the one that when you get a kill, you heal or something? I mean, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Firework and pack. Oh, yeah, pack. I definitely would like to see more runes that apply boons. The problem, though, is that in a way, you kind of don't want that. Look, what ANET should do, I'm not sure honestly, I don't think they'd ever be able to get this done because I don't think the player base would like this. but we need a Relic action key button, okay? We need a little button that appears here that allows you to use your Relic whenever you want. Because the problem with Relics right now is that you could have some ones that give boons, but you'd have to almost like... It would be like on elite skill or something, right? You'd have to like spam your elite skill to give boons. You know, maybe they could do like combo finisher relics. So when you do a combo finisher, you give protection or something like that. So there maybe are some elegant ways they could do it without a button. I would be super interested if they would ever do something like this, because they can do traits this way. What if it was like, when you use your 2 skill, do something? Oh man, is that too gimmicky? I don't know. Because basically every class in the game spams its 2 skill, basically all of them do. So it would be way less annoying if it was like, whenever you use your 2 skill, something happens. Or even, I don't know. Or maybe like whenever you use a profession mechanic. Or something like that. Yes. When you enter combat, you pulse quickness. No. Why would we do that? That makes no sense. Yeah. Makes no sense. 2 skill relic, Ellie finally god tier. Exactly, yeah, you can go crazy. Do you know one thing about relics that isn't good? You know, good luck devs on this, but I do not like ICDs. I am not an internal cooldown. I'm not an internal cooldown enjoyer, to be honest. I think that's one of the main issues that relics have right now, is that they're like 20-second ICD. Like, what the fuck, right? It's like really hard to track that and know what's going on. There's just like no telegraphing of that whatsoever. It just makes them very weird. I think a lot of players don't even realize like when their relic activates, which is obviously not the case. I think ANET want them to be pretty impactful, but right now they're just, I mean, I don't even know what they are, right? Like, it's like, you know, I guess it's there, right? You know, you know the Akeem relic is pumping. Well, in this case, I guess the Fractal relic. You know it's blasting, but in some ways you don't know, right? Because the thing is that it's just kind of there in the background. Just doing stuff. The telegraphing on this one is weird. You actually have to go really far behind him, otherwise it still gets you anyway. There you go, guys. That's my fun fact about the Patriarch. Enjoy. Enjoy. Yeah. Okay, good. We got him. Let's go. Keybind for the win. Have extra skill for this not to be an issue, like Seraph's Relic. Glad no ICDs when the CD is the skill. Kind of, yeah. You think that relics are a good idea actually, but they just need to be refined a lot more. We'll see if that happens. Active in situation that shines as modes. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I think that in some ways they were a bit too conservative with relics. I think, and I also I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure if adding any DPS relic was a good idea. I feel like some relics being DPS increases maybe wasn't a good idea. Maybe they should have just been like pure utility and just like fuck the DPS increase, like force everyone to take something useful. Like, although people would maybe get upset by like, I am 0 utility, I am a glass cannon, I am a parasite, I make my team carry me. I will never use a utility relic. They'd rather not use a relic than do something useful. There's definitely a lot of players out there like that. Why do you use the default glider? Is it a preference? Oh, I'm not really a skin gamer. I don't really muck about with skins. I have a bunch of gliders. It's just that I'm not a cosmetic enjoyer. I don't really engage with that system. You need a nice idea for World Bust. The skill lag has been so bad since Soto. And skill lag is not really going to be caused by relics. It's caused by a lot of people playing and people pressing buttons. You know, if there's moments in time in Guild Wars 2 where there isn't skill lag in World vs. World, it's either because everyone's got worse at the game or there just aren't that many people playing. I'm always reminded of this story. When I started playing on Underworld a lot, right? We tried to make Underworld into like a proper server. We transferred a bunch of people over there and stuff like this. And we eventually did it, right? And when you make a new server, you start in the lowest tier. You start in tier 4 or tier 5, whatever. And when we got there, we were like, oh shit, did ANET fix the skill lag? This is crazy. There's no lag. It turns out that it wasn't the game it changes. When we went to tier 5, we were basically playing against people who maybe pressed one button every couple of years. And therefore, even though we were pressing a bunch of skills, our opponents basically pressed 0 abilities. So they basically died. And were incapable. They were in fear. Organized? Well, yeah, because we're not playing world versus world. I mean, look, I'm a casual. I'm a casual player now. All of the Underworld people, man, this is so sad. I actually think every single player I played world versus world with has quit the game. Like, no fucking joke. That's actually so sad. But that is true. Yeah, I think every single member of my old guild is gone, doesn't play anymore. I am literally the last one. That's kind of depressing, god damn it. Yeah. I am the sole survivor. It is a bit of a Despair moment, I will say that. It definitely is a bit Despair. Wait, Sneb has the peanut butter out again. Nice. Yeah. Turbo casual scrub mental gaming? I'm afraid so, yeah. Which year was the story? It was back in HOT, mostly. Balance stream is in 40 minutes. You know, where one day you should see tomorrow to your childhood friend after playing outside and you never play outside ever again. Look, think about this, guys. One time, your parents put you down after picking you up, and they never picked you up ever again. Just think about that. That's already happened for most of you. I guess you could go to your parents and say, hey, pick me up. The skill lag threshold has been much lower. Actually, extra counts per server tick from relics would cause more lag. I mean, you already had runes. Like, it's the same, no? The guild hall changes? I think the guild hall changes are really good. Yeah. Very nice. They're reducing every class down to 1 boon it provides, and its base elite trait lines give a second boon. The thing is that they would never do that, because, look, if ArenaNet want to make Guild Wars 2 a well-designed game, here's the problem. And the devs will never say this, and so therefore I'll say it for them. ArenaNet can never actually make Guild Wars 2 well-designed, and it's quite simple. If they did, the game would get significantly harder, and that would alienate 99% of their player base. So they can't do that. It's not possible. Because the game is hugely bloated. It's actually really tough. It's a really tricky position, because the game is very bloated and very power corrupt, which actually does make the game harder to pick up and learn for newer players, right? Because every skill does like 17 different things, which makes it harder for new people to learn. But the thing is it also makes the game easy. So a lot of the player base would not. I mean, look, if you actually balanced Guild Wars 2 and kind of fixed a lot of the design issues, people would not even be able to clear Chak, right? Like, they would be psychologically destroyed. Guys, even like a single Mordrum flopper would pretty much end people completely. Like, they wouldn't be able to take it. Mordrum flopper would just be too much. Mordrum flopper Whoa. Isn't well-designed King suggested? It makes it unplayable, the 99% of the player base. Is that truly well-designed? I mean, it can be, yeah. It definitely can be. Why would that be the case? Because a lot of the balance issues and design issues that the game runs into stem from having every boon in the game permanently. And having every boon in the game permanently is ludicrously overpowered. The game was never designed to work that way. And it's kind of like it's not a good usage of the system. It's not good design to have every boon in the game permanently. But look, boons were literally supposed to be like short-term effects that you would use reactively, right? Rather than upkeeping permanently. Like, this is never the way the game was supposed to be. But the problem is that, yeah, it's way harder to use things reactively, right? And to use things on demand rather than having them up the entire time. So it made the game way harder. If you went in that direction. And also, it would just massively reduce survivability and output. Think about it, your damage would crater. Bear in mind, guys, if you have full boons on, your DPS is like 2.5x, sometimes 3x, depending on situations. And your survivability is massively increased as well. Like, imagine not having perma regen. Imagine not having perma swiftness. Imagine not having permanent protection, right? You're gonna die so much easier with that kind of stuff. Why do you think they never iterated on guild missions? Probably because not a lot of people played them. I think ArenaNet probably realized that most of their player base play their game exclusively solo, right? And don't really interact with other people. So making content for groups, maybe not the play. Dude, fucking Golem Banker. What the hell is this? What are all these items here? Guild Wars 2 boons are a shit design? No, they're actually extremely good design. The original Guild Wars 2 systems are very well designed indeed. Yeah, I gotta buy some bags on this guy. But the problem is I don't buy gems anymore, so I can't afford them, guys. It's over. They had to do a relaunch and call it Guild Wars. They reworked the systems, and the entire engine is updated. Well, the thing is, they would... I mean, that would be insanely risky. Guild Wars 2 is already doing pretty well. Yes. Will there ever be a studio that recreates what Guild Wars does, but in hardcore? Will there ever be another game that's actually as good as... Another MMO that's as good as Guild Wars 2? This is going to sound unhinged, but New World was very close. There's an alternate universe where that game was New World. We don't live in that alternate universe, unfortunately. It's not... That game is not as good as Guild Wars, in terms of its systems. It's actually, it's fascinating. Like, New World went in such a weird direction, in my opinion. They were going for the kind of Guild Wars 2-esque MMO, but they really turned away from it. They went a lot more traditional. They went a lot more old school, and kind of away from innovation a lot, in my opinion, which was very disappointing, because they had some really good ideas, but they just didn't really follow through. I think they got a little bit scared. They got a little bit spooked. And said, we'll just go back to a more WoW-style experience, a more WoW-style MMO, which I definitely understand why they would do that, but I kind of wish they had the balls to follow through with it and just go for it. But I can understand why. I think they spent like 100 mil of Amazon's money, and obviously, you know, Jeff Bezos, he's not going to be super happy with that without some kind of return. So, yeah. Yup. And Riot game could be good. You know, I agree. And New World is not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of people are enjoying that, and the game's doing extremely well, actually. Seriously, the game's doing really well. So you have to give them credit. They've 100% made it work. I mean, hell, right now, yeah, right now there's 42,000 people playing New World. That's actually insane. That, I mean, this is weird. It's actually very strange that New World doesn't get talked about as much. That actually makes it one of the larger MMOs. There are not that many MMOs that have 42,000 players online. That's a lot of people. It does have no swimming, which is extremely funny to me. It's weird because it shouldn't have that number. They just stuck to it. They really stuck to their guns and kept going and kept improving the game. They were actually very receptive to feedback. That was definitely one thing that they kind of did well, but I guess from my perspective, it really sucked because they basically made it a PvE game instead of a PvP game. But they were extremely receptive to feedback, and as a result of that, they made a game that a lot of people love and a lot of people really enjoy with New World. They did a great job in terms of listening to the community. Only because the new expansion came out? Well, that's like saying, oh, my game is only popular because I released it and people can download it. Yeah. I mean, yeah. They released content and therefore people are playing the game. It's like saying, oh, Guild Wars 2 is only popular because there was a patch. Well, yeah, no shit. That is how these things work. Wizard says New World has spaghetti code. Yeah, wow. Wow. Oh my god. You're telling me that a large development project that went for over 5 years with multiple studio leads doesn't have the cleanest code? Oh my god. Holy shit. Hold the phone. That's some game-changing journalism there. Fuck me. Like, yeah. I mean... Dude, of course. You think the code in 14 is good, or in WoW, or in Guild Wars 2? Dude, it's a fucking shit show. Hell, think about RuneScape, right? Like, yeah, obviously, it's a complete clown fiesta. Yeah. Ah, 14 is impeccably programmed. Yeah, I'm sure it is. And it's like, yeah, I mean, of course it's a cloud fiesta. It's a long-term dev project that had a lot of, especially New World. Honestly, it's a miracle that New World functions, because I think they had quite a lot of churn there, and they had like multiple, I think, like leads even, swap in and out. Yo, Dratno sub there. We love to see it. Very nice. Yo, Larry in the chat. I'm not a software dev, so I'd be interested to know why that issue occurs. It's just really hard when you're working with a lot of people. Like, you have a lot of procedure in place, like you have standards and, you know, like you have various code standards and different methods for writing it, but it's very hard to make it not slip over time, right? Like, it just happens, you know? It just drifts slowly into the abyss. And to give a real answer, one thing that really happens, Sleepy Buddy, is that devs come and go, right? Is that you have devs who work on a project, and then they're gone. And this is a classic thing. This actually happens at large tech companies. There's some really big problems at big tech companies with this, is that when you lose a developer, you're not just losing the skill set, like the person who can type on the keyboard, right? Like, and you know, they knows what all the funny symbols do, right? That's not just what you're losing. You're also losing that individual's expertise within the systems with this software, right? And with the code base. So as time goes on, longer and longer, and you know, larger and larger projects, what will happen is that you kind of have this knowledge gap that builds up, and it's really hard to deal with this. Like, it's really hard to actually deal with the attrition of developers in large-scale, long-term projects. Because you've got to bear in mind, guys, when you're dealing with a game like WoW or 14 or Guild Wars, dude, you think you just open this? It's like fucking Guild Wars 2.cpp? Hell no, right? Like, this game, I think the devs have said this. Guild Wars 2 is actually very modular, apparently. That's another thing that is actually quite well developed about this game. To be fair, I imagine other projects are, but you're not loading up the entire thing in one go. Hell, you're not compiling the whole thing in one go. Holy shit, that probably takes quite a long time at this point, right? So, you know, you don't you have a lot of issues where knowledge gets lost, right? And it's like some kind of arcane piece of software that nobody knows how it works. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Very good. Get in there. Whoa. What the hell is that? Is that the golem making that noise? I think it is. Do you guys hear that? When it spins, it makes like a noise. That's crazy. I actually never knew that. The golem. Yes. Here we go. Oh shit. There's a thing. Watch out for the donut. Imagine losing your tank for the static, but the tank is specifically the evasion tank. That's it, exactly specific type of function. Only 4 of them exist in the world. Yeah, that's not going to be good. You're going to have a bad time there. Oh shit, I got knocked. Dude, the donut has completely covered the boss. I can't go in. Maybe I should just go in and say they should heal me. That seems like a good idea. If they don't heal me and I die, then they're bad. Right, it's their problem, not mine. Look at that golem go. They should replace this golem with Mr. Bots, though. And I think we all agree with that. Because you know what they say, guys? Mr. Bots hits the spots. And what is the chat Garant has migrated over here. Nice. Well, what are you guys talking about? You guys don't know about Mr. Bots? I can't believe that Mr. I mean, to be fair, they did at least bring back Mr. Bots in Soto. Mr. Bots was there in like he's there in the first map. Yeah. Let's go. I'm getting in there. I can't wait to see what happens to Mechanical Genius this patch. Maybe the mech just dies if it walks too far now. Yeah, they could probably just remove it. I don't really like it. The problem is that, well, if they made the radius a bit bigger, I think it would be fine. The problem with Mechanical Genius is that the mech AI is actually so bad that it makes playing around that choice very, around that trait very annoying, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's from the Saitung province meta, the only good character in EOD. Easily the best character in EOD. Not even close. Only character worth even interacting with. When's the balance talk? Balance talk is in 25 minutes. Coming right up. Here we go. I'm actually very excited. Honestly, I'm going to enjoy this. It's been a while since I've seen Roy and CMC on stream. They always have such a great chemistry. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. Where'd all the DPS mechs go? I rarely see them anymore. They all quit the game. The game's too hard for them now. Oh, shit. I don't have my dashboard open. I've got no idea if anyone's subbed. Let me see who subbed. Yo! Maybe nobody subbed. Maybe, oh, no, a lot of people did. Yo, Johnny's, Arathorian, Flamespire, Nico, Angels of the Raid. I appreciate it, guys. Everyone hit the follow button and everyone hit the subscribe button. Let's go. It's time. I nearly have 100,000 followers. I have 96,270. Are Roy and CMC truly as handsome as the legends tell? Yes. Roy, my queen. CMC, my king. Nice. What do you think about status squish? I don't think the numbers in Guild Wars 2 are too high. It's not a problem. In general, I think... I kind of like having very small numbers in terms of damage. I think it makes it way easier to parse. I also think it's a little bit prettier. I think the highest number you should ever see in an MMO is a 4-figure number. I think once you get to 5 figures, it's a bit wacky. And I would say not even a high 4-figure number. I think if you're doing more than like 5,000 in a single ability, it's probably a little bit too high of a number overall, I think. So, yeah. It's not a crazy big deal, to be honest. Not a crazy big deal. But yeah, I do think numbers in games are a little on the high side these days. I definitely prefer more the Guild Wars 1 classic WoW level of numbers. I really do think that the classic WoW numbers are really nice, actually. And Guild Wars 1. They're extremely satisfying because they're very impactful. They're very strong. But you also just go, ah, yes, I know what that number means. I see 80, I see 1,000. I understand what that number means. I think that if you're... of course, it got absurd in WoW. It was absolutely ridiculous. In WoW, when in, like, Legion, you're doing, like, fucking 2 mil DPS or some shit. That's just ridiculous. Like, that kind of stuff is just absurd. It's way out of control. You should never have numbers that high. That just... that should never have even made it to the game. Let's be honest, it's stupid. Why do you think the reason Mechanist is so liked? It's a pretty big RP spec, but also it was extremely low skill. Based Grouch replied to the subreddit Peepos about Soto Rift Greens. Oh yeah, because it was bugged, right? Yeah, this shit is like bugged as fuck, isn't it? Yeah. Well, this actually isn't true. Wait, do people actually not know how this works? It's a bit of a weird one, but if you have 3 people in each non-overlapping, then that's how you pass it. I think. This is, I believe, how you do it. That's the thing. If you stack the greens, it doesn't work, you will die. It has to be 3 people in each non-overlapping. Then the mechanic succeeds. Yeah. But, yeah, there you go. It's bugged? Oh, it's definitely bugged. It's not supposed to work that way. I'm pretty sure you're just supposed to stack them in open world, obviously. But yeah. Yes. Very nice. Ooh. Yeah. Wait, how has it been bugged for this long, by the way? Wait, how have they not fixed it? Because I knew it was bugged day 1. But yeah, I don't know. Is it cheating on my BF? Watching the balance stream without him? No. MPD, that's the tier 1, by the way. Appreciate it. Boom. Counting that each grid is bust when they overlap. Yeah, that's the bug, basically. And they probably don't want it to work that way. It'll be bugged like the Path of Fire metas. I mean, they'll never fix it. Possibly. Yeah. Let's go. Unholy DK single target, 600k open with PI and 2 orgs. Yeah, but that 600k number is only poggers because everything else does less than that. Like, you could be pogging out about a 6k opener with 2 PIs, right? Like, you know, if you just reduce everyone's numbers by 100x, then it would still be like, oh yeah, I'm doing 6k DPS and fucking blasting, bro. Yeah. Let me in. They really should update this meta event so once the chak is down, it just opens. Weekly King of the Jungle meta. Indeed. Chak. Yeah. They already just corrected the soda balance release, somewhat be Sable. Well, the thing is, they're doing a balance update every 3 months, guys. Like, they're doing the quarterly balance updates. So, they're still going to do it. It will take them years to actually un-meme the game, in my opinion. If they ever manage to do it. It took them 2 months to stabilize the Soto balance. Yeah. They were probably busy. Yeah. They were probably busy bees, guys. Yo, snap in the chat. You know, I joined a pug on NA the other day, and Sneb was there. And he said, I will only auto-attack. He said, I will not use any other abilities. And that's it. Yeah. He was top DPS. Yeah. Yeah, Sneb. Yeah, I'm actually. I'm going to expose Sneb here. Check this out. Sneb went into the labyrinth. Yeah. He went into the labyrinth, and he enjoys it. He actually likes the AFK Herald farm. He joined them. He became one of them. He is lost to us, guys. Are we losing? Are we losing Sneb? All he wants to do is AFK farm. I went in on full Givers Herald, thought it was hilarious. Full Givers. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, he removed all his gear. All of it.
Now is putting together a song that he's going to post on Reddit.
Oh my god.
It's literally just everything you said taken out of context, sounding like the most toxic player in the history of gaming.
I had somebody come in the other day. They were a warrior. They had the wrong build gear combination. They did 5k DPS. I whispered them and I said, are you okay? They've tried to ask questions and stuff. What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? I have people that come into my raid groups all the time and they just don't know. It is really annoying. If you gotta get a better build, you deserve some retribution, right? Yeah, there's gonna be social punishment. There's gonna be consequences no matter what you do. if you're unwilling to listen to the group and like, you kind of deserve no rewards if you fail. Hard punished. Just flame people out completely. Yeah, I kicked them. Super hard punished. Super hard punished. There will be consequences. 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 There will be consequences.
Snab is a bit snobby, okay? Boom, there you go.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
No, that thing about StarCraft 2 is true, by the way, guys. Sneb failed to mention that he was, like, maxed out on carriers. They attacked me with, like, a giant army. Sneb sent 3 units to defend, basically, like, 5 worthless Tempests. And he was maxed out on carriers on the other side of the map, just randomly. It was actually unhinged. It's fucking crazy. And then the enemies died to the carriers. Which is true. He did win. I mean, carriers are pretty good. Carriers are pretty zaced unit. Pretty zaced unit. New to the game? Do you have any advice? Go out there and explore. That's my advice to you. Get out there and get lost. Get lost in the world. Immerse yourself. This is a good song too, actually. I'm not showing the replay. This is Guild Wars 2 Balance
What is
Stream.
up, everyone? I am Brazil. It's been a little while. Let's talk about Gym Story. Mini Sabbatha, Mini Sabbatha, Mini Sabbatha. Buy it in the gym store. Cash grab, Soul River Glider, 2,000 gems. We wait a little while longer and we move on to Wing 2. The first boss in the wing is Slothosaur, back piece in the gym store. Back piece in the gym store. Slothosaur, back piece in the gym store. Zera is the final boss. Zera's mask in the gym store. Cash grab in the gym store. Zera's mask in the gym store. Mini Sabbatha in the gym store. Soul River Glider in the gym store. Slothosaur back piece in the gym store.
Wait, the thread has gone
Zera's
unhinged?
mask
What's wrong with
in
it?
the gym store.
Wait, what? I want to see, why is this thread even still active? What the fuck? Just starts playing Zach's other music there. Dude, it's got 8 pages! Holy shit. This is unhinged. Very, very unhinged. Nice. Very nice. Oh my god. Nice. Dude, the thread is actually very unhinged. Nice. Dude, it has 8 pages. Nice. Oh, man. I would put him in charge above all in marketing team. What? Oh, man. The community does not deserve them. Nice. Incredible. Very, very nice. Dude, this guy's actually being nice. That's crazy. Yeah. I never watch streamers. Yeah. Oh, man, what a meme. What a meme. Dude, holy shit, this is a very weird thread. How has this thread not been deleted, actually? This is crazy. This is a very strange thread, actually. Yeah. 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 Nice. Let's go to the 8th page. I hope they all leave. Jesus Christ. This is very unhinged. Actual maniac gamers here. You players all keep believing all the wishes you have. Like, new raids, more PvP, alliances, new races, new presses, new everything. You can forget that for a long time. Because ANET is a business. They have to make money. They have a team that create GOOOOO content. A team that has to make money. Their team is small, I heard. So they spend their manpower resources smart. And that means they're mostly creating gem store items or other things that generate cash. They know people will buy it. Example, they create a cat chair. Cats are overall hype and many people love cats. Also with other... Dude, this is the fucking Guild Wars 2 forums, man. Holy shit. Why is it so unhinged? They are lucky that people call the game a fashion game. That means more fashion is more money for them. They are smart. Why would they spend all their money making raids? Or PvP or raising over fashions? That costs much effort and costs too much. After all that... Well, oh, look how... Look, oh my god! Look! Holy shit, this guy rose so much. What is this? This is so unhinged. It was cheap content. The maps are beautiful. That's their power. But what did a meta give? No loot. 50 chests at the end looks nice. It's 50 chests of junk. It's not nice. Why is it so much? You have to grind months if you have a busy life to get enough gold to buy one skin from the store. But it's time limited. That means you have to use your wallet or ignore it. Buy some skins from the store once a year. Oh my god. This is actually insane. Yeah. Yeah. Very unhinged statement. Yeah. We could have let this die. Yeah, you fucking should have done. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Yes. WoW does not give more content. Then he says, if you don't enjoy the 2 to 3 raids per expansion, the 8 new dungeon... Oh, Jesus Christ. Why? These two statements don't go together, bro. Oh my god. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Incredible. ANET have one of the cheapest models on the market. What do you want about? They're not leaving because of company greed. They're leaving as guilds and of challenging gods. They keep players like Mine to engage with the game. I mean, this is really interesting. The greed thing is fascinating. I don't know what they were even talking about there. Wait, holy shit, dude! What? One WoW expansion delivers more new instance content than 10 years of Guild Wars 2. That's a fact. There, this thread has turned into a complete shit show. Holy shit! Why is this thread even still here? It's so unhinged. Oh, they did! They locked it! Oh, they did lock it. As it's run its course? You think that now? Forum moderator 3419 now? Like 8 pages in? Like... It's about fucking time. Holy shit. This thread should have been deleted a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, it's actually time for the stream, isn't it? I'm not going to leech this Octavan. I'm going to go here so I don't leech. Is the Guild Wars 2 stream live right now? They're probably going to go live on the hour, aren't they? PvP systems start not working anymore due to lack of players. Honestly, this is just sad. You know, I'm just legitimately fucking depressed. Straight up. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like a lot of, whoa, whoa, whoa! 4,800 QP? Who is this? Oh, it's Zintrax. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it is true, actually. Dude, holy shit, Zintrax plays a lot. What the hell? That's a lot of hours. God damn. Yeah, it actually sucks. PvP is legitimately very quiet right now. Actually sucks, because PvP is actually fun to play. It's just that the lack of players makes it less fun to play. It happens. Oh, they're live now? Okay, let me obtain the stream. Ah, here we go. Let's go! Yo! I'm gonna remove the chat. You guys are over. Ah, it's time. It's time to preview, guys. Preview gameplay, preview content, Guild Wars 2 Balance Update preview, Roy and CMC edition. Let's go. Maybe Trig as well, who knows? Let's do it. Show begins in 1 minute. Zojja here as well, as you can see, and one of the most important characters in all of Guild Wars 2. Zojja, also known by codename Zojjagar. Nice. Don't touch Scourge. I think Scourge is actually... I could see them nerfing Heal Scourge a little bit, but probably not because it's boon. Heal Scourge is weird. If they nerf Heal Scourge, it might actually fall off because its boon application is fairly mediocre. So I think they'll probably leave Scourge alone, honestly. They'll probably... if anything, they might buff it and give it better boon access. But I actually don't think we'll see much for Scourge. Scourge is actually in a very good spot. They're going to target stuff that sucks, probably. Maybe. They're going to target, like, the dog shit, you know? Oh, I hear a mouse click. I'm sorry, I've got to remove the chat, because otherwise it covers up the game. So the chat's got to go. Oh, here we go.
All right.
Hello
and
here
welcome
we go.
Back to our
Gathering
Guild Wars
Node
2
enthusiast
Balance Patch preview stream. I am Roy Marks. Today we're here to talk about the November 28th Balance Patch.
Let's
and
go.
As always, I am joined by
covering
none
up
other than
CMC.
our skills and balance lead, Cal CMC. Cal, how you doing today?
Doing pretty good. You know, it's been a while since we've done one of these, so hopefully we can still remember how to do it.
I'm shrinking.
Some people may have already noticed that we have a special guest with us.
We do.
Taylor
here
Trig
we go.
Brook.
Yeah, we do have Trig.
Hello.
Some of you may recognize him from the Pro League. Taylor, can you remind us how your team did in Pro League?
I think
we did fantastic. We qualified, and that's all you need to know about it.
Excellent.
Yes, but welcome.
Obviously,
welcome
Taylor
to
is a new-ish designer on the Skills and Balance team, and he does love Ranger pets. So great job on the overlay, Roy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, all right. As always, we will be posting the notes, the full notes for the Balance preview to the forums at the end of the stream. So make sure you go to the forums, check them out, as well as always, give us your feedback. We will be, of course, reading it. Now that they've fully replaced me with Trig, I really have nothing to do except to read the feedback.
He has no value.
Please make sure you do that. And I think we can probably just get started. We'll get into it. and start going over the
Let's
patch.
go.
Unless there's anything else, we could slow roll.
So we do have the balance patch to talk about, and at the end we'll also show off the new relics that are being introduced for quarterly release 1.
Absolutely.
So you guys can look forward to that. November 28th balance patch.
All right. Indeed. Let's get into it. So we're just going to be starting off with elementals today. As you can see, we've got some weapon improvements to talk about, some survivability changes for Weaver, as well as some quality of life for Catalyst. And starting us off will be our resident elementalist main, Cal, if you'd like to take it away.
Oh, not Taylor. Okay, but anyway, so Ellie, obviously with the introduction of Weapon Master training, we've seen a lot of Sword Warhorn.
And more damage than Warhorn.
Every power
that makes
build.
sense, yeah, that's big.
And we've kind of balanced Sword Warhorn to be where we want it to be-ish. You know, we see maybe a little bit of follow-up adjustments needed, but we do see that hammer and like dagger offhand and some of the other Ellie weapons aren't used as much anymore with the introduction of Weapon Master training, so we do want to kind of bring them back up. We see some more PvE-focused changes here to increase some of the damage. On the next slide, we'll see that the Sword 3 skills in particular are getting some buffs in competitive modes to make it a more compelling weapon for non-weavers. Obviously, you don't have the dual attacks, so if you want to play Kata with sword or play Tempest with sword, having the 3-slot skills be a little bit better maybe makes the weapon a little bit more appealing.
All right.
And we reduced some Warhorn cooldowns there that are maybe a little bit too long.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right,
We also have some buffs to some underutilized utility skills. This is like a common theme that we'll see across every profession, that we pretty much see every patch, that some of these skills that don't get used as much. Sometimes it just needs a cooldown reduction, so obviously Elemental Power and Arcane Shield. A couple of stun breaks that aren't quite as used as the more potent stun breaks, so just reducing the cooldown, make them a bit more available, maybe a bit more likely to see play on certain builds.
Okay.
And most importantly, we made a change to Whirlpool. Underwater changes.
Very true.
Very exciting. But mostly because we are also updating Tornado to have a much lower cooldown in PvE. This is pretty in line with a lot of changes we've been making recently to make some of the longer cooldown elite skills just more appealing in PvE. And Tornado really shows up as like, you know, maybe if you really want some more break bar, you can slot Tornado on your bar. And with a 60-second cooldown instead of 150 seconds, maybe it's just something you consider a bit more frequently.
All right. Now we'll go to the next slide for real. Please continue.
And Taylor, you should probably say some stuff. That's the reason you're here, so that I don't have to talk for an hour.
I was planning on waiting till the end to ask Taylor to talk, but we can start now.
You get endurance. You get a dodge
for the elite
specs
specs for Ellie, going with the theme of taking underutilized things and buffing it up. For Weaver, we took a look at some things we could help it to get some more sustain in its kit. So aquatic stance, buffing that up, as well as adding new functionality to grant some endurance when you use it, and then Woven Stride, adding functionality to give some Condi cleanse to Weaver builds that want to take that trait. And then for Catalyst, it's a big thing here is some QOL for Empowered Empowerment, where it's always going to give 50% more effectiveness on your empowerment, even if you don't have 10 stacks. So if you can't hit that 10 stacks really consistently, the trait's still going to do something.
That's going to make Catalyst way easier to play, by the way.
Kind of bridge the gap a little bit and reduce the variance of that trait.
Okay. And I think that'll actually wrap it up
okay. That's
for Elementalist.
All right, we better slow down.
Ooh,
fine. We have some rifle
and pistol
later.
Ooh, this could be big.
Slower.
This could be big, actually.
It's not going to be quite as long as the last stream was, I think. But
I actually always get the feedback that I talk too fast, so that's a good note.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
engineer.
Alchemy improvements could be interesting. Alchemy, that sounds interesting.
Once again, going to be looking at a couple of weapons, rifle and pistol specifically for engineer. We've got some support improvements on a couple of different specializations.
This could be big.
As well as looking at the alchemy trait line in this patch. Once again, Cal, you can start us off, and then we'll switch to Taylor.
Wow, we're not going to switch it up and have Taylor go first?
Nope, not yet.
Okay. So, kicking things off, we have some rifle and pistol improvements. Big surprise. The big thing with rifle that we wanted to do is add a little bit more defense. It is supposed to be like this more aggressive, like, power DPS weapon. You obviously have some CC with net shot, overcharge shot, and some big damage, but it's just a little bit too glassy. So we added, or rather we're adding a evade to jump shot to kind of put it into that same vein as, you know, like burning speed on Ellie, for example, to be like that iconic, pretty powerful skill that also does a little bit of evade.
Glue shot, very big and mobile,
a little bit more flexibly. And then
Blue shot.
for pistol, I guess the other thing on rifle is that with the goal of kind of making it a more usable weapon, we did want to make that shot a bit more reactable because it is currently a bit too fast.
In PvP,
it's really easy
sure.
as or rather really difficult as playing against the rifle to actually dodge that shot. So we slowed it down, made it a bit more reactable, but also made it apply
the pistol offhand is interesting. It's going to be good for Condi Hollow, right? Because Condi Hollow is already a bit hybridy anyway, right?
So ideally we're going to see more rifle being played, but also a bit more counterplay to some of rifle stuff. And beyond that, we have some pistol improvements. Static shot getting a cast time reduction to try to make it a bit more usable as that blind. Use it reactively against a powerful incoming skill, get that blind off, and reduce the cooldown a little bit in competitive modes. And then offhand pistol, we're trying to shift a bit more of its focus to a hybrid damage roll as opposed to just a Condi damage roll, because we see, again, with Weapon Master training introduced, we want people to be able to play sword with some offhand more consistently and not have to play like sword shield. So giving a little bit more power damage here on both Blowtorch and now Glue Shot, going to have a strike on it, makes it a bit more feasible to play that with just sword shield or sword pistol rather, if you want to play.
I feel like NG needs another offhand,
mania.
to be fair, honestly.
All right. Moving forward, some more core NG changes.
Huh.
Taylor, would you like to tell us about engineer changes on this page?
Very interesting.
So we're looking at buffing up the support capabilities of Engineer, especially in competitive modes, Warpy World, and PvP. And we took a look at Bandage Blast. Bandage Blast was a skill that when your allies were right in front of you, it was really powerful, but if you wanted it to use for a guy at ranged, it was pretty bad. So we've made it more consistent now, where it kind of works like a Firebrand mantra, where it will look in front of you and shoot out some medkits to allies there. And if they're full health, it'll shoot past them to hopefully hit someone that's not at full health. But basically, we're trying to turn Medkit 2 into more of your bread and butter skill that will give consistent healing instead of all or nothing.
Probably works out a little bit better overall in
Showing
PvE.
that off in game a little bit.
Kind of. It's way less powerful in certain niche nodes where you want to full heal someone.
The issue that Roy is seeing here is that all of his NPCs are at full health, so it's not actually using the new tracking functionality. It is going to use that basically when the targeted ally is not at full health and it's someone you would actually heal, it will hone in on that target and make sure that you actually heal.
like the fact that you don't get memed
when
by the
targeting someone at
overheal
full
is
health, obviously they are not going to get the value from Bandage Blast, so it is not going to track that target.
Okay.
Yep. And additionally, with Bandage Blast, we're looking at some elixirs. We'll go with the alchemy changes that we have to show later. Toss B is losing the chance to give swiftness, which is a buff because turns out all the other boons it gives are better than swiftness, so I have more of a chance to get those boons.
All right. A couple more core changes here, if you want to keep talking about those, Taylor.
This goes along with the support. We have some buffs to
the
inventions
invigorating
and alchemy.
speed is relevant
Inventions
here.
is getting a bit
'Cause
better
that means you
healing
can
in
give
competitive,
vigor
and then
on
alchemy
Scrapper, by the
have a
way,
lot
I
of
think.
triggers
Oh, no,
for
that's
traits
only
that
on you, I
were
think,
on
actually.
passives. So now we're making them more
less
active,
good.
which means we can do
Well, this
things
is
like
PvP
reduce their
stuff.
cooldown
This
and
is
give them
PvP
better
stuff, actually.
effectiveness.
Yeah, this
as
is
well
PvP.
as slightly adjusting HGH to be more sustained damage than bursty.
Yep.
All right. Moving on to Scrapper. Cal?
Yeah, so this is, again, some more support-oriented changes outside of rapid regeneration at the bottom. That is more of a personal sustain buff, but we are trying to kind of buff up Scrapper support. Obviously, the other changes were all available to all engineers, but
So
Scrapper
System
will
Shocker
also
is whenever
likely
you
use them.
CC, you're going to give AoE
But we are
barrier
seeing
now.
a few different improvements to the add traits here. So we see like System Shocker getting AoE barrier. Mass Momentum is a really interesting one here because it's now going to get more stability and actually affect 5 targets. So it's now a reliable source of group stability.
Ooh.
And then Expert Examination kind of getting the full rework here, as it's a trait that wasn't really used all that much. So we wanted to utilize it for the support role and give it a bit more protection. Obviously, this can be used as just a personal protection source as well. But it is going to grant AoE Prot on Function Gyro and also the Healing Skill Tool Belt. So a couple of extra Prot sources on support Scrapper.
That's good for Heal Scrapper, yeah. That's big for Heal Scrapper.
All right. A couple more Scrapper changes alongside some Hollow Smith changes. Taylor?
Yep. The first one applied force
More
is
might as
taking
well for
aim
PvE.
at just power-based scrapper builds in PvE. They weren't really dealing damage like other pure DPS builds, so we're just increasing the power it gives. So
Oh,
hopefully
stability for Hollow with
it's gonna give a
Spectrum
lot more
Shield.
power.
That's pretty
and
big,
it'll be
actually.
able to
Yeah.
do a lot more damage.
Stability on Spectrum
then you
Shield.
see-
Significant number.
There it is.
Increase.
That's actually big
Yes,
for PvP.
20 more, and you can get 20 sacks of might, so that's 500 extra power. So a lot.
That's a big
That is
number.
a lot. That is a big number.
Interesting math.
Yeah, it's pretty good math, right? So we see Blast Arrow also getting buffed. Before Blast
Wait,
Arrow was
what?
pretty much must
Holy
take for
shit,
the
that
quickest
trait is
builds, 'cause
busted!
it gave you quickness,
Apply-
but now that
applied
it's not,
forces,
people have been
40
opting to not
extra,
take it, so we're
what?
decreasing the cooldowns to make it a bit more
Holy
appealing.
shit!
Then we can see for Hollow
That
Smith,
trait is so broken.
Spectrum Shield is getting a slightly rework of what it does. Still gives that damage reduction, but it no longer has the reduced recharge portion of it. And it now gives stability with the amount of stability and duration of stability scaling with heat, as well as a big cooldown reduction on Flash Spark, which is its tool belt skill. So hopefully
Okay.
Spectrum Shield is a lot better of an option if you're looking for a defensive utility.
That's pretty wild.
right.
We love to see it.
Moving on to Mechanist. Before we get into the Mechanist-specific changes, we got a couple of Relic changes here that are going to improve the quality of life for the Mechanist. Cal, if you want to talk about those.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, these are all just relics that didn't really work with the mech, and as we've seen in the past, we do kind of treat the mech as an extension of the Mechanist. So now all these relics are going
okay.
to work kind of as you'd expect them when the
Yeah,
mech
yeah,
meets the trigger
okay.
condition.
That makes sense.
That will reward you as the user of the relic.
Okay, good.
All right. And here up first, Mechanical Genius.
Yeah,
Not
that's
something that we
nice.
see too often on these in this stream.
Okay.
Yeah, Taylor, please.
Yeah. Current implementation was not very friendly to people, especially when your mech can run around all over the place. So we're adding a small grace period where you'll still have the buff and give you a chance to, get yourself to line with your mech before
okay.
losing it.
I just
And
find
as
the
well, we
radius a bit
see
bigger,
that
to be honest.
we have some Mechanist nerfs for PvP. Mech was an overperforming build in certain MMR bands, so we are reducing its effectiveness. It was just a bit too good.
MMR.
So-
Very low.
Yep, this is pretty similar to.
He won't say
We'll
it.
see this with
I'll say it
Scourge,
for him.
spoiler as well. Scourge will also be getting some reductions in PvP because, along
nice.
with Mechanist, it is kind of one of the top two most dominant specs in certain rating brackets.
Dude, low rating brackets.
And that will wrap things up for the Engineer class. So moving on to Guardian. We've got some Hammer updates. We did have
Okay.
some Hammer changes in the last patch. We're going to be continuing that trend a little bit here.
Okay.
We've got some survivability improvements for a couple of specializations, as well as looking at Firebrand in PvP for the first time.
Ever.
Never
All right.
happened before.
Never happened before. All right, so Cal, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on with Hammer?
Yeah, so with Hammer, we obviously have some more cast time reductions. This is something that we started doing in the previous patch as well, but still feels maybe a little clunky to use. So we do want to
Oh, lesser
make it feel a little bit more
is interesting
fluid,
in
reducing the
PvP.
casting time on the auto attack third hit, and
When
also
you use
on Zealot's Embrace.
F3, so you get like damage.
The auto attack actually goes really fast now.
Leech lifesteal,
It is
basically.
maybe it's really fun to watch with quickness. So players can look forward to that.
Can't be too fast.
But beyond that, the cool change here is that Banish is now going to recharge Mighty Blow. This is like we've kind of seen similar reset mechanics on other weapons in the past, and they've always been generally really fun. So we saw this as a good opportunity when we're looking at Hammer.
And bear in mind, you get the port as
to
well on Hammer. You
make
can
Banish
port on
recharge
people
Mighty
with
Blow. So
Hammer.
now you can, jump in with Mighty Blow,
Yep.
maybe with JI, and then follow up with
Banish,
Banish,
and
which
then
will
port
recharge
again.
Mighty Blow, and Mighty Blow now will teleport to that
Yep.
Banish target as of last patch.
Yeah.
So potentially some fun bursty combos for Hammer again, and Banish can now hit 3 targets because that's pretty good, I guess.
Triple knock.
We also have a nice little buff to strength in numbers, or rather redemption now, reworking that into something a bit more potent as a defensive option, and this is going to now cast lesser Litany of Wrath when using Virtue Skill 3. So the upside here is that this is another meditation trigger for Monk's Focus, and also it's just going to give you a bit more sustain because you are going to have another potential Litany of Wrath trigger and convert all of your outgoing damage into healing.
Okay.
Very good.
Very
Moving on,
good.
Starting up with Dragon Hunter. Taylor, what's going on with Dragon Hunter this patch?
Yep. Dragon Hunter is getting some sustain buffs to help its defense with no Rune of the Trapper. Not having that stealth
True.
we've seen in competitive. Dragon Hunter's pretty much fallen off, and
You
so
just get more.
trying to help it out.
Nice in PvE too, by the way, guys.
You see
Just
with
more
Defender's
vitality
Dogma
for
giving
free.
it
That's
basically a
baked in, I
380
believe.
vitality.
Yep.
Because Guardians don't have a lot of health, so helping that out. And then Pure Sight, we're increasing the minimum damage from 5 to 10 to help maybe Dragon Hunter builds that want to be in melee more, get that damage out. Hopefully something with Valor, new Valor changes, and all this will help. Maybe make a more Bruiser Dragon Hunter build come out. We also see Piercing Light is being reworked, and now is going to give Aegis when you use a trap skill, so a more defensive option to help with those Trapper builds, like I mentioned.
Trappers.
And obviously, with the bottom change being PvP only, but overall, are we kind of just focusing mostly on looking at Dragon Hunter in competitive modes, maybe PvP, with these changes
they got
a little
some
bit more?
juice?
Yeah, for sure. These were aimed mostly at
I thought that was
PvP.
I thought that was a bit.
We see Dragon Hunter in PvE and World v World in a pretty decent spot, and it needed the most help in PvP.
The DH mains are not going to like that in PvE, holy shit.
Firebrand, as we mentioned earlier, will be getting some more adjustments in PvP as well. Cal, I think, loves talking about this, so Cal, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously we've kind of been buffing Firebrand over the last... honestly, over the last year at this point.
For fire,
And
more might for
feels like
Firebrand in PvE is relevant,
close,
actually.
and I'll probably
Look,
take some
Ash of the
flack
Just
from
guys. That's nice
chats
for
and forums for
QFB
that, but
and heal
we
Firebrand.
feel like Firebrand is pretty solid. And
That's pretty big,
for this patch,
actually.
we wanted to focus on a few slightly smaller improvements that are still going to be impactful to see if that we can kind of bring Firebrand, push it over the top and bring it into the meta. So we see Lore Master here, obviously a slight buff to the amount of pages that you'll be getting playing with the traditional support trait. And also buffing up some of the
nice quality of life.
justice skills to make them more potent on the offensive side of things. So we see Searing Spell potentially apply a lot of vulnerability, and also Ashes of the Just giving might stacks to allies is potentially, opening up your allies to go really aggressive, which historically Firebrand is okay at, but it's always been a little bit more defensively slanted. So now, especially in competitive, we're going to see hopefully a lot more aggressive possibilities for Firebrand, and also Daring Challenge, getting the page cost reduction that we did previously.
So you can actually land your CC
for
to
the
enable
pull
it.
CC as well, and then bumping up the cooldown. So again, we've kind of been tweaking page costs and increasing page generation for Firebrand, and now we'll really see like what Firebrand can do, but hopefully. And there's a lot of access to CC. We got some ally buffs now. We got obviously the good defenses, and we'll see if Firebrand can finally make it happen. Or we'll be back next balance preview buffing Firebrand again.
So, again, PvP only changes for the most part. Is there like a specific vision we have for Firebrand in PvP? Because we have some pretty strong builds for it
with
in
the
other
hosting.
game modes.
I like it.
So, is there a particular sort of play style that you're trying to push Firebrand towards with a lot of these changes in PvP?
Yeah, I mean, the first step is definitely support Firebrand. It's something that's existed in the past. It's something that exists in other game modes. It's something that we would like to see in PvP. Potentially, we could see, like, I don't know, DPS Firebrand, just go in with Justice. I don't think that's something that's really on our radar right now, but potentially in the future, we could see some more, like, bruisery Condi Firebrand. But for now, it's just the support build.
Okay.
Very good. All right, wrapping up the Guardian changes. We've got a couple of nods to Willbender here, Taylor, if you want to talk about those.
Yeah, Willbender, like most other Guardian specs, we're giving a slight sustain buff. We're using a gentle hand for Willbender because we see that it's a spec that can get out of hand.
It can get a little
very
crazy.
quickly in competitive modes. So something we're doing is adding vitality instead of healing power to Conceited Curate to give people the option to trade off some powers for some extra vitality to help make themselves more tanky. Okay. And Roiling Light is now going to give resistance to the swiftness. It's already a pretty good stun break, but pushing that to give an even better option for a stun break should hopefully help out Willbender a little bit to live in some situations that it can't currently.
Okay.
All right. Very good. All right, moving on to Mesmer.
Support build.
We got some condition build improvements and some support build improvements. Okay. And don't let the lack of 3 bullet points in this slide fool you. We've got a lot of changes for Mesmer.
Mesmer might actually have the most changes.
Holy shit!
Some other professional.
They couldn't make that.
Which we haven't seen already. So that kind of narrows it down.
They couldn't make the axe clones attack properly, so they were just like, "Fuck it." They don't do the auto chain anymore. Holy shit!
Yep. So the first part of condition Mesmer adjustments are we're looking at the weapons it can use. The biggest thing here is axe. So previously axe clones, a lot of their damage was backloaded into the third part of the auto, but due to that and them being clones, it was really hard for players to get this damage off. And so now we're making it so axe clones are like scepter clones, where they only do the first part of the auto over and over again. So you don't have to worry about clone management. We're trying to do
and they
damage
just made it
as
better,
condition
right?
Mesmer.
Yeah, they tried to equalize
and similarly, we're rolling in CDRs for the axe skills. So, you know, if you want to play axe when you're not a Mirage. And then we're also rolling in torch CDRs from the trait as well.
Ooh. That's nice for Convert.
Is axe something that we're seeing performing well in Mirage still, or is it concern there, or is it really just like off Mirage builds that we're trying to pump up axe a little bit after the weapon master proficiency?
Axe was still good on Mirage, but we saw a lot of the power in Axe lived in the Axe trait, and so trying to pull some of the power out of the trait and back onto the baseline to make it more appealing for things like Chronomancers, definitely the goal of this change here.
Gotcha. Great. All right, moving on. We've got some more weapon skills to look at.
First, we see Phantasmal Warlock is now going to do Torment instead of Vulnerability. Staff is basically a conditioned weapon, and making your Phantasm do Vulnerability instead of more damage. Felt kind of bad in all game modes, so we're seeing now it is a DPS Phantasm, so hopefully pressing that button should feel good.
Okay.
And then we see that Scepter getting some touches, the auto attack getting buffed. Counter spell is now going to do Confusion, so if you can't get that counter out, you can just reactivate it to do some damage. And we see Scepter CDRs are also being rolled in.
All right.
Okay.
Very good. Moving on to some traits. Cal?
I think Taylor should keep going.
Heal Mesmer regen access.
The Mesmer Master.
We're gonna ignore
That's
me for
actually
the
a
rest
little
of the
bit
stream.
big.
I'm gonna say nothing, and Taylor will talk.
Ooh, AoE prot on illusionary.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Here we're looking at the Chaos trait line. This is going into the support Mesmer bullet point. We've seen Chaos is good at giving boons to yourself, but not to other allies, which kind of held support back.
AoE
so we're kind of
Chaosaur is
reworking some traits to be more efficient at giving boons to allies.
Oh,
and
they brought back Chaos Chrono!
Illusionary Transference. We see Illusionary Defense is now going to be a source of
AoE
protection for
stab on
allies, and the big
Distort.
one here is Bountiful Disillusionment is now going to give the additional boon to allies around you. It always gives you stab and then a boon based on the Shatter, so it's not going to give the stab to allies, but it's going to give that additional boon. And Distortion is now stability.
Oh, okay.
So to give stability to allies, you can use Distortion. So as a whole, Chaos is going to get a buff to its group sustain.
That is interesting, actually. Yeah.
Very good. And Cal, I think Taylor should read the slide.
There's more.
I agree. Keep going. We got inspiration. We're still on the
outgoing
support
healing.
bullet point. So
Outgoing healing, guys.
So this is the other half
Mesmer doesn't have that
support
shit.
Mesmer. This is more the healing part, where we're trying to get them to pump out more healing. Big change here is that Restorative Illusions is going to the Grandmaster tier. There's a bit of some trait swaps going on. And similar to the Bountiful Disillusionment, it's now becoming AoE. This will hopefully increase the throughput of healing Mesmers have, and as a side effect, you now have to choose between Restorative Illusions and the Signet Grandmaster trait for competitive, where we've seen that maybe Inspiration Mesmer has just too much sustain by itself. And then we also see a rework to Mental Defense, where it will cause Distortion to grant resistance and stun break nearby allies. So in combination of Mental Defense and Bountiful Disillusionment, pretty strong skill.
Very good.
That's juice.
How you doing, by the way, Taylor? Do you need a break?
I'm doing great.
All right, that's what we love to hear.
Dude, they're going through this quick. I didn't even read all that.
Yep. This is going back to Conditioned Mesmer, as kind of hinted, where all those CDRs got rolled in. Now those traits that they came from getting a bit more powerful. Buffing the Pledge, the burning it does, compounding power. It's an illusion trait that gave flat condition damage. It's now going to give percentage, which should be a slight buff for PvE. And Malicious Sorcery was a trait that was really bad because the attack speed increased to nothing when you had quickness. And in PvE, everyone had quickness. So now we're making a trait that does anything when you take it. So it's going to give you Confusion, has increased duration, and when you evade an attack, it's going to put Confusion on the attacker. And then the last two bullet note points here, you'll see that we're nerfing some Boon Rip for Mesmer and Worldly World, because with all of these support buffs, we didn't want it to get too out of hand, where it's like really good support and really good Boon Rip, so we're trying to lower it down.
I have to go through this stuff, but Heal Mesmer actually seems
So
like a
we've
thing
talked
here,
a lot about
to be honest. That's
different sort of
really
types of
good
support
changes.
archetypes
Really
on
good
this stream
changes
in
for
the
Heal
past.
Mesmer.
Is there a specific
Just the
sort of
regen
version
and
of
prot
support
is
Mesmer that
huge.
we're really trying to sort of envision with a lot of these changes.
I wish they'd mess around with radii a bit
yeah,
more, though.
I think for
the radius
PvE,
is still
we're just hoping
going to be
it can
quite
slot
low on a lot
into
of
like
this
the
stuff.
traditional support
to be
role
honest.
and be that to like fully support an entire subgroup. And then in World v World, we're hoping that Mesmer can kind of step into the role and be competitive with Firebrand. We've seen that a lot of
AoE
groups in World v
stun break
World,
and
Firebrand
stability is
basically
very
a
fucking
must-have.
tasty on
And
that
Mesmer
build,
is pretty close.
especially
You
for
can
World
almost
versus
replace
World.
it. So we're hoping that by buffing Mesmer, it'll give it some really good competition for the Firebrand slot. And now, you know, there'll be real decision points in team comps.
Very cool. All right, Mirage. I was going to have
Mesmer slide. I think Taylor should do it.
Cal. Yeah, I was going to have Cal read this, but I think it would be better if Taylor did. Especially because I don't think he's going to read any more slides for the rest of the stream. There's no other class that he would talk about. So
No,
Taylor,
yeah.
why don't you wrap up Mirage for us?
Yeah,
Or
pretty short
Mesmer.
here. Mirrored axes is just going with the axe clone change we did, where they can no longer use the third part of the auto, which means they can't proc this trait. Oh no. Which means that the third part of the auto is just no longer going to be part of this trait, and we're buffing up the axes that the 2 and the 3 and ambush can produce. So hopefully this trait stays net
Bit of burst
even
there
with
as well.
the damage trade-off. And then we see Stand Through Glass is a defensive skill. This is more for competitive. And now removes Immobilize. You know, Mirages can no longer dodge while they're immobed. It's terrible. What are they going to do? Now they can use this skill to get out of the Immobilize.
True.
Wow, that's great.
Great.
Thank you so much
All
for
right. Good job with
Oh,
the,
yeah,
the
dude.
Mesmer slide.
Virtuoso's
Like,
been
drink some
juiced.
water.
Actually been juiced up
Some
hard.
hydration.
that.
going.
We'll slow it down in a second. You should hydrate. It's important actually that we all hydrate at least. There's a quota we have to hit on this stream.
I've been hydrating. So.
Yeah, no, I'm great, but I also haven't really been talking very much. There we go. Good job, Taylor. We love to see it.
He's
We love to
juicing
see
up.
it. All right, Necromancer.
Oh,
Now,
dude,
we'll be
let's
talking about
go.
everyone's favorite green
Curses
class.
update, huh?
So for
Okay.
Necromancer, we've got a
All right,
Curses
all right.
update. We're
Reaper
gonna be looking at some
survivability?
survivability
That
runes
better
for
be in
Reaper,
PvP.
And
That better
similar
be
to some other
PvP.
classes that we've looked at already. We've got some utility skill improvements. for some
Utility?
skills that
Oh my
we're really
god,
seeing
dude,
a ton of
Necro
play.
is gonna get fucking wild.
Starting us off, Taylor, why don't you read this first slide for us?
Yep, will do. So the big thing here is we're doing kind of a trade shuffle for curses. I think the master tier in curses in competitive might be the most competitive tier in the game. So we're moving tier to the Grandmaster as a way to buff it.
Oh my
you know, it's getting some slight
God.
values, but now it won't have to compete with passive
wait,
corruption and master
wait, hang
corruption.
on a minute.
And so
Wait, so you can
builds,
have the
particularly
boon
builds like
corrupt,
core necro,
and
which
you
we
can
seem
have
to be
Terra
very
now.
good in PvP. We'll feel better about having this as well as ways to get better corruption. And Parasitic Contagion is going down to the master tier to take its place.
Ooh.
And then we have a slight tweak to Master of Corruption, where Consume Conditions will now just give you more vulnerability instead of Blindness. Blindness was just very inconvenient
It was
and lowered
cancer.
how much people like this trait, so hopefully Master of Corruption, a bit more competitive. And we also see some slight tweaks to Death Magic. One of the minor tiers is now going to give you some more Life Force based on your Death
actually is going to make you
stacks.
very tanky in
So
World
you have
versus
an
World,
avenue
actually.
to get Life Force
More
outside
on
of the Soul Reaping
Reaper
trait line.
and,
And Deathly Strength is now
Core.
going to give you a bit of condition damage as well as power to make it more appealing for condition damage builds.
Oh shit.
Very cool.
Dude, like the roaming death
utility
magic builds are going to be
skill
nasty.
buffs here
That's
as well,
kind of good for
or
PvP
changes,
as well,
I
I think,
should say.
actually.
Tails?
Some
good death
utility
magic
skills, some
No, no,
healing
no.
skills.
No.
I'm actually going to say, well, I was scrolling ahead in the PowerPoint, and Ranger comes next, so we should probably give Taylor a little bit of a break. so he
Listen,
can then
I have a
talk
plan.
about-
Don't doubt my plan. Taylor,
have a plan.
please read this slide. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we'll do. So we see with Well of
Okay.
Blood and Signet of Vampirism, they're just underused heals that we can buff up and make them better used. So we're doing that. In Life Transfer, it's the 4th skill on Core Necro Shroud. Currently,
Vamp's
it's
gonna be
basically
a good
just power
skill.
damage, but
It's
now
already
we're adding
pretty
some
good.
bleeding on hit, so if you're condition damage build, you don't feel bad about pressing that button. And then we see Plague Signet getting a big cooldown reduction, slightly reducing the number of condition transfers, so it can be a better stun break.
Life
and
Transfer's
similarly,
kinda got
Well
a
of Power
pump,
going down,
actually,
so
in AoE.
get better stun break options for Necro.
All right. As I'm sure everyone's realized by now, we did not rehearse nearly enough. But before we run this bit into the ground, Cal, why don't you wrap up Necro with the elite
I
specializations?
mean, we always rehearse, but the thing is that our actual final live stream is never the same as rehearsals. Like, there's no actual formula for I read this slide, Taylor reads that slide. We just wing it every time.
So you get more
as you
shout
can see, that goes
lifesteal.
really well.
I will point out it was going fine until you stopped listening to me. But yes,
Yes.
that is
of
the
course.
issue, really. I
Okay.
I should have total control.
Yeah, I mean, you are basically running the stream, so that's pretty reasonable. But yeah, so what do we have on this slide? Skip ahead a little bit. There are some Scourge nerfs. We talked about that earlier, just reducing its effectiveness in PvP a little bit. The big change for Reaper here is going to be a change to Blighter's Boon.
Yep.
We've kind of retooled it so that instead of having like the half and half functionality where if you're not in Shroud, you get one half. If you are in Shroud, you get the other half. Now it's just going to give you both healing and life force every time you trigger it, which is potentially very powerful to the point that we've kind of preemptively reduced healing value a little bit.
That
so
allows
that
you
too
to
hard.
continuously
We'll be
juice
keeping a pretty
yourself
close eye on it and
in Shroud,
potentially
right? That is a
buff
bit
it back
spooky.
up if it is underperforming at the new value. But we think that just having the functionality of always getting both is potentially really good because you can get, you know, potentially a lot more healing and life force and all the things you want. Maybe you play
it's
more
competing with
skills
quickness
like
trait though, so it's going to be rough.
blood is power maybe in PvP. Maybe not, but it's always an option because it does give you a bunch of might stacks, which is now going to give you a bunch of life force and also a bunch of healing. Augury of Death also getting a bump of, like, this trait isn't quite super exciting at the moment, so let's make it a little bit more powerful. Its underlying functionality isn't terrible, so there's probably some numbers here that we will get to eventually that will make this trait a compelling option for builds to take a lot more shouts. And, you know, at the bottom we see Elixir of Bliss, another stun break that isn't used quite as much, so getting a cooldown reduction to make it more appealing.
Okay.
All right. Very good.
That's it, but well,
Nicely
I
done,
thought
Cal.
there was going to be more.
Moving on
Not
to
much, really,
Taylor's
yeah.
favorite green class.
Nothing super
We're
crazy.
going to be
Curse
talking
is
about
the big
Ranger.
one there for Necro.
And as you can see, we've got a lot of pet improvements coming at you guys. And in fact, not only do we have a lot of pet improvements to show here on the stream, but we didn't, in fact, actually put every single change onto the PowerPoints because we probably would have ran out of slides. So there are going to be a lot of unlisted changes on the stream. Those will be posted to the forums at the end of the stream, as I mentioned earlier. So if you would like to read every single pet change, make sure you go to the forums and read that post. We're going to be talking about kind of some of the highlights of these pet changes, as again, there were a lot. So
yeah, I think basically touched like almost every pet. I think, you know, long overdue, but. Now that we have a ranger main here, he can really take the lead.
Power coefficients
specialist
of many families have increased in PvE.
Yeah.
All pets are fitted by quickness. That's fucking big. Wait, hang on a minute. That's kind of
so
big
the goal
for
of the pet
fucking
rework was
Druid,
to make taking the not meta pets feel not bad. So the biggest thing we did was look at a lot of the power coefficients of the basic attacks on the families and made them a lot closer to what the feline family is. So if you want to flex a pet for utility, it won't do like half the damage of a lynx, so you won't feel as bad. And so most of the changes that aren't listed here are just going to be like cooldown reductions and slight number tweaks, so they're not really exciting. We put most of the exciting ones on here.
Tail swipe,
so
oh yeah,
things
yeah.
like Icy Roar, the Polar Bear F2 will now stun. The Quickening Screech on birds will now remove movement impairing conditions, like we see Windborne Speed on Ellie do. Eagle has its own F2 now, and no longer shares it with Hawk.
what's the name of that skill?
And it's Brash Slash.
Ooh,
you know, something
nice.
fitting for an eagle.
Ooh.
I like that. I like that. It's a good word.
Yep. And on the next slide, we'll see continuation. Hyena is getting a bit of a change. It's getting a reclassification. It no longer has reduced stats, and Howl of the Pack is getting super buffed. It's getting lowered cooldown.
Wait,
it's going to
summons
summon
more
two
hyenas.
allies.
Two
the allies will
hyenas.
now follow the player properly like
You
minions.
can have a million pets, guys.
We did make sure that the allies cannot use the knockdown, because having them all use knockdown might be a bit too good, but we'll see Roy here show off the hyena.
Whoa,
Wow,
guys.
3 hyenas.
3 hyenas,
I
that's
think
so
we should rename
crazy.
the skill to Hyena's Guild, but
Yep.
That's
maybe
so
next time.
crazy.
So
Hyenas
if you
Guild.
want to have a lot of little guys follow you around, Hyena is the pet to do it.
Whoa, guys.
Indeed.
As we see, it's broken because Roy is not getting farmed by the Guardian NPC.
True, yes,
Too
I was
busy hitting
waiting
the
for that.
hyenas. Who needs bear bow when you have hyena bow?
That was mostly me. I'm just gonna point that out. I mostly killed it. That was all me, really. I've been training since that happened. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never died to the NPC. Taylor, keep reading, please.
Yep, and we have some more reclassifications.
Frostor
Stray
AoE,
Count
that's
is now
fun,
going to be
actually.
versatile to get that pull to go along with its immobilize. White
That's just
Moa
10%
is now a
DR
supportive
for
pet.
a
You know,
druid,
Moas have a
potentially,
lot
right?
of support on them, but not having a supportive pet feels a bit weird. So now White Moa is going to fill in that role, as well as Icy Screech is now going to grant Frost Aura to allies, a bit more supportive way of getting that chill out. And then the next page.
Oh, most importantly, we have widened the Drake's Breath attacks.
Yes, Drake's
because
Breath hitboxes
last
now
match-
match.
we
Drake's
buffed
Breath.
the Drake's Breath skill on Elementalist, but then it was out of sync with Drake's Breath, so obviously didn't make any sense.
Drake's breath
Nice.
cannot be stronger than the actual Drake's breath.
That's
or
crazy.
wider, I should
Well, it
say.
at least has to be as wide, right?
Yeah.
The hitbox should probably be the
We
same.
do, yes.
So now it
being
is.
wide is important, and so now we can go to the next slide.
Oh, hang on.
Bigger change for the
Dude, the
porcine
pig
pets
is no longer
that
RNG.
Forage was a random skill where you rolled the lotto to see what you would get. It is not going to do that anymore. It is now going to be consistent what you get every time.
It's not going to be
unfortunately
every
for
time.
Steamoth, that is not going to be an ectoplasm.
Okay, yeah, okay, holy shit.
Pig has got a reclassification. It was kind of trying to be the supportive pet, but you don't really want a pig for that. So it's not going to be the ferocious pet, and it is now going to forage a greatsword, which you can then throw. If you were an old ranger player, you might
And
remember this
that,
as the you might remember this as a reactivation of the greatsword block.
Yeah.
So
he
we'll have that
yeah, I
skill
remember
again.
that.
And we
Wait,
do know that
smoke
pigs
scale
are
doesn't knock
ferocious
down.
pets,
Oh, shit,
because
what a
Taylor
nerf.
is
Holy
a
shit.
veterinary science major, or he was when he was studying in college.
That is, it's
So,
so
good
cancer, by the way.
news, we are-
Honestly, it's
we
such a
are,
cancerous ability, so yeah, I don't hate
Flavor winning with this change. You can ask Taylor about ferocious pigs sometime.
Can you in fact confirm for us that pigs are ferocious, Taylor?
I can. It's actually kind of scary sometimes.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Yep.
Great joke, Cal. I'm sure you just came up with that now.
that. Okay.
Yep,
I saw
we didn't
you-
do that in rehearsal both
I saw you
times.
giggling as soon as we went to the slide, but that's okay. Anyways, is that everything you'd
I
like
think I
to
started
say?
talking too early because I got the
You
bug
did.
where I couldn't hear Taylor, so I started talking over him. Unlucky.
There's no bugs in this stream. Taylor, is this the end of this slide after Cal has rudely
It's
interrupted
a
you?
bit
or-
more, a bit more changes.
Okay.
We see
The gazelle
Smoke
still
Scale
might
has been
multi-hit in
a
PvE.
dominant pet in PvP since forever, and so we are taking out the knockdown to make the pet a bit more fair compared to other pets, taking some power out of it. And then we see that the End of Dragons pet were special in that when you merge with them in Soul Beast, you got their auto attack instead of the skill you expected them to have. So that is being changed, and now all of the pets from End of Dragons will have the proper skill when merged with a Soul Beast. And additionally, Siege Turtle will no longer have the skill Snap as a Soul Beast or when it exists, because the ranged pet having a melee skill didn't quite make a lot of sense. So it's now going to get Heavy Shot, which is going to be shooting a charged up shot to daze enemies.
All right.
Okay.
Is that the last pet slide? I
That's-
think it is.
That's the last of the highlights.
So
But don't worry, there's way more changes.
There's a
on the
lot.
forum.
yeah, there really are a lot more. I looked at all of them and I was like, "There's no way I'm putting this on a slide." So
When I was
really-
writing the forum post and I copy pasted all the ranger notes onto it, I think it increased the size of the post by like a significant amount.
Like
A
2x.
significant amount.
that's
It's
crazy.
not quite 2x, but
Big.
it was very many changes.
With all of these pet changes, Taylor, were there any sort of specific things you were looking for in terms of, oh, it's going to really help this build, it's going to help Ranger become a better support or a better DPS in some game mode, or is it really more just trying to get more of the pets in line with each other? Where kind of, as you
Yeah.
mentioned at the beginning, there were some meta pets and some very non-meta pets.
Yeah, I was trying to help get all the pets a lot closer to each other. I'm not expecting, all the pets to be a perfect, trade-off now, but I'm hoping that, if maybe a pet has a skill that's like pretty good in a fight, you now feel better about taking it. They are not losing out on like Link's damage, for example, or now maybe a skill with a lower cooldown. It wasn't like good enough as an impact, but now, now that the spider, its cooldowns are lower, now you feel good about taking it. So, it's a work in progress for Ranger pets, but hopefully it feels a lot better now.
Very cool. All
Well,
right.
nothing else for Ranger?
So
It was just the
Revenant's getting
pets,
some
man.
weapon
Like, nothing-
improvements.
nothing
We're going to be looking at Retribution.
Oh, I thought they were
Retribution
just about
trait line a little
tames
bit.
stuff, wasn't it?
And we got a very
Oh.
exciting energy meld change.
Yes,
for the Vindicator
Emmy.
profession.
Chaos Chrono. Let's
Cal,
go.
if you want to talk about Hammer, your favorite weapon to talk
Very
about.
good.
All right, I love talking about hammers.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I was just confirming your suspicion.
What's my
So we
suspicion?
have the Revenant hammer. The couple changes here. So one of the primary identities for the hammer is that it's a little bit more defensive, more of that like
Grouch
bruiser
with the
rolls. We have the
resub.
evade
Very nice.
on skill
3
3. We
years.
have
Holy
the
shit,
projectile
it's been a
destruction
while.
wall
Goddamn.
on skill 4, and we have some CC.
Oh, shit, I wasn't
on skill
listening.
5 as well.
Ooh.
So we did do some
Wait, what's
general
that?
damage improvements for PvE to try to bring it a bit more, not quite
hammer
in
is-
line with something
much
like
da- they need to
sword
give it a
or
lot of
great
damage,
sword,
to be
but
fair.
it should be a more competitive option if you want
Faster
like
auto
that,
attack?
that range damage dealing weapon. It
Does
will
it give
be
AoE ages,
hopefully a
guys,
bit
or what?
more valuable, if not quite at the level you want
didn't
if you are
see.
trying to super maximize DPS. But we are also updating Field of the Mists to make it a bit more responsive and just a bit more powerful, because this is pretty easily the weakest skill on the bar. The first thing we did is we moved the projectile destruction wall to come out immediately.
Roy's
so
having
that
some
you can
difficulty
actually use
with
it
that Guardian.
reactively in response to incoming projectiles instead of having to wait for the full animation. It's also going to grant you Aegis, so a bit more usability against non-projectile skills as well. And also it will now throw some projectiles at enemies to add a little more damage to the kit, but also a little bit more sustain, because these will all be leeching bolts.
I feel like
as they
its
go
damage is
through
still
the dark
dog
feed.
shit in PvE though, no?
Just a little bit more lifesteal to really flesh out the more bruisery nature of the Revenant Hammer.
It's got a good CC though. Wait, you get the
moving on,
you're getting
we
the
got
pierce
some shield
baseline
and
on shortbow now.
Shortbow is basically getting the piercing rolled in baseline from the Renegade trait. This is something that
Aegis
kind
on
of
Herald
held the weapon
Shield.
back a little
Oh
bit with the
my
introduction of Weapon
god,
Master
heal
training, where
Herald.
the piercing aspect is just so important to this weapon, and it's just kind of obviously it's unavailable to non-renegade players. So now we've rolled that in baseline, and it will also give a bit more flexibility in that master tier trait slot of Renegade.
Why do they never change the radii though? Seriously, Grouch's got to yell at these guys. You got to play with the radii sometimes.
Play on Vindicator, or
the
maybe
radius
on Core
is
Revenant,
tiny. It's like 240, I think, on this
we will
skill.
now have that piercing functionality. We've also made a couple of improvements to the shield offhand, especially to make it more of a supporty weapon with the changes to Crystal Hibernation, which is going to now pulse healing AoE. In addition to healing yourself, you will now heal nearby allies. And the Envoy of Exuberance change, just a nice little usability improvement, where the protection is just going to come out at the end location rather than having to like skill shot it through your allies to actually give them protection. It'll work pretty, I guess, sensibly
I like
with
it.
a lot of our other skills in the game. And we bumped up the healing coefficient.
It's
just
interesting.
A little bit.
They're basically merging all of the weapon
doubled.
traits
That's
into
pretty
the
good.
weapon. That's a little scary, to
Buffing
be
up the
honest.
supportive aspects of shield offhand.
Indeed. Taylor, if you want to talk about this one.
Okay.
Yep. This one, Inspiring Reinforcements, we reduced the duration of the stability on this skill a while ago, but we saw that, the interval between the ticks was like a millisecond difference. So there were times where you could get CC'd while you were standing on your roads. So we very slightly bumped up the duration of that stability so that you are now fully covered while you're standing on your roads. As well, we see some slight tweaks to the Retribution trait line to give some traits better uses. That was a trait line that really wasn't used anywhere, so hopefully, get used more. As well, Contained Temper has been slightly reworked. Fury was a boon that Revenant did not need more of. It had way too much Fury, so this trait basically did nothing. So now we have changed it to give energy when you stun break, so hopefully
that's pretty cool, actually.
help with some energy management when you're playing.
Pretty cool in PvP, actually.
Yeah, and the set in stone trait is actually kind of cool for obviously for everyone, but for Renegade specifically, we know that Profession Skill 2 is a much lower cooldown, so potentially an interesting defensive option should you go Retribution.
All right. If you want to maybe talk about the Herald and Renegade changes here, Cal, and then we can let Taylor take.
That's big for DPS, Herald. Actually, holy shit,
Well,
that's a lot of
just
damage.
Run through all the stuff on this slide, wrap up the Revenant.
Oh, maybe not that much. It's a little
We
bit.
can let Roy do it, or
Revenant.
Revenant main.
Never played Revenant in my life. Don't know what you're talking about, but yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
then
Why not?
I'll take it. Sure. Oh, go for it. It's all yours, Roy.
I'm just gonna keep waiting. All right, so yes, indeed. So the Vindicator changes are going to be kind of the biggest reworks here that we've got. As Kyle mentioned earlier, we're going to be rolling in a lot of the piercing baseline for shortbow. So obviously, Heart Piercer is no longer going to be causing shortbow skills to pierce. Bold Reversal is going to be reworked, so you're gaining resistance when you gain a healing skill. Help out Revenant, especially in competitive modes.
Oh, this is the
where it really
adapt traits, right, for Vindy?
into some condition builds a little bit more, as well as just some lockdown issues it might be having, and so that will hopefully help, especially because you do have 2 healing skills on Revenant, as you got 1 from each stance.
Ooh,
so
Energy Meld,
resistance, very powerful
AoE
boon,
Endurance.
applied twice from each of the healing skills. A little bit of a bonus damage increase for PvE on Forceful Persistence. As well as for Herald, obviously going to have the specific change there for each upkeep skill. And then we've got, and I'll show this off in game. Taylor, you can probably actually talk about the specific ones, but the Vindicator, middle tier is going to be completely changed to impact Energy Meld.
Oh, look at that.
If you want to go into those a little bit, Taylor.
So after weapon master training, and then greatsword was no longer special to Vindicator.
shit, you get
we
like
got
a
the
giga
feedback
dodge.
that Vindy didn't really have much of an identity as what it wanted to do as an elite spec, and so energy meld previously was a button that really didn't do much. It wasn't that exciting, so we took the opportunity to rework the master tier to instead of it all being what flavor of, of endurance gain you want, to all change energy meld in a different way. The top trait, Reverse Curse, is going to increase the effectiveness of your next dodge. That's augmented with your Grandmaster, so it will heal more, do more damage, stuff like that. And then Angzian's Trust, the middle tier, will now remove the energy cost on energy meld and get you energy back, so you're big energy positive with this trait. And then Song of Arboreum is going to remain the support one, where it's going to increase the amount of energy that energy meld or endurance that energy meld gives you, as well as sharing that with allies and some vigor. So if you want to dodge more, that's the trait for you.
Okay.
Who doesn't love to dodge more?
I love dodging.
I do indeed. It's a great mechanic. All right, that's going to be it for
dodging.
Revenant. But we've got Thief, of course. We're going to be looking at a couple of different weapons here, staff and pistol specifically, for some improvements, as well as, again, similar to some other classes we already looked at, some utility skill improvements for some utilities that were not being seen as much as we'd like them to be. Taylor, why don't you start us off with this slide?
Yep,
Pistol.
so this is
Dude,
taking a lot of things that are pretty
no,
underused,
dude, they're gonna be
especially in
pew-pewing
PvE, and making them better.
3 initiative costs on
pistol
unload,
buffs,
bro.
to both power and condition damage. Shadow Strike is getting a bit of a tweak of how it works. Now, when you use Shadow Strike, you're going to get stacks of a buff, and then you can use Repeater however many stacks you get. This will open the window for the amount of time you have to use Repeater when you use Shadow Strike. So, you know, if you want to use the Shadow Strike and then dodge around before you start using Repeater, you have more time to do that. Bountiful Theft, getting a buff.
Oh, so you could really spam Repeater then, what the hell?
Out, you know, a lot of things in PvE don't have boons on them to steal. So now you're going to get better value if you take this trait if you steal something with no boons.
No, I don't.
And then Haste and Blinding Powder are getting cooldown reductions because, you know, they're pretty high for PvE, so lowering them to make them, you know, more usable.
Unload we also reduced
from
the initiative
5 to
cost
3.
of unload.
That's sounds like you're going to be able to press unload a lot now.
Yeah,
you know, it does refund initiative when you hit all the targets.
Some more.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be unloading like crazy. That's wild.
Just keep
press it like 20
unloading.
times or something. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, we'll see.
I
want to see some big unload montages where you just keep pressing unload.
That'd be good. Very.
But yeah, you know, potentially an interesting change.
Unload.
PvE.
All right, staff changes here. Cal, if you want to talk about those, we can look at them in game 2.
Yeah, so we got some cool reworks.
Cool
reworks, why not? For staff.
I'd say hot reworks, but sure.
Hot? I mean, there's some good reworks, that's for sure. And I'm pretty excited to see, like, the impact of these changes.
You know which expansion Daredevil came out in? Which is, of course, the Thief's, or the staff, was the staff spec, you know. It was hot, so hot changes.
Sure, yeah. That's true.
Clever. It's funny.
Okay,
yeah, it's good.
That's good. I like that.
Thanks.
Yeah. So thief staff. Obviously, we know that skill 2, skill 5 usually pretty good already, but 3 and 4 are kind of the outlier weak skills.
They're gonna do heal warrior, guys. Don't worry, heal warriors are gonna be happy.
It could be a little bit problematic even in competitive when it was like the initiative cost was too low. You could just dodge way too much. So it kind of nerfed, and now it's not super hot anymore. But now it's going to have a flip over skill. So when you debilitating arc, you'll gain access to Helmet Breaker, and this is going to allow you to re-engage, jump in at your target, and also inflict daze.
I wonder if they're going to have a different icon for it.
The icon is not quite in yet, but there will be a separate icon for that skill.
There we go.
Dust Strike also getting a nice little rework here, moving the projectile reflection from the auto attack chain, because having the projectile reflection on auto 3, it was good, but it was still hard to utilize. It was a little unwieldy, a little clunky to make sure you're getting your third hit of the auto chain at the moment that you need projectile hate. So as we're reworking Dust Strike, just moving the projectile destruction or projectile reflection onto that skill, and also giving it a nice circular hitbox as opposed to the frontal cone should just make it a bit more usable, a bit more powerful. Maybe jump in with Vault and then you Dust Strike, potentially.
It's not animation locking you as well either, which is nice actually.
Look, I did it. That also reflects projectiles. Wow, you did it.
Cone.
That's some insane gameplay.
Do you think they know about the cone emote?
Very, very cool.
Yeah. So wrapping up the thief changes. I'll keep talking.
Please do.
Gotta get a few consecutive slides in every once in a while. But
The
Impact Strike,
extra
this is kind
might
of the
on
big change.
Bountiful Theft
We
is
are
pretty decent,
putting
by
an
the way,
evade
guys.
on the first,
Quite nice for PvE.
first skill in the chain, which is Impact Strike. None of the other skills will evade. But this is just trying to make it a bit more of a valuable utility option. It's something that doesn't really get played too much, if at all. And we see that we've kind of tried reducing the cooldown a lot. And it hasn't really quite gotten there. We don't necessarily want to reduce the cooldown again, so we're giving it a little bit more secondary value with the initial evade on Impact Strike. It potentially makes it a bit more exciting, a bit more interesting. And we did bump the cooldown a little bit competitive
attack, right?
to kind of hedge against the evade being a little bit too strong. But this is something that we'll be, again, as usual, keeping an eye on it, and we can always bring the cooldown back down in a later patch. And we've also buffed up a couple of Spectre Wells to the supportive wells, especially. Like, we get a bit more healing here on the pulses and lower cooldown on Well of Silence. Maybe makes these a bit more appealing to support Spectre builds in competitive modes.
Okay.
How are we seeing support Spectre sort of being played right now? As you mentioned, these are mostly the supportive wells, so buffing them, obviously, again, trying to encourage that sort of build being played in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, we had the bigger overhaul previously, where we kind of made all the important skills on like Scepter and the trait in the Shroud that made the skills kind of splash and made it more of a reliable 5-target healer. And still not quite where we want it to be at, I think, in terms of the support side of things. So we are seeing a couple buffs here, and we're still kind of looking into if there are other avenues that we need to like more significant changes for support Spectre, because we do realistically want support Spectre to be a viable build.
All right.
Absolutely. You'll love to hear it. All right, Warrior, I think this might be our final class to be looking at.
Dude, what if they get nothing, man? What if they get nothing?
Earlier, we do have
funny,
some
dude.
relics.
Holy shit.
And we actually have some relic balance as well. In addition to new relics, there will be some adjustments to existing relics.
All right. So yeah, with Warrior, we're going to be looking at Mace, trying to improve that weapon a little bit. We're going to be looking at
the
some
Warrior
updates
mains
for
are
the
going to
arms
cry
tree line,
so
and then we're
hard,
gonna be
dude.
having some quality life
Oh, they're
for
gonna
the
cry.
Berserker in PvE specifically. So Taylor, why don't you start us off?
Yep, this is going with looking at things that are lesser used, making them better. First one being offhand mace still hasn't caught on, so we're decreasing the cooldowns, increasing stats on it. Please play this weapon.
Tremor's a great skill.
Yep. I like Crushing Blow. It does
See
a
what
lot of
happens
damage.
with arms. Arms could be interesting.
Can do a lot of damage now.
Yeah.
And a low cooldown. So a pretty interesting pick if you want like that aggressive CC offhand.
Yep.
Very specifically, that is the role
Want
that
to
it fills.
montage combo some people.
I do say
You know,
that a lot, actually.
back in 2012, we
boy.
played Axe Mace with Greatsword. Yeah. So
Guys, Cal's
maybe
played this
someday
game a
we'll
lot. If anyone didn't know, just so everyone knows.
This game's been out for a while, in case nobody knew that.
Okay.
Cal's really old. But please,
that is true.
Please continue, Taylor. I'm sorry about this guy.
It's a lot of
Just won't
CC,
stop
though.
talking
Then
about
some
3-second
defensive
knockdown.
signet buffs. Doliak going to heal more. Stamina going to give some endurance per condition it cleanses. So potentially going to give a ton of endurance if you cleanse a lot of conditions with it.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, refill your
and
entire
then
dodge
going
bar.
on
And most importantly, we updated the description of Battle Standard.
Battle Standard. Underwater change.
Huge.
Great.
And now we have the most important change of the patch.
You were very excited about this
Dude,
change.
that's big. 100% rally in PvE.
No, but not really.
That's actually big.
So Vengeance.
Let's
this is
go.
kind of a nod to a change that we'll get to on a later slide, where we did rework the Vengeance trait in Discipline that gave you a 100% chance to rally when you killed something in Vengeance. We didn't really want to remove that functionality entirely, because I'm sure there's plenty of players that enjoy
like that.
Especially in like open world gameplay. Rallying off Vengeance, super fun. So
They
let's just make it
enjoy it.
100%
They
in
love
PvE, and that's probably really fun. But not in competitive modes. No one played that trait anyway, and probably be a little bit too powerful.
The reality
so
is
just
this
PvE only.
entire patch was engineered because Cal kept dying on Warrior in PvE, and so he wanted this change to happen.
Absolutely. That's not true though, because I only play Elementalist in PvE.
Opportunist. This is.
I was gonna say
a lot
Fire
of
Wizard, but I
adrenaline,
decided
isn't it?
not
'Cause
to.
this
But then I
one-
just did because we're actually live on stream right
You
now.
get
Fire.
adrenaline
We
when
are?
you emote, right? And now it's going to be when you CC.
I'll actually
and it's a
spend
1
like
second
Condio
ACD.
by
on-
innovating Fire Wizard benchmarks.
Oh!
Fire
I just
Wizard.
do it
Fire
on, like,
Wizard?
development branch. I just do like
You're
I think
at
I'm getting
39K now?
Fire Wizard!
We'll talk about that later. Yeah. So other than that, we have.
He said
This is
it.
where the stream falls apart.
He said it.
We made it. We were so close.
We were
made
pretty
it to the
close.
last
You
profession.
almost didn't say Fire Wizard on stream.
I
now I'm
almost
saying
made the right decision, but then I
Fire
made the
Wizard
right decision.
stream.
Cal loves casting spells.
Okay, arms trait line. So this is a trait line that obviously has a few different identities. We have the Condi side and kind of critical hit side, and the critical hit
He's
side
gonna get in
has
trouble for
never
that.
been that great.
His
So a lot
career's
of the
over.
changes for this patch are focused around the critical hit side of arms. The big change here is with burst precision. This trait is super unexciting as a Grandmaster trait before, where it just makes all of your burst skills guaranteed crit.
Oh man.
Now it's going to do that, but it's also going to make all your skills guaranteed crit for a duration,
Oh.
assuming you hit with your burst skill or use a longbow
Oh,
skill.
that is a
because
bit
longbow
exciting, isn't it?
is doing its own thing. But as with similar functionalities, you will gain a buff that grants you 100% crit chance for a duration based off adrenaline spent. And that is potentially very, very powerful.
Indeed.
We also see a couple of minor updates with like bonus critical hit chance against bleeding enemies on the minor trait, and also shuffling around a little bit of the fury instead of being on burst skill, putting on a weapon swap, so it's a little bit more on demand. And opportunist also going to be trigger on CC instead of just on immobilize to make it again a bit more reliable of a fury source. The burst precision
Increased
change,
crit
I'm assuming
chance.
we're going to be keeping
I
a
like that.
very close eye on to, say it for the 10,000th time, but guaranteed crit chance for potentially a long duration is obviously very good. This is a trait line that hasn't seen a lot of play, so we are trying to give a pretty powerful incentive if you do want to play in arms, but if it ends up being a bit too powerful, we can obviously tweak the duration, tweak the ferocity, tweak any number of things on this trait to make it maybe a bit more balanced if it is too powerful.
Very cool. A couple more warrior changes here.
Ooh,
Yep,
a bit of a
I
heal
can
warrior.
run through these as well.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of a heal warrior.
Aggressive
Look.
Onslaught. This is a trait we reworked a few patches ago now, I think. And still not really picked up. Obviously, the Strength Grandmaster slot is a very competitive slot with Might Makes Right and Berserker's Power. So just trying to make Aggressive Onslaught a bit more competitive, adding some might stacks on it, buffing up the movement speed, buffing up the quickness. Just, tuning up all the knobs, and we'll see if that makes it a interesting pick for, maybe some more CC heavy builds. Maybe you play like Hammer with strength trait line. You really want to play Aggressive Onslaught, who knows?
Okay.
And also a couple of support warrior improvements here. We see Soldier's Focus getting heal scaling increase, protection duration increase, and Vengeful Return. Here's the rework for the Vengeance trait. It is now going to just augment both your incoming and outgoing healing. So a potential option for more
Heal warrior. Heal warrior.
bruisery type warrior builds as well if you don't want warrior sprint, but also if you just want another healing modifier on your support build, you can take the trait that is now called Stalwart
A
Focus.
few things there.
instead.
A few little things there for heal
We've
warrior.
And
talked
we also
about.
have-
Oh,
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say we've talked about support warrior in the past on the stream. We've sort of mentioned that we consider it a little bit more of an aggressive support compared to maybe Guardian or Elementalist in some cases. Is that still kind of, with these changes, the direction that we kind of want that support spec to be going, or are we sort of shifting that around a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, these are both defensive support improvements, but the identity of warrior support is always going to slant a little bit more aggressively, and we still want that to be the case, but there is almost like a certain threshold of defensive support that a support needs to bring to be a competitive pick. So we think that bringing up its defensive potency just a bit is definitely warranted.
I think it probably needs a little bit more, but
There's also heightened focus here at the bottom, getting a slight little adjustment / improvement. Will now also recharge all of your burst skills when it triggers, in addition to giving the quickness.
yeah, it's kind of like a meme
and
trait
reducing
though. That
cooldown.
one is.
So now you can potentially, hit a burst skill, hit another burst skill right away, assuming you have the adrenaline, and any number of exciting combos are now possible. Surely, probably not. Okay. Next
short
slide.
CD
All right.
though. Bit of a
What
meme,
a
but
way
maybe.
to transition to Berserker. And Taylor, take it away.
Ooh, that's nice.
So currently,
Holy
Berserker
shit, that's
in
nice
PvE
for
is pretty
PvE.
balanced around staying in Berserk for the entire fight, except in reality, it's really hard to do that. It's pretty nice edge timing.
Yeah, see ya,
And
Grouch.
we want, falling out of Berserk to be, a stumbling block, but currently you just fall flat on your face if that happens.
Oh,
So we're
shit.
trying to make Berserk, it hurts. We're trying to make it better. We're
Hang
a rolling
on.
Smash Brawler extension baseline
Look at-
for
dude, you
PvE,
spam
as
it. Look
well
how
as
big that
reducing
is.
cooldown of
Smash
Berserk
Ball's
so you can
massive,
get back
no?
in it faster. And then Smash Brawler itself is going to get a rework where now using a Primal Burst skill will extend the duration of your Berserk. So it will keep
By
going
2
and
seconds,
going,
guys.
hopefully to reduce dependency on rage utility skills. So you
And
can
no
flex those
ICD on Heat
utility
the
skills if you need to.
Soul.
And then Heat the Soul was similarly didn't feel good to use because it had that internal cooldown on it that was really, you know, really hard to use correctly, and so we have gotten rid of it. Special cased both Decapitate on both Smash Brawler and Heat the Soul, so we'll give less extension and quickness because it has no cooldown.
Oh man,
but hopefully it'll make Berserker feel a lot better to use.
It's a bit gimmicky, but
PvP.
I guess that's fine.
Very good. All right, so that is going to wrap up the profession portion of this stream. But as we've said a few times, we're going to be talking about relics. Right here in another slide, we've got Relic Balance, and then we will be previewing
Relic of the Monk ICD
upcoming
removal
new
is kinda
relics.
nice. It's a bit annoying to use.
QR1, which is launching in just a couple weeks.
Yeah. So Taylor, why don't you talk about some Relic?
Taylor, why don't you
balance?
take this slide?
AoE resistance,
some
guys,
relics
on Relic
are
of
good,
Resistance,
others
by
are
the
bad.
way.
So we're trying to make the bad ones not bad. And the ones here, we're
that
just
on a
trying
t-shirt.
simple number changes, where we're increasing the effectiveness, you know, more conditions cleansed, longer duration on the boons. Nothing too crazy, but then the next slide we'll see that some relics are getting, you know, bigger reworks of their functionality. That's like the cue to like go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yep. Anyways, Relic of Vast is no longer going to have a cooldown when it's used by an elixir skill. So if you want to slam all those elixirs on your bar and use them all at once, you're going to get a lot of Vast stacks. And then Patha is now going to launch its dagger a lot faster and from your ending location, as well as the damage buff will now persist for a duration instead of only being the next hit. So hopefully it's going to be a lot better for power builds as well as more consistent when you use it. And Relic of Ice is now going to shoot a lot faster and at more people, as well as doing some vulnerability as well as chill. So hopefully it's going to be, you know, pretty good to get that proc off.
All right. Very good. So first up for our new relics coming on November 7th.
Yeah. So we have 6 new relics coming.
Yep.
There are 2
Oh, Relic of
on each of
Febe
the
is
next
actually
3
very interesting.
slides.
Yeah, we
Let's
could
just
have
raise
them
it
all
over.
on
remove
one
all,
slide,
movement impairing.
but someone, we don't know who,
We got to build the anticipation.
someone very nefarious snuck in last night to the computer and
last
changed
afternoon.
it to 3 slides last night. Very nefarious individual. We don't
It
know who
was
they are.
right before the stream.
Yes.
Yeah. So Taylor, why don't you kick us off?
Interesting.
Yeah, these 2 first ones are Relic of Neos
The
is
Emperor
going to
got in.
heal you when you remove a condition from yourself. So a lot of relics, there wasn't really a good like self-sustain one if you just wanted, you know, more sustain in your build. So Relic of Neos is trying to achieve that. And then Relic of Febe is going to give swiftness and remove movement impairing conditions when you use a healing skill around you. So, you know, a mobility option.
Okay.
Sure it's not
and,
Relic
you
of
know,
Feet?
Pretty cool.
I am pretty sure it is
We
Febe.
confirmed with the narrative team,
Oh,
I believe.
Good. That was a trick question. Congratulations, you passed.
Yep. So,
Febe.
you know, more mobility, removing immobilize from people around you seems pretty good.
All
Yeah,
right.
really cool on like, you know, maybe Revenant, multiple heal skills. Firebrand Mantra, obviously a good option for on heal triggers.
AoE heal on combo
Moving on,
blast
we
finisher,
have
guys.
Relic of Caracosa.
Nice.
This is going to heal
That's kinda
nearby
what I'm talking
allies
about. That's
when
a
you
bit more
combo
juice.
with the blast finisher. It's kind of an interesting interesting trigger condition here.
Wait,
that will
consume
put a little
10
bit
seconds to
more
grow
power on,
larger.
because it's going to be a little bit more contained to like certain builds as opposed to, you know, on heal trigger, pretty available to everyone, but you know, potentially an interesting healing option for like Ellie or some of the other.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'll just say Ellie. Let's just say that Ellie
Engineer
might
has a lot of
play
blast
Caracosa.
finishers?
Engineer obviously has a lot of blast finishers, but it will not heal yourself. This is an important note. We were a little bit, maybe concerned is a strong word, but we wanted it to be a support relic more than a self-sustain relic. So there would be basically the option between significantly reducing the healing component for yourself or just removing it entirely. And we felt like the identity of the relic just made a lot more sense if it would heal only your allies. And so that's what it does.
Nice.
And then we have the Relic of Norris, which is a pretty cool one. It's basically going to give you a stacking buff every once in a while, or when you remove a boon from an enemy. Importantly, there is an ICD on the rip component. So if
Yeah,
you boon
pretty
rip,
interesting for
say,
world versus
10
world, maybe?
boons on one skill, you will only get 1 stack. Once you build up 10 stacks of this buff, it will enlarge you. We're trying to channel some of the Norris feeling of like, this wandering creature that consumes everything.
You'll be
so,
engorged.
You consume boons and you
will
eventually
inflate.
build up to this giant monster. It'll make your character model a little bit larger, like we've seen on, say, like, what was it, Signet of the Wild in the past, I believe. Hopefully that's right.
Juggernaut? Or Rampage?
Oh, that's true. Rampage doesn't make you bigger too. So this will enlarge your character and give you increased outgoing damage, reduced incoming damage, and some life stealing, or rather damage conversion to healing. Just like a big, powerful, big
cool
payoff
effect,
at the end of
very
this
cool
stacking component, which is essentially really fun.
Then we've got 2 more.
All right, and wrapping it up, Taylor, why don't you talk about the last 2 relics on this page?
Yep. I think these 2 are pretty cool. Relic of the Midnight King, going to give Might and Fury to nearby allies when you disable an enemy. So,
shit,
PvE,
wait, Relic of the
your
Demon
party
Queen, that
needs
could be
help getting more
busted,
Might
to
and
be
Fury,
honest.
you can slap this on. A lot of builds that have trouble giving these boons have an ample amount of CC.
Yeah,
so maybe
that is
sacrifice
actually,
some of that to
those
give
2 are
boons.
potentially very
As well as
juiced.
competitive modes, this gives access to Fury, especially, to some builds that may want it. So, pretty good. And then Relic of the Demon Queen is going to increase the healing reduction of poison you apply, and disabling a foe will poison them. So
what would you call it?
I might just call it something like Giga Poison.
Whoa,
Giga Poison.
It's a big word, but
that's a cool name.
pretty good effect. So hopefully we see this for more sustainy builds if they want to attrition their foes down.
That could be
healing
very
reduction
disgusting, to be honest. Like really
Notably,
disgusting.
this is going to be a 50% healing reduction up from the base 33.
That's
that was
very
for
good.
initial launch.
That's
We can
a
obviously
very
make it
strong
a bit more
effect.
later if needed, but this felt like a good starting point.
Absolutely.
And kind of another unrelated or semi-related, but something we haven't talked about on the stream yet, that will be in the blog post, is that we have updated relics to use the skill fact system. So this is something that players will be familiar with. When you hover your skill on the skill bar or your trait, and it pops up the tooltip that has all the information about damage or durations of things or all those things. That tech has been adopted into the relic system, and that will be coming alongside the balance update, where you will now just have much clearer information on what the relics do.
Absolutely. All right, and that will just about do it, actually. All
right, so now we have 30 minutes of wrap up.
Yes. I would say we could aim for like 23 minutes just to like get us off at half past. Nice on the dot.
Can't possibly have a good outro. That's not allowed.
No. See, if you trusted me to just do the outro every time, it would be good. But
eventually you do the outro every time.
As always, and as has been shown throughout the rest of this stream, or the first initial part of the stream, you do not trust me, clearly. Yes, but anyways, as always.
Should we let Taylor do the outro?
And no. And as we just mentioned, the notes will be posted to the forums at the end of the stream.
The notes.
In just a few minutes, not actually in half an hour. So make sure you go and you read those. And as we mentioned, there are going to be some notes on there that weren't on the stream that we just showed, specifically the Ranger pet portion, as well as a few other things that Cal touched upon. And please make sure you give us your feedback. We will be looking for it. We'll be looking not just at the forums for feedback. Obviously, we will be looking at various different outlets there for that. But as always, we do request that. Hopefully, you enjoyed the stream.
Taylor will see all of your
feedback. Enjoy the stream.
I
Taylor will see all your
Why are
see
frogs
a lot of
banned in
feedback.
Guild Wars 2
Roy will
Twitch
see a lot of the feedback. Taylor will actually see all of it.
Yeah.
I love
Taylor sees all. He's the all-seeing eye.
He goes hard on the forums.
He delves deep.
Not just the forums. Some other. I'm
Social
always
media
there.
channel.
I'm always lurking.
Ooh, Taylor's
You might catch him in a Twitch channel every once in a while.
Maybe.
Or all the
Twitch?
time.
What is
It's a
Twitch?
mystery how he gets any work done.
Yeah, he is there all the time. He is there all the
But
time,
Taylor?
actually. Yeah, he is there.
Any final words for your first ever live stream?
Yeah, how would you rate this live stream, Taylor?
No, we don't
Out of
we
10.
don't need to hear that.
Frag.
I want to hear
Pretty
it.
good. I might rate it like a 10 out of 10.
Oh, wow.
I would stream again.
Whoa, 10 out of 10,
Okay.
guys.
That's good. We'd
That's
love to hear
crazy.
that.
That's
I'm
impressive.
glad you enjoyed your time. We're not gonna hear Cal's rating. But Cal, any final words before I do the outro?
Let's see. Do I have any final words?
Oh boy. Oy vey.
Let's see. Roy's wearing his Halloween costume. Important.
Yes, I did want to mention that at the beginning of the stream. Actually, I'm the only one who committed to the Halloween costume. But to be fair, as well, my only job here is to look good, and it is your guys' job to talk good. So,
we were gonna do paper bag helmets because that's a fun introduction to the game recently. but Taylor couldn't find one that fit on his head.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
so,
big.
Floody.
brain
I don't
is
think
just
it does.
too big.
Giga brain.
Okay, that's good information. If you guys haven't seen it already, there was a studio update blog that went out this week that has some
This is
cool
a
information
disaster.
in it.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
that did
gonna
happen.
get us out of
This
here.
is,
I'm gonna save
next
this end of the
time.
stream. Thank you all very much for watching. I will just quickly shout out that next week we are doing the extra live stream. And if for some reason you want to see more of the three of us on stream together,
Yeah, and Roy's gonna shave his eyebrows again.
you can. But there's also going to be a lot of other great people to check out, a lot of other great things to check out. Make sure you check that out. It is for a great cause. So yes, the extra live stream is going to be next
Roy
week,
and I will be shaving our heads again, assuming
we get enough money.
we get enough donation.
Yeah, which I will.
Taylor may not be shaving his head though.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't think Roy has a wedding to go to this year though.
I'll find a way. Anyways.
Okay.
Thank you all for watching.
went
Make
to a
sure you
wedding
go
with
to
no
the
eyebrows.
forums as well.
Wait,
as...
Roy, are
No,
we
I'm
playing
gonna mute you. I'm
Level
gonna mute you.
Reset
I'm gonna
tonight?
mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm actually just gonna.
I'll be there.
No, I won't be. Thank you all for
feed
watching.
you.
Have a lovely. I'm gonna
Josh,
actually
if you're
mute them.
watching, can we play Reset tonight?
Lovely rest of your days. Enjoy your weekends. I actually did mute them, and thank you for watching the stream. Until next time, we'll see you in the mists.
We'll see you in the mist, bro. The Doroya outro. This is a very meme-fueled, very meme-fueled balance overview there. You love to see that, guys. That's actually big. I love that they're just trolling constantly, man. Oh my god, it's so good. They're just perma-trolling. Oh, man. Wait, they... Oh, no! Guys, they haven't updated their... Anet, get on this. What are you guys doing? You haven't updated your Twitch background to be Secrets of the Obscure yet. What the fuck are you doing? That's insane. Why is it still there? Look at that. Wow. That is just, I mean, that is just unacceptable, guys. You can't do that. That's not allowed. But anyway. Secrets of the Obscure does not exist, guys. It does not exist. Right, where's the thing? I've got the notes. I've got the notes, but it got screwed up. God damn, I need to, this is terrible, guys. I'm gonna have to update my thing. Because something changed with the Guild Wars 2 website that causes it to just get absolutely mangled, right? Like, look at this shit. What the hell is this? This is just no good whatsoever, my friends. It's not what we like to see. So, what do we actually think about this patch? Pretty interesting one. Pretty interesting patch overall. I was expecting it to be a little bit bigger. They were definitely they definitely hit like a couple of pretty key things. That's for sure. Not bad. Not bad. I think the big one there is the Berserker changes for PvE. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. People are really going to like those. So I do think that's a very good one. Oh man, the Mesmer ones. I would say the really big stuff is actually Mesmer. This is very, very interesting. Like a lot of heal Mesmer stuff going on there. And look at all this, guys. Look at all these pet changes. Oh my god. That's crazy. They just basically buff. You know what's really funny about this? This is going to be content, guys. There's gonna be one of these that ends up being giga broken. There'll be one pet that is just gonna run around one-shotting people in, just randomly one-shotting people in PvE now. Or PvP, rather. Nice. Oh, look, they did increase the radius here. I think they're a little bit stingy with, the radii of a lot of abilities. Like that Rev Shield offhand, for example. Very stingy. Benchmark, because I have to check all the pets. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, they might have to, because one of them might have slipped through. That's like mega OP. And Harmonic Cry. This is the, yeah, okay. I think the Frost Aura one is pretty interesting. So Icy Screech, you give AoE Frost Aura. Pretty cool. For your Druid, right? Some protection uptime on your Blue Mower. Simoth, you always get the Feather. Warthog, you always get the Scale. Pig, you always get the Greatsword. And then Boar, you always get the Rock. Interesting, actually, the way they went about that. That's actually pretty cool. So you basically pick what pig you want. Okay. Ethereal Field. That's actually pretty cool on the Narcotic Spores. So you get more confusion out of the Iboga, essentially. Okay. Base power coefficient from 0 to 0.45. And the bonus power coefficient goes down. So Iboga is going to pump, actually, in that case. The Ethereal Field's kind of nice, too. So you just get loads of random confusion stacks. Because you get loads of projectiles through that and stuff like that. Pretty interesting. Yes. Very good. Oh. Oh, this is not Flesh Golem charge. This is the, yeah, it's Jacaranda. Alright. Rifle will be a heal weapon for Mesmer? Could be, yeah. Although, you're probably going to be using shield a lot for heal Mesmer. But I guess you can have rifle and then shield in the offset as well. Why does your wiki have the skill icons? Because I put them there. Although I do need to update it by the looks of this. It seems like there's been a couple of changes to the Guild Wars 2 website. And as a result of that, it kind of breaks it. It has broken things. Yeah, the poison is 50%. Very strong, actually. That relic is potentially very, very scary in competitive modes. 50% healing reduction from poison. Very strong indeed. Do they actually have all of the new relics listed here somewhere? Not sure if they do. Ah. Oh, no. Let's see if they're listed anywhere with all of their effects. Nice. Poison. Is it right at the top? Well, these are the old ones. These are the old relics, guys. General. Plenga. Heel Scrapper. I think Heel Scrapper definitely is a little bit better here. I think that it has good changes, but it's actually a little bit tricky because with Heel Scrapper, some of the stuff's actually really nice. You're going to provide a lot of might now with this, with Blast Gyro. And you're also going to have like more... This is actually very strong now. 20-second cooldown. It's an AoE stun break and super speed on allies. Very, very good with this one. And you have a lot of stability now because you have Expert Examination for extra protection. And Mass Momentum also gives AoE protection now as well, which is pretty interesting, actually. Pretty interesting stuff, if you ask me. Scrapper. Scrapper Gaming. Yeah, some good quality of life for Catalyst as well. You don't need to get 10 stacks before you do 1 billion damage. And you don't have to maintain it. You don't get, like, brutally punished if you don't maintain your stacks. Now, the weird thing is about this one, if you use this, if you take this, right, you won't have any super speed because it's the same line or the same section as the stability, the super speed, right, on Scrapper. So it's a bit weird. A little bit of a weird one, guys. Bit of a weird one. Why is there a tab IP Grabber? There is not IP Grabber. It is Patch Grabber. Okay, that's what that is. That's exactly what it does. It grabs the patches. Ah. Enjoy. I'm so mad. Ain't it refuses to return the stability to Elixir U. Literally crying and shaking right now. Yeah. Well, I guess that's true. Wait, on the VOD they have CMC and Taylor muted, but not Roy. Oh no! Wait. Oh shit. He must have had them in the music channel, basically, like the audio channel that you do to mute music on the VOD. That is actually very unfortunate. Well, unlucky, I guess. It's probably fine on YouTube though, because I don't think YouTube can do that. So on YouTube, it's probably all right. That's the good news. That is the good news. It's going to be a bit weird on Twitch, though, I guess. You can just hear Roy umming and umming the entire time. That I actually have to see this. That is so funny. Oh my god. Wait, hang on. Let's take a listen. Here we go. Yeah. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, an hour of me nodding and saying yeah. Well, I mean, you know, these things happen, guys. Yeah, it is Roy ASMR. Oh, I'm coming back. I need to enlarge myself. There we go. This is good. I think it's fine on YouTube though, because YouTube can't really do that. Yes.
Revenant and PvP, because we have...
Listen to that, guys. Honestly, just beautiful stuff. We love to see it. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff, guys. Pretty interesting stuff. I think this is a very good patch overall. Very good patch overall, I think. For Guild Wars 2. Very good patch. Yeah. Yeah. This is one of my favorite changes. Axe clones no longer perform an attack chain and will still instead use only lacerating chop. I'm almost certain this is actually basically a bug fix because the axe was really problematic. It was really buggy, really fucking weird. And also, you could interrupt your axe clones and it would just fuck your damage, basically, if you did it wrong. So it was like a very weird build. So instead of doing that, they're like, okay, we'll just make it not do that. We will make it not do that instead. And if you think about it, you're going to end up with a lot of DPS, because look at this, guys. The skill now applies Bleeding in Torment for 3 seconds when used by a clone. This is actually very juicy. If you actually think about this, on Mirage. Because it means that every single attack they do is going to be half the final attack, basically. Because like the final attack, the really juicy one, Mirror Strikes, that was 6 seconds of both. Now, all of them will be 3 seconds of both. Wait, doesn't this actually make it really strong? Because let's think about it. Right now, an auto attack chain is going to... it's a little buff. Previously, guys, an auto attack chain with Mirage would be 8 stacks of bleeding and 8 seconds of bleeding and 8 seconds of torment. Now it's going to be, assuming that each auto attack chain is about the same length, which I think it is for Mirage. I think the final one's a little bit slower. But actually, the first one's pretty slow too. It's probably pretty similar. It will actually be 9 seconds of bleeding and torment in 3 attacks, as opposed to 8 of both. So this actually is a buff. To Mirage, like, you know, and you won't cancel it and completely own yourself at the same time, so there is that. Yeah. I do actually like that, I like that Trig is aware of fire wizards, right, and, you know, he wants fire wizards to have gameplay. That's pretty exciting stuff, guys. That's pretty exciting stuff. Very nice. Cone. Yeah. Cone. Well, Eisenhower. And Avatar, Lovebox, and Crackling Bacon. And my name is Pickle. Thanks for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. I love all subscribers. Everyone who subscribes to the stream is a Giga Chad, as they say. And that's a fact. Let me actually have a look at the heal measures. They went through this stuff really fast. It was actually a little bit too fast to read all of it. So let's go take a look. So Metaphysical Rejuvenation. This is a minor. You get AoE regen, 10-second ICD on a heal skill. Very good, actually. Very, very, very good. Because that gives you AoE regen access, which is something weirdly enough that Mesmer actually struggled with as a healer. Illusionary Defense. This is a Chaos Adept trait. Grant protection to nearby allies and use a Shatter skill. Prot duration scales based on the numbers of shattered clones. This is just going to be massive prot output for heal Mesmer. Very, very good trait, actually. Really strong. So that is another really good tool for heal Mesmer. Chaotic Transference. This is the master trait, right? In Chaos. When you grant Chaos Aura to yourself, also grant it to nearby allies. When you grant Chaos Aura to an ally, also grant them regeneration. So again, same kind of deal here. It's going to be, you have Omega regen access on this build now. Like, especially if you run Staff, right? Because you can basically give AoE Chaos Aura on Staff now, which will also give regeneration, and people get random boons when they get hit. Same with Illusionary Membrane. If you hit F2, you gain a Chaos Aura, then you share it with Chaotic Transference. And you also do more damage when you have Chaos Aura. I think this is actually quite cool as well for DPS Mesmer builds, because if you use the Chaos Straight Line, because it means that you'll kind of want to burst when you use your F2, which is kind of how the gameplay operates anyway, in a sense, right? So you kind of burst with your F2, and then the Chaos Aura gives you even more damage. And now we have Bountiful Disillusionment. The additional boon base on which Shatter Skill you use is now granted to nearby allies. Distortion grants stability instead of regen. This is very good. This is basically Chaos Chrono. So this now, when you shatter, you give Might AoE, you give Vigor AoE, Fury AoE, and Stability AoE on Distortion. This is very, very strong. Again, the radii, I don't know. I don't know how hard it is for them to... Can they skill split radii? I think they can on traits, because they did it on Rid of Persistence. I really feel like one thing that is lacking in a lot of these changes is actually the radii is dog shit on a lot of these abilities, because Herald has 600 radius on everything, and having 240 is just not good. It's not good, I'm sorry. You don't... No. So that might be something they might want to look at, but... You know, this is really interesting. Like, does this actually make heal Mesmer good now? That's an interesting question. Illusionary Inspirations have moved out of the minor Grandmaster slot, replacing Healing Prism. This trait now increases outgoing healing in addition to its previous effect. Oh my god! That is actually good. Because now, if you have the Inspiration trait line, you just straight up have AoE healing whenever you summon an illusion, right? Just for free. You don't have to take a trait for it, and you also get AoE healing modifier as well. And then now let's see, what does this do? This trait has been moved to the Grandmaster tier, replacing Illusionary Inspiration. The healing and condition removal now also affect nearby allies. Oh! I actually think this one you're probably going to play a bit more in in like competitive modes, right? Like world versus world and stuff. With this one with the shadows. I think in PvE you're gonna be a little bit more interested in the other ones, like the Signet one, for example, the distortion trait, because it means you can have the better Signet, right? Although maybe not, actually. I'm not sure if you even care about the better Signet anymore. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just take that and heal even more. Ego Restoration. Create a clone after using heal skill. Oh, that's pretty lame. No one cares. Temporal Enchanter. More super speed. And more super suit as well in PvE and PvP. Increase the area of effect. Okay, look, they did increase some of the area effects. Mental defense. This is another GM trait, right? Yeah, distortion grants resistance and breaks stuns for nearby allies. This is very, 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 very nice, actually, for World vs. World. Dude, that is actually so good. Holy shit. This is super exciting for World vs. World players. Check this out. So your distortion is now going to, in World vs. World potentially, stun break allies and give stability and resistance. Ooh. That is a good fucking skill. That is very good, actually. It is very juicy. I love to see it. Yeah, you can do this on HTCM, you're right, yeah. Because you can even just pre-resistance everyone, right? Or you can use it as a stun break if you want to go in that direction. That is the angle you can go. Very good. Yeah, the, someone link the update notes in the YouTube chat, please, guys. I can't link you these ones because they only work for me. I'm actually serious as well. Yeah, and then some buffs to Condivert in general. You know what's interesting? I think this... I feel like there's some potential here for a lack Mirage. Like, almost like a heal a lack Mirage as well. With staff. There's some potential there. I think that these changes to Mesmer, there's a lot going on. A lot of stuff that could be really cool here. Well, I guess you'd run Scepter, right? Scepter, Shield, and then Staff in PvE for some kind of heal Chronomancer. But yeah, you can run Shield on any weapon now, right? You can run Shield all the time. So I guess it doesn't matter. You can run anything, right? You can do anything. You can do anything you want. Yes. Nice. Anyone play Thief? What's the least played thing? I think the least played thing is... Isn't it NG? I think nobody plays NG, right? It's like NG and... I think NG and Rev people don't play a lot of. I think. And you can actually... I think you can see it on efficiency, can't you? Core Thief. Well, it's not Sag, guys. So, you know, this is actually a bit of brain rot that I'm going to have to train all of you guys to get out of. Something being unpopular doesn't mean it's bad, okay? Or doesn't mean it's weak. It just means that people don't play it. Like, those two things will correlate, but it's a one-way correlation, guys. If something is bad... You know, actually, it's not even actually a one-way correlation. Sometimes people play bad builds very commonly. For example, people played Heal Firebrand a lot, like back in Path of Fire. It wasn't a particularly good build then, to be honest. People still played it anyway in PvE because that's just what people played. Like, it's the two things don't always connect. They do sometimes, but not all the time. Yeah. Yeah, really cool stuff for Heal Mesmer. This is juicy. I was really hoping they'd do a bit more on Heal Warrior. Maybe Staff is going to be so powerful that, you know, it's going to blow us away, right? But I'm not going to lie, not much for the Heal Warriors here. Like, the arms trait line, I mean, there's got to be, you know what's actually very interesting? Why did they do this? Like, there's a fair bit of work that went into the arms trait line here. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a very worthy cause to try and make this trait line good, because it is definitely one of the trait lines that you don't see pop up that often. Outside, like, you know, pure DPS and for Condi in PvE. But imagine if they went, well, maybe they just feel like, you know, it's not time yet, you know, for the Heal Warrior. You know, Heal Warrior, it's not ready yet. It's still, you know, it's not cooked. It's undercooked right now. Because, look, people want to play Heal Warrior, guys. People want to be a heal-only warrior. It's a really weird spot, though, right? Because They're going to have difficulty with this, because, think about it, Bladesworn has Alacrity and Berserker has Quickness. I actually think Heal Berserker, I actually kind of love the idea of that. That sounds really cool. So Heal Quickness Berserker, that sounds super fun. But Bladesworn is difficult because you do not have the burst skill. And realistically, a lot of the value is probably going to be coming from the burst skill, like spamming your F1 when you're in Berserk mode, for example. And that does make it a little trickier, I think, to make some of this stuff actually end up working super well in the PvE sense, right? With like the support kind of heal warrior. A bit tricky. This is very nice. So honestly, I feel like warrior mains would be happy if it was just this change and just these two changes and nothing else. Well, these three. Honestly, these are actually bang on. These are bang on for PvE warrior. I mean, there's honestly not even that much to say here with Berserker here, because this is just such a good change for PvE. Well, all three of these, to be honest. I think everyone's going to have a lot of fun with that. Everyone is going to have a lot of fun with these changes. It makes every Berserker build just way more fun to play and definitely a lot more reliable for people like learning the build and so on. In PvE, and yeah, I actually think this is gonna feel fun as well. I think that Smash Brawler, just the idea of this is fun, right? It's like, you know, you keep using abilities and it extends your Berserk. I'll tell you what, guys, this is actually a very World of Warcraft style design, and honestly, it's one of the things that I love about class design in WoW. Almost all classes in WoW feed back into themselves, right? So you spend resource and then that makes your cooldowns go faster, or it makes stuff last longer, right? Like, the more buttons you press and the harder you blast, the more you can blast. This is like a really common concept in World of Warcraft class art, and it's very fun. I'd actually like to see more stuff like this, because if you think about it, this is actually a really cool trait now. What this basically does is it actually rewards you for playing well. You know, basically the more abilities you fit in, the better you actually use your abilities correctly, the longer you're going to be pumping in your Berserk mode. I think this type of design is really fun with a lot of things, where like your big cooldown feeds into your into your abilities. It feeds into your resource generation and also just like your class mechanic. It's really good. Yeah. It is very, very good. You love to see it. People didn't like it, didn't they? With all the combos. Wait, I think you mean Untamed, right? I mean, Untamed, it was maybe a little bit too much. It was a lot with Untamed, right? It's so yeah. I liked it. It was fun, but it was a bit crazy. It was a little bit wacky. It was a little bit too much, maybe. A little unhinged. Yeah. Yes. Smash Brawler isn't taken. Oh yeah, I guess because there's a Condi DPS trait there as well, right? On Smash Brawler, right? So I guess you can't really squeeze it in. Nice. Better shield build, didn't roll with staff. 2 rev. Wait, I mean that actually happened though. This is why it's always important to read the notes. This is a very good skill now. Check this out, guys. So, well, really nice change for heal rev, actually. Crystal Hibernation. This is now an AoE heal on shield. So, shield 5 is now an AoE heal with people around you. Really good. So, it's a block and also a powerful AoE heal. And also, Envoy of Exuberance. You get protection at the impact point instead of where the projectile passes. Wait, the skill now grants protection to allies at its impact point instead of where the projectile passes through them. The impact now also grants Aegis to allies. So this is a protection and Aegis ability as well. And it also does a lot of healing now. They doubled the healing coefficient on this ability. This is very good. This is fucking tasty. This is this makes, holy shit, this makes heal rev good. Oh my god. The only downside of this is that, right, the devs are in the chat. 240 radius for PvE is disgusting rat water. We have Herald in the game with 600 radius on everything it does, and we have fucking Shouts in the game. Why do we have rat piss, dog water, radius on some of these skills? Yeah. Give Druid 400 radius. I think 360 is totally fine. Like, 360 is fine. Not everything has to be 600. 600 is honestly pretty OP. Honestly, I'd be in favor of nerfing Herald boon radius, and I guess you can't nerf shouts, really. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but honestly, I'm sorry. Stand your ground giving 5 stacks of stability at 600 radius is kind of broken, to be perfectly honest with you. Very overpowered. Yeah, I don't know. It's Fiesta time, okay? It's Fiesta time. Yeah. What's Werber supposed to fall over? Listen. Skill split it, or teach the computer how to do a square root. I mean, how hard can it be? Come on. How hard can it be? Yeah. Nice. If you swap shouts to whispers, it will work. What's the most batshit broken world versus world build? I think something that players were disappointed to not see nerfed is that I believe hybrid willbender is absolutely terrorizing world versus world currently. Very funny. I always am amused by like the most degenerate roaming builds that exist. And yeah, I believe right now it is willbender. Just running around, just absolutely owning people. Very funny. Dude, look at all these, whoa, Chomp, let's go! Sonic Shriek. Wait, Tail Swipe. Oh, Soul Beast, okay. Swiper! Tail Swipe damage, 16-second cooldown instead of 24. Yeah. You mean Bookbender? Oh yeah, do you guys know, yo, Trig, do you know about this bug, dude? You can have, Firebrand terms on Willbender right now. Crazy. You guys might want to fix that. It's pretty busted. Pretty wacky bug, okay? Pretty wacky situation there. Yeah, big shout out to Trig, Fire Wizard enjoyer, Fire Wizard main, actually. Fire Wizard Money Gang. We love casting fire spells. Fire Wizard. Okay, yeah. Let's see, what was the other really big stuff? Oh, yeah, so let's actually think about this necro change. What does this actually mean? Okay. So, Parasitic Contagion is going Master, and Terror is going up. In PvE, in PvE, there's no way you can take this. I'll tell you what, though. It's really fucking good. If you want to make... You can have Lingering Curse and Parasitic Contagion at the same time now. So... Oh yeah, Terror is competing with Devouring Darkness. Man, dude, Curse's necro traits are so competitive. They're all so good. Like, is there a single bad trait in the Curse's trait line? I feel like Parasitic Contagion might be one of the worst traits, actually, in the trait line, weirdly enough. Oh, in PvE it sucks as well, because Solar nerfed it for some reason. The God Emperor just nerfed it for no reason. Yeah. Yes. Very nice. Yeah. Ellie opinion detected. Opinion rejected. I did that wrong. It's got to be Ellie main detected, opinion rejected. That's the way you got to do it. So if we look right now, Parasitic Contagion is kind of, it's a little bit dog shit, isn't it? Yeah, it's only 5% in PvE. It's pretty lame. There is absolutely no shot you really want to take this. I guess, well, no, honestly, no. No. Honestly, this trait is actually so bad, it's probably more comparable to something like Plague Sending. No joke, actually. It's not good, to be honest. Pearl and Kadeen too. It's way better to take Blood Magic than to take Parasitic Contagion, because Lingering Curse is a god tier trait. Honestly, a trait like this is repulsively strong. So it's really important to understand what Lingering Curse actually does. What Lingering Curse actually does is it doesn't just give you 50% duration, it modifies the base duration, which then is also then in turn modified by expertise. So what you end up with is that your scepter condition durations actually end up being 3 times longer than they otherwise would be, with, well, at max, right? So instead of going up to 100% condition duration, you basically go up to 300% condition duration, because the 50% gets modified by the 100%, right, that you get from your expertise. So this trait is absolutely insane. In fact, this trait is so good that it's actually been propping up Necromancer in PvE since they made it this way. It is absolutely crazy. This single trait is why Necro does damage in PvE pretty much, or at least all the Condi Necro builds. It's that good. I guess with Harbinger, that's kind of been reduced, to be fair, a little bit, because, you know, Harbinger does a lot of damage as well, but yeah, this trait's pretty good. Pretty good. Yes. It is very nice. Blood Fiend, yeah, but you need sustain to take blood, right? Like, if you take that, yeah. R/Guild Wars 2 Fire Wizard. Wait, did they actually update? Wait, did they update the thing to say, yeah, random user, let's go? Very nice. Very good. Very good. Yes! I am a fire camping staff Ellie. No elite spec. I played this since launch and I will not change. I join Reworks when they ask for my role. I reply, Fire Wizard. When is Anet going to fix their mistake and make Fire Staff? Hardest build to play in-game, get the DPS it deserves after all the trade-offs it has to make. I posted over 13,000 times on the official forums asking for this, and no response. I am Fire Lord. Very nice. Very good. Very good. That's true, they didn't change. That's true. Well, that's true, actually, Roy. You didn't change dual wielding, which has the exact same problem as Mesmer Scepter trait. Oh, dear. This guy's has got a point. Oh, dear. Ooh. You've been exposed. Very nice. Man, you know, the Scrapper change is so interesting. I do like that they're buffing DPS Scrapper. It's actually a cool build, in my opinion. Look at this, though. This trait is insane. Check this out, guys. The condition damage penalty from this trait has been removed. Increase the bonus power stack per stack of might from 20 to 40 in PvE only. Bear in mind, guys, might, this actually over doubles the strength of might. When you equip this. This is crazy. It is actually so strong. Like, yeah. Very strong. Because bear in mind, guys, might gives you plus 30, right? Like, it gives you 30 power, 30 condition damage. So now it's going to give you 70 might, 70 power, and 30 condition damage on your... This is for full DPS Scrappers, though. This is full DPS Scrapper. In PvE only. Very strong. That is going to be some serious damage, actually, on this build. That basically says, you know, I just want to put this in perspective, guys. They just said, oh yeah, Power Scrapper plus 500 power. Yeah. 500 power. To put that in perspective, if you... I've got like a normal build, you're going to have like 2.5k power-ish, unbuffed, right? Before you start getting into buffs. It's like 2.5k, 2.6k, 2.7k. So they're just giving Scrapper another 500 power onto all that. Absolutely insane. Really strong. Really, 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 really strong. What's actually interesting is that its power value is going to be so high that actually might change its stat weights. I wonder if you're going to see, like, Dragon Gear on Scrapper for this reason in particular. Because when you get really high power values, Ferocity starts being better than Power. because of the way maths works, right? You know, look, it's multiplicative, right? Versus like a linear scale, whatever. It's maths, okay? And that actually might be really interesting. Like, you might actually see some kind of gearing options for Scrapper. Yeah, exactly. It's like if your power is more than your ferocity plus 2,250, then ferocity is better. Like that's the magic number or something like that. Can it get 100% crit? NG crit. I think NG crit caps very easily because Fury is 25% now, and I think you get 30% from firearms. So you don't need that much precision on that build. You crit cap pretty easily. So I think you can probably get away with at least a couple of pieces. Yeah. You can get a couple of little pieces in there. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. You love to see it. Has hundreds of builds in any other MMORPG? Well, I mean, honestly, it kind of doesn't. But, you know, there definitely is some good build variety. Very big. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. When they nerfed it, initially said it was a good change. Same with the Vigorate Precision and Impact Savant. I didn't actually. Nerfing Parasitic Contagion, not really, because that just didn't have any. You know, that talent was never really picked anyway. It didn't really have any competition. The good nerfs there to the sustain was definitely Impact Savant. That was absolutely broken. It's still incredibly good. And the difference there is that you didn't have any trade-off for it. It was completely passive. It was the same with Battle Scars. And Invigorating Precision, also very, very strong. It's still actually very good, by the way. It's just that one just didn't have much of a trade-off. Funny enough, the trade-off actually is a little bit bigger now. Yeah. Yup. And also times change. Things are a bit more powerful these days. You can probably get away with a little bit more. Although Impact Savant was absolutely insane. It was like 15%. It was 15% actually, or something like that. Lifesteal and Scrap. It was unbelievably insanely good with that one. Yes. There we go. Big content. Yeah, removing the knockdown from Smoke Scale is a very based change. It is an extremely zaced change, in fact, guys. One of the most zaced changes I've ever seen. Okay, very, very annoying to play against. It's big. Oh, man, this is really interesting. Like, the... I guess you actually have a lot of choice now on what trait you want to take here. Because basically, these two compete with the super speed trait. System Shocker and Mass Momentum. Very tricky, I think. Because super speed is very good. Definitely one of the kind of key things. You don't need it to apply quickness anymore. So you actually do have a lot of flexibility. You have a lot of flexibility here. But you get 5 stacks of stability in PvP. Ooh, man, that's going to be good. But this is actually really fun. So Scrapper is going to end up with a bit of AoE barrier here. It is only on your function gyro, so it's not that much. But combined with Mace, it's actually going to be decent. You're going to have a reasonable amount of barrier access. And now you can give stability on your gyro, on function gyro as well. I'm not a huge fan of everything. There's a lot of loading onto the function gyro here. For example, if you then take Expert Examination, you now give protection when you summon your function gyro. It's nice that you use it on your toolbelt skill. You know, that doesn't work on, you know, that's pretty cool, right? So you use a toolbelt skill, you also give AoE protection. That's pretty good. But it's still, you know, it's going to load up the function gyro a lot. Your function gyro is potentially going to be giving stability. It's going to be also rezzing people, and it's giving protection at the same time. A very loaded ability there. You love to see that. But yeah, there's definitely some pretty situational stuff there. If you don't need the super speed, you're going to pick the other ones, right? Which is kind of where you want to be. Having the smaller radius on the gyros, I guess, is a bit sad, but there's definitely some good potential here, I think, for this. Oh, man. You know, this build is very, very juicy, actually. Like, Power Scrapper, man, you're going to be a monster. You're going to be unkillable because of the Barrier Lifesteal trait. You're going to do 1,000,000 DPS. And also, you are going to have stability in yourself as well because of Applied Force. Man, this is juicy. It's only a 3-second duration, I guess, but you have, like, reasonable uptime of this. It's pretty good. Wow. Blast Gyro, so you have more might uptime in PvE, basically, for the support builds. This is pretty good. You know, I think, you know, I do want to see them kind of unleash. Look, you know, Herald exists in the game, right? Herald exists. And as long as Herald exists, you can get a little, you know, a little goofy with the boon application, right? You can kind of go a little crazy. Yeah. That's how it is. Lurkin Lizard and Storm there. And Yargan. Thanks to the primes, by the way, guys. Yeah. Because there's still quite a lot of rat water boon application. I would describe a lot of boon application in this game, guys, and a lot of builds that aren't Herald to be rat water. Okay? Yes. Wait, today I learned that casuals don't even enjoy Glint and therefore don't use it. Wait, what are you talking about? How is that possible? What do they do here? Because they actually skipped over these changes very quickly. Honestly, the Bandage Blast, that could be fun. That's going to be fun, actually. I will enjoy that. That seems like a cool ability to use. Soothing Detonation. This is all PvP stuff. Yeah, PvP here, PvP. Support NG in PvP? I don't know about that one. I mean, maybe with the stability application here. All this kind of stuff, like protection application. I don't know about that one, though, to be honest. Like, the supports are pretty damn good. Like, Tempest Guardian is pretty good. Firebrand as well. I mean, if Firebrand is good in PvP, it's one of those things that I think is potentially very scary because it has so much flexibility. I feel like Firebrand's potential is very high. If it ends up being good in PvP, it's going to be very good at everything, right? Some good changes there. We're going to do like a proper, like, actual read-through breakdown, guys, for the YouTube video, so don't worry. I'm just kind of skipping over, just kind of making sure that I know what actually happened with this one. We've got to know what's actually going on. This stuff is actually very big for PvE, by the way. Like, the 5 stacks of might in PvE, really nice for Heal Firebrand, actually. Heal Firebrand's might application, very mediocre. Now less mediocre, because you can just use ashes to give might there, which is pretty good. It's also very powerful in PvP, of course, actually. Giving 5 might to your entire team and a little burn when you're pushing into a team fight or something like that, actually very strong. 5 might's very relevant. Very good. This is a nice quality of life too, actually. It'll make playing Firebrand in PvP a lot smoother. You can, and you'll need that as well, because of course, Firebrand's disadvantage compared to Core Guard is that it's slow, right? You are slow. So... Well, this is actually very interesting. I assume this will only proc... This will only proc on a virtue... A blue virtue, not a red one. Right? Yeah. It's gotta be. Because otherwise you can just like, go in and out of the tomes and give yourself 1 billion quickness. Yeah, okay. It has to be a blue tome, yeah. Okay. Gotta say, that would be very, very unhinged, if that was the case. I do think Firebrand has some potential here. The issue that it often has is that it struggles to survive compared to a lot of the other supports. It's not that tanky, because if you play Firebrand, you kind of give up Valor a lot of the time, I think, on Guardian. So you end up with, like, Honor, Virtues, and then Firebrand on top of that, so you're a bit vulnerable. We'll have to see, compared to Core Guard. See if it can live. I think it's something to watch out for, though. You gotta keep a keen eye on Firebrand, just in general, I think. Yeah, you gotta watch out, guys. Gotta watch out for that kind of stuff. I do like Shield of Courage having its cooldown reduced, actually, just flat out. Reason being, I think that Dragon Hunter can really find its place in PvE as this kind of more defensive damage option that has some group support baked into it with its heal and shield. I think it's actually quite nice, to be honest. This is really nice, by the way, for PvE as well as PvP. Because check this out, guys. Guardian, Dragon Hunter, in PvE, none of the traits in Adept you actually care about. You basically have free reign over which one you pick. But of course, you also use a lot of traps. So now you just basically have a bunch of extra free Aegis on Dragon Hunter. This is just really tanky on that spec now. Also very nifty for maintaining Aegis for virtues, right? For doing more damage with the virtues. It makes maintaining that much easier. Especially seeing as like you want that damage mod from virtues when you're using your traps anyway, because that's when you're in your burst window. Therefore, having this piercing light here is going to give you an Aegis right as you activate your burst window, pretty much. So it's going to almost like guarantee that you're going to get very high value out of that virtues trait line, in addition to, you know, pretty significantly improving your overall survivability as well at the same time. So this is very powerful, I think, actually, for DPS Dragon Hunter builds. And also every DH all just gets a free 180 vitality, which is a really big deal. Actually, that is juicy. Let's go. The Prime, by the way, Liscott. Good trait. Yes, good trait. Yeah, this is a nice change for the mech as well. Again, I felt like the radius could be a little bit bigger because the mech is Papega, right? Like the mech is a Papeg a lot of the time. And sometimes it just wanders away. It can actually just wander out of the 360 very easily, guys. You know, the mech is Papege. Invigorating speed is actually pretty cool as well. This trait will now activate when gaining super speed. This is obviously big for Hollow. In fact, I almost thought this was specifically aimed at the Hollow Sword 2 interaction. In fact, I'm almost certain that's the case. Because, of course, one thing that's very interesting about Hollow Sword 2 is that it gives you super speed, but I think they made if you take that trait, it doesn't give you swiftness anymore on the Hollow Sword 2. It gives you super speed instead and breaks you out of all slows. So you kind of weren't able to interact with it with invigorating speed. Now you can. Oh yeah, sorry, Hollow Forge 2. Hollow Forge 2, not Sword 2. Hollow Forge 2, which is like the leap ability. So now you'll get your Vigor uptime there as well. And you also have stability. So I think they definitely want to make Hollow good in PvP. Not a surprise, I think Hollow is one of the more enjoyed specs in PvP, actually. One of the more kind of like loved specs, in my opinion, with this stuff. Alongside the Spectrum Shield. The fact that this is actually 5 stacks of stability, very tasty, actually. Very, very nice, actually. Because bear in mind, this is a stun break, damage reduction, which is good, so you can actually brawl properly. And you're going to get stability now. Very, very good. Yeah, very good. Oh, you don't get the reduced recharge anymore, though. Ooh, I didn't see that, actually. So, yeah, okay. So, it's a bit of a trade-off there. But you do get the stability, at least. Yeah. And then Flash Spark. This is the tool belt skill for this ability. And the cooldown's down. And that's actually, this is, by the way, guys, this is actually kind of big. Blind in PvP, very significant. Having a short cooldown, instant cast blind is actually exceptionally good. And this is another one of those things that is just nice to have on Hollow. This is actually very good in 1v1s because, of course, what you can do is that you can blind your opponent. You can, blind in PvP can often be very similar to Aegis. So you can kind of think about this as a reverse Aegis in a way because it allows you to cause one of your opponent's attacks to miss. Like, very notable against warriors, for example. If a warrior is going to hit you with a really big F1 skill, and you can blind them. Warriors are very susceptible for blind in this regard. Unless they have the stupid resistance trait, then fuck you. You know, then that's going to hit you anyway. Yeah. Yes. Very big. Emergency Elixir. This trait will now activate after using an elite skill, instead of where being struck below the health threshold. Oh, man. Ew. Using a heal skill? That's nice. Ooh, man, that's kind of juicy. Ooh. Whoa. Yeah, that's really good, actually. That's really good for transmute. Because that means your heal skill basically now converts 2 conditions into boons whenever you pop your heal skill. That's really strong, I think. I assume it doesn't have an ICD either. It's just like whenever you use your heal skill. And a lot of NG heal skills, they're not only good, but they also have short cooldowns as well. So, for example, like the Hollow heal skill is a very short cooldown. Healing Turret has a short cooldown. The Elixir has a short cooldown. Hell, even the Medkit F1 has a short cooldown. So you're actually going to be able to get a lot of value out of that. It's just going to help with the condition pressure a lot. NG sometimes has a problem with condition pressure. It's definitely one of the historically more condi vulnerable builds. That's very good for dealing with that, I think. Emergency elixir. Using an elite skill. Honestly, let's be honest. That probably needs to be reworked. That is... How would I describe that? I would say goofy, weird, very unusual, to be honest. Use your elite skill. Well, I mean... this is like weirdly... this is a really weird trait now, I think. Because if you have something like Mortar Kit, then this is actually pretty powerful. You can just proc it whenever you want, right? And then leave, because Mortar Kit has no cooldown whatsoever. Maybe you're popping Supply Crate on someone, so you're kind of pushing in, and then you're kind of going crazy with it, with the barrier and protection. Yeah, with Mortar Kit, very powerful, actually. Maybe even scary. It has a long cooldown, though. Wait, does it still have, like, a giga cooldown in PvP? I don't think it does, right? I think it's 40 seconds in PvP. Oh, it's 100-second cooldown. Holy shit, it's dog shit. Okay, never mind. Yep. Yeah, that's a rework. Ha 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 ha. GG. Yeah. Oh, cooldown is down to 30 seconds. No, it's not. Okay, never mind. Okay, cancel that. Cancel that. The cooldown is down to 30 seconds. All right, okay. Yeah, on Mortar Kit, that's interesting. And NG builds like to run that. The elite skill is actually pretty good. Man, NG elites are surprisingly competitive. They're all pretty decent in PvP. Like, yeah. Because Mortar Kit is obviously good, especially on the more duelist-oriented builds, like the more 1v1-oriented builds. You also have, like, the potential to use Supply Crate, and the Hollow elite skill is also good. Yeah, I have to say, actually, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's not horrible with the beam, to be fair, actually, because if you use this with the beam, you're about to probably push in. You're going to zap someone with the beam, then you're going to go in, right? With your... And then you'll have, like, 3k barrier and some protection on it as well. Pretty interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's the NG stuff. Yeah, this is just kind of nice. Really nice quality of life for Catalyst. It's just, I guess it makes the trait a little bit less spicy, but yeah, really cool. This is, we don't know what the number is on Aquatic Stance, but I actually have a suspicion this is going to be really fucking nice for Weavers. So any kind of, honestly, this is a really nice ability. If this actually, by the way, if this becomes good on Weaver, this is a lot bigger than it sounds, guys. Because this will not only be a very solid self-sustain tool, because the healing's going up a lot. Overall, and you're getting a dodge, some endurance, probably 50 in PvE, I want to say, is probably where it will be. This is also an AoE heal, so if you end up playing this, you're actually going to contribute to your team with this, and you'll have the option to either heal yourself or sustain your team a little bit a couple of times, which I think is actually pretty good, because it's like a little AoE heal thing that you can do. And bear in mind, this is a charge ability, right? Like Weaver stances have 2 charges, so you get 2 of these. This is actually potentially very good, I think. Really powerful for any kind of DPS Weaver in PvE, for sure. So you can actually be useful. And this is kind of nice. I was expecting them to actually buff the barrier a little bit on Weaver, because Weaver mains won't know about this because they are not a support. They are fire wizards. But Weaver actually gives AoE barrier whenever you do a duel skill, right? So whenever you do a duel skill, you do that. It's pretty big. And now you can also heal your team as well. How exciting is that, guys? It's not very much barrier, to be fair, but it's some barrier. It's a non-zero barrier. Tornado. The tornado change, I think, is... Dude, what is this? Ain't it fix your sight? Oh, wait, I broke it, so I guess I can't really complain. But yeah, the tornado thing is interesting, actually. I think the problem is that it's pretty rough to trade off your elite skill a lot of the time on LE. Ellie elite skills are good. You know, Weave Self is good. Glyph of Greater Elementals is good. Fiery Greatsword is good. So, do I see people playing Tornado in PvE? I mean, maybe in very niche scenarios. Because the thing is, in order to kind of CC, you also have to be a Tornado for a little bit, which is a bit awkward. You know, it's probably going to be on bosses that have invuln phases. Bosses that have invuln phases while having Defiance bars. So stuff like Samurog and stuff like Sloth. Like, that's where Tornado can be good, I think. But if you want to do this to break a regular Defiance bar, the problem that you're going to run into, right, is that you do no damage, right, while you turn into a Tornado. So while other classes, they can kind of CC and still do DPS, you're a Tornado. And, you know, GG. Unlucky. Woven Stride. This is the GM trait, isn't it? Yeah, this is one of those traits that I think hasn't seen that much play. This trait now additionally removes a condition when gaining Super Seal Swiftness with a 3-second internal cooldown in PvE and a 5-second internal cooldown in PvP and World versus World. Think a Tornado will be for breaking whirlpools, dragons. I mean, it will be good for that. That is true, yeah. And I guess you could take it on a heal build. Maybe you would take it on Heal Tempest for CC instead of the DPS build. But then you can't heal people, which is also a little bit awkward. But I don't know, maybe. Because I guess, yeah, like big CC on Heal Tempest. Could happen. Yeah, I mean, this is just like, they want to make the trait a little bit better, right? It doesn't really see huge amount of play overall in that regard. This is, you know, this is also a big one. Fix the projectiles, lose their ability to strike enemies when their duration was refreshed. That is actually, yeah, meme. Very funny. I like that you get more critical strike chance bonus as well. That's always good. Changes like that are always nice. Just helps out with the gearing a little bit. And I actually do like the idea. I like the idea of pushing classes to actually have some flexibility on crit capping so that, you know, some builds can have dragon gear. I actually think this is a good way that they can balance durability across professions in Guild Wars 2. Because obviously certain professions have higher vitality and higher armor and so on. So if they want to make a certain elite spec a little bit tankier, make it crit cap easier. Because then you can run dragon gear on it. And then you have a little bit of extra vitality on that build while not really compromising the damage. And I think that's definitely one of the numbers they can play with that can really help out some specs that they want to have a bit more durability is playing with the crit cap. Yup. Very nice. Yeah. Distortion is kind of crazy. Yeah, the distortion is very, very, very fucking good next patch. Yeah. That's going to be really fun for all of the Heal Mesmer fans. Because, yeah, it's going to be Aegis, resistance, stability. Oh, man, very good. Very nice. Oh, man. What a meme. Delete that footer from DevTools? Yeah, that's what I am going to do. I'm just going to delete it so we can use this. Because the footer is, it has invaded our personal space. And as a result of that, it's got to go. I will cleanse it. Hang in there, guys. Okay. Oh, there's still a little bit left. Oh, I nearly got all of it. Oh, look at that, guys. Isn't that beautiful? I deleted their site. It's gone. Yes. Very nice. Screech. Peck. Peck. Increase the power coefficient. of Peck. I like the idea of the devs just going through like every pet and saying, you know what? Jab, more damage. Maul, more damage. A basic melee knockback. Is it even a knockback, though? That's the question. Like, the tooltip clearly says basic melee knock... Oh, this is probably the wrong version of the skill, though, isn't it, actually? Because the way my system looks up all the skills, it's not exactly smart. It tries to be a little bit smart, and it sometimes gets it right. But oftentimes it doesn't really know which version of the skill they're talking about. Because if you think about it, they're not actually being super explicit with what skill this is. So it basically looks at the first one. For example, Chomp, I believe, is actually... This is the shark version of the skill, I believe. As it turns out. Yeah. I'm a little short for my legendary. Send me 17 gold, please. Oh, you're trolling, actually. No, I can't. No gold for you. Terrifying Howl. Regenerate. Okay. Look at all these abilities, guys. They're just all way better. It's crazy. Quickening Screech. That's actually kind of juicy. If you think about it, right? Check this out. This means that you can remove movement impairing effects from nearby allies. It's a very strong thing to be able to do, especially in competitive game modes. It's very juicy. Every day we move closer and closer to Soul Beast. Stance share Soul Beast being OP. Staff got a meme buff. I would honestly... Let's actually have a look at the Thief pistol buff. So this is a Condi Thief change, basically. Now, what do they want you to do here? I think the key one here is actually Shadow Strike. Torment stacks from 2 to 4 in PvE. Increase the repeater effect duration from 4 to 10 seconds in PvE. And from 4 to 5 seconds in PvE. Increase the repeater effect stacks from 1 to 3 in PvE and 1 to 2 in PvP and World Sword. The effect causes the repeater skill to cost 1 less initiative, and 1 stack of the effect is consumed when using repeater. So this is going to be basically a pistol dagger build. Condition damage pistol dagger. And it's 4 stacks of torment. I mean, I don't know. Like, pretty interesting. No Thief sword buffs, so PvE feels bad. Well, I think that's kind of like a heal Thief weapon. They didn't really do much for heal Thief this patch. This is kind of a... I'm actually really curious about this one. This is pretty good, I think. This makes a Lack Spectre and Heal Spectre better, because you'll obviously you'll do that quite often in PvE, right? And it is high value. Yeah. It is high value. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the problem with this ability is that whenever you use it, it's always going to be a bit of a meme, right? It's going to be a bit of a meme, because it teleports you back when you use it, which is always going to be a little bit awkward to use in a PvE scenario. But yeah. In general, a lot of Thief builds have this problem. Like, Thief is one of those classes that has a lot of animation locking on it. And a lot of forced movement. Stuff like that is always super awkward to play. Like Dagger Thief, Pistol Dagger Thief, Staff Thief. It's always kind of annoying to play. Yeah. Staff is nice. You won't grief people on Matthias with punishing strikes anymore. Having more control is always fun. I think what's fun about this one too is that this is actually very good. This is basically 0-second cooldown, on-demand reflect. Pretty cool, actually. Yeah, pretty cool. The warrior changes, I think they're actually so troll. Oh man, I love trolling warrior mains, and ArenaNet clearly do as well. Yeah. Look how conservative they were with Soldier's Focus, guys. Heal attribute scaling from 0.8 to 1. Protection duration from 2 to 4 seconds in PvE. I mean, that's pretty good, to be fair, actually. That's a decent amount of PvE protection uptime. And 2.5 to 3 seconds in PvP in World versus World. You know, Heal Warrior is a build that is almost reportable to play it, right? Like, it is sus. If I see someone playing Heal Warrior, I am suspicious of them. Like, what are you doing here? Like, you know, what's going on here? And now it's a little bit better. I think a lot of warrior mains secretly want to heal. You know, they love healing. I feel like Nike wants nothing more than to be a full heal, no boon warrior. Very nice. My first build back in 2012 was full... See, look, Jimmy. Full cleric, shout warrior. I told you guys. He loves it. He loves it, my friends. He absolutely loves it. Look, heal warrior is coming, guys. Heal warrior is coming. Make no mistake. Man, I just keep wanting to go back to the Mesmer changes. They're actually bringing Chaos. They have literally brought Chaos Chrono back. Chaos Chrono is back. I need to log my Mesmer. Let's see what we got. Test these changes before they go live? No. And when they're in the game, they're here forever. So if they're dog shit, there's no escape. It's over for us. Here we go. Okay, this is weird. YouTube just sent me a notification that I'm live.
What have you been moving?
It's a bit weird, no?
Everybody's happy for some new flavors. This bag here, full of carrot bread. Some fisherman in Xingjie's nuts for this stuff.
Very nice. Okay. Not sure what the motive... Why would the website tell me that? Okay, so if you're going to play heal, I feel like heal chrono is going to be the way there. I wouldn't sleep on heal Mirage, though. It's going to be chrono. Pretty sure it's going to be a Chronomancer situation. I think there's some really interesting potential here. What's cool about this... This is really fun. What's cool about this... is that you can actually do quickness or alacrity on heal chrono. You can actually do both, which is really fun, with like not really much change in like how your build actually operates. I actually don't really know what you run on heal chrono these days, but you get... Oh man, getting this trait for free is so good, to be honest. Oh man, it's so good. Would you run the Signet trait? You probably do, right? Because that gives you loads of Aegis access. You have SOI. Oh man, SOI is pretty juicy. You know, check this out. This is a fascinating bug. You'll like this one, Trig. Check this out. Signet of Inspiration. Duration increase, 3 seconds. On the tooltip. Look what happens when we take Blurred Inscriptions. Boom. The Signet no longer has that tooltip on it. The boon duration increase, deleted. It is gone. It's over. It's removed from the tooltip. Absolutely fascinating bug. What is going on here? I don't know. But, you know, the distortion just deleted the boon extension there. It does still work correctly, obviously. I think it does anyway. But, yeah. Wow. Very exciting. I mean, would you still want this trait? I mean, this one is pretty cool, right? Because now you have a stun break on mental defense, but this one is also pretty good as well. Because you can just spam Signet of Inspiration on everyone. You obviously would end up running Chaos. Oh, it's so good. Look at that. Ah! Nice. Nice! I think the radius on Bountiful Disillusionment is 240. It doesn't actually say. Oh, because it doesn't have a radius, actually. Maybe it is 360. I think it used to be 240. Because now, yeah, it's single target right now. But back in the day, I think it was 240. Yeah, because now you get a healing modifier as well. You get a healing modifier with Illusionary Inspiration, which is pretty nice. And then you'd probably, yeah, you might take Chaotic Transference. Yeah, I'll take this one. Yep, you'll take that one because this one basically lets you share your Chaos Aura around all over the place, which is very exciting. And you're probably going to take this one because this gives you a load of protection uptime. Because, you know, protection uptime on this build is actually a bit unreliable because, of course, shield is weird and you needed to have shield in order to do the thing. And you're going to end up running something like this. Would you run Staff on this build? You'd run Scepter, basically. Man, look at this, guys. I actually have Ascended gear on this guy. That's how old this character is. Can you guys believe that? I have actual Ascended gear. This is some boomer shit right here, man. Like, not even legendaries. That's crazy. I'm not sure if Staff is really going to be value, to be honest. Well, maybe it is. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, Scepter, Shield, and Rifle. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. The only good character you have. Keep giving Chaos Aura that gives regeneration. Yeah, but you give regeneration when you use your heal skill. To be honest. Like, yeah, sure, you can have Staff. The thing is, like, Staff, I feel like it's such a... I don't know. I always feel a little bit sus when I'm using this weapon. Like, this one here, Winds of Chaos, it gives might, but it only hits 2 people. Well, 3 people, right? Because it bounces or whatever. That's very sus to me. If it bounced like 5 times in PvE, that would be pretty zaced. Then you could give loads of might and fury with your auto attack. Be pretty big. But yeah, you're going to run something like this. And you have a lot of options for utility skills. Because you can take any utility skills that you want, right? You can do anything you want. Oh, man. You know, it would be really fun to take the... I feel like you can actually... I feel like you can actually take the res trait on this build. You can take the res trait. This is going to be really good too, actually. It's going to be like AoE condition removal. There's a lot of good stuff here. Nice. I think having Signets is good, or at least SOI, so you can give the Aegis very easily. You can take Precog for more Aegis. I think this build is actually going to be good. Yeah. They already have Fury. Yeah, I guess what's good is that you can do this too, right? You can, so if you're... What you can do is you can be tanking it. You can be tanking. So you're going to tank on this build, and then you can phase retreat through it, right? To share Chaos Aura as well. Bit awkward, but it is what it is. You can definitely make that happen. I have a bit of a suspicion this build will actually be good next patch. You know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to do a predicted tier list. There we go. That's what we're going to do. I will do a tier list of what I think is going to be good next patch. There you go. Because I love YouTube content, guys. Yeah! Distortion is going to be so nice. You're going to give AoE stability here. You're going to have AoE... You know, the fact that you can give stability on your Distort is actually insane if you think about it. That means Mesmer is like the most flexible healer that exists. Because you can take any utility skill you want. Because you basically have every boon that's good baked into your kit. You have Aegis from the Inspiration trait line. You have Stability from the Chaos trait line. You have Quickness and Alacrity from the Necromancer trait line. Then you have Protection also. Your Protection, Might, Vigor and Fury, and Regen. Where'd you get your Swiftness on this build? Ooh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well, Staff, I guess, right? And someone's going to say, focus. Nope. That's unreliable shit. Well... Oh, no, we have Shield 5. It's fine. Yeah, they added Swiftness to this. They added Swiftness to this. Do you guys not remember? Are you guys noobs? Yeah, look, you have Swiftness here. And you also have Might too on it. And Protection here. This is pretty good, actually. Are you guys bad? And then you can just take a bunch of wells and heal people. I almost think you don't even need the Mantra trait here because you're going to heal a lot from having restorative illusions, and you're going to heal a lot from having illusionary inspiration just for free, and just quickness and just auto-attacking basically, and also blocking. Bear in mind, this summons 2 clones, right? So block a boss's auto-attack, you're going to heal everyone around you. Auto-attack chain, you're going to heal everyone around you. Yo! Has Terra got somewhat nerfs? It's competing with Lingering Curse. To be honest, the Necro Curses trait line is just one of the strongest trait lines in the entire game. Every single trait there is very good. Every single one is good. It's very, very good. In some ways, it's actually buffed. And I actually suspect that Terra is actually better now. The reason is it doesn't compete with Path of Corruption. Oh, it's quite a clever change as well, actually. They want Core Necro to be good. This is the thing. Look at the notes. I actually think they want to bring Core Terramancer back, specifically. Because take a look at this. Life Transfer is going to bleed now, right? And what build would you take Terra on? Like, this... Oh, man. Core Necro in PvP. Isn't this going to be really gnarly? Core Necro now has Path of Corruption for Shroud 2, which is a double boon corrupt. And you have Terra as well on your GM. You would drop Weakening Shroud for that, but that trait is way worse now because it doesn't corrupt anymore. So maybe you actually don't care about that and you just go for more damage. Ooh. Ooh. Grandma's Slot 2 for Inspiration Heal Mesmer. I'm role-playing the next patch. You get this one for free next patch. Very... it's swapping with Healing Prism. I'm RPing. Illusion Inspiration is baked in. And you get a healing modifier as well. Oh yeah, and you can run Pistol. Holy shit. Yeah, and you can run Akeem Relic. Man, yeah, this is good, no? I can see that being really good in PvP. Because you can do Path of Corruption and Terror. And Life Transfer bleeds now, which is actually good. One of the things that Core Necro really sucks at is actually AoE cleave. In like a downstate scenario when you've got someone down or you're about to get someone down. Core Necro is very bad at that. It does not have pressure. It doesn't have cleave pressure. It's good at killing people. It's one of the things... I think it's almost like a Necro problem in a way, except aside from Reaper, obviously. Like, Necro is very good at killing stuff, and then you kind of run out of juice, and you can't finish the job a lot of the time. Yeah, good healing and Condi Cleanse now. Yeah, I'm also I'm role playing next patch. Look, I've got it selected because it's this one. This one's going here. Restorative Illusions is going here. I'm role playing. I actually suspect that might not even be necessary though. You're gonna heal a decent. Well, yeah, nah, maybe you do need this. Yeah, that and Illusion Inspiration is probably good. Then the Wells trait, like this healing source, yeah. Oh, this sucks though. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you can't. Yeah, you can't have both of these, can you? Which one do you end up taking? Fucking hell. Yeah, yeah, because you want this for the healing. AoE, ooh, that's nice. AoE Condi Cleanse, probably very good in World versus World. The problem here is that then you don't get the Signet trait, and not having the Signet trait definitely sucks. What one is going here? What do you have here? Oh, this just says, this one is turning into, whenever you use a heal skill, get a clone. Which one would you take? Oh, the Master slot is not that good for this build anymore, is it? Oh, that sucks. I guess maybe Temporal Enchanter is good. I don't know. Yeah, the choice here is not going to be very exciting for that build. Because what, I mean, you wouldn't run it. Oh, maybe Temporal Enchanter, feedback, and then just res people, and you can use it for super speed and resistance? Maybe? Ooh. Oh, no. We'll get there when we get there. Yes. Yeah, Terra, this is going to be interesting. GM trait now. Yeah, you don't really want Lingering Curse in PvP anyway. What you would take is Weakening Shroud. Now Terra, honestly, I feel like is going to be a really good choice. I think Core Necro could definitely emerge from the ashes with this one. I believe. Parasitic Contagion. I actually think the biggest loser is actually Parasitic Contagion here. Would you ever take this on a build now? Is there a single build that would use this? Yo, Planix with the raid, Plengar. Planix, you got any of that juice? No, you wouldn't use it for pylon kiting. It's bad. If you use this on pylon kiting, you're bad and you're griefing your team. Use blood magic if you need more sustain. I don't know. I actually think this trait is pretty dog shit now. I don't think, well, to be fair, you didn't really take it. Yo, Planix, have you got any of that juice? And by the way, what I'm talking about, guys, last raid, Planix was just going berserk. He was actually just going crazy. And I kind of want some of his juice. I want him to be juiced up, actually, for the next raid as well. Yeah, Chaos Chrono is actually back. They actually brought Chaos Chrono back. How funny is that? Yo, Jester, you're back to being a Chrono main. It's literally back, bro. Chrono main Jester. Let's go. Yeah. It's staff, brother. Jester, what are you talking about, bro? Will you only play exactly sword shield, sword focus, full minstrel, chaos chrono only? Needs to have a shield. You are using shield on this build. If you don't run shield on heal chrono, you are trolling. Shield is very good. You are 100% running shield. There is no way you aren't. It'll be rifle in the future? It might be, yeah. Rifle. Let's go. Rifle content. Yeah, so what you can do is you'll do all the usual chrono stuff, right? And then you can double cast. Yeah, you get the ooh. Yeah, this is pretty good. What are the other good skills you can take on this build? What's the other actual good ability you can take? And it's mostly just, oh yeah, Well of Action, right? This one's really good, because this one gives Might and Fear. Do you even need this, though? I don't think you really need that. I guess it makes this trait less good if you don't take any Wells. I mean, Precog is a really good skill. 3-second daze. It's very open with what you can take, to be fair. This one's really good, obviously. Ooh, look at that. Mantra of Concentration. Very good. Good skill. Yeah, something like this, I think, can be quite exciting. This is pretty good. Oh, yeah, you're going to give us the juice? I like that. Planix, also, by the way, if we kill tomorrow, sauna stream, yes or no? Also, cocker stream. Oh, man. Heal Chrono mains rejoice. This is going to be fucking huge. Yeah. I love to see it. Nice. I love to see it. Pepe's. Nice. with these changes, we're on a new weapon, the rifle. I do, yeah. I think I do. It has very good boon coverage now. Very good boon coverage. I think its weakness is that the radius on some of this stuff is quite mediocre. But you know what? This is actually a build. I declare this to actually be a build. This should be pretty good, I think. I would be surprised if this wasn't good. There you go. Boom. Yeah, realistically, if I'm being honest, it's probably kind of it's going to be in B tier. Is that... Yeah, it's probably B tier. What did I rate it as previously? I need to actually, I need to see the fucking tier list. I need to see my own tier lists, guys, okay? I think I put it as C tier, right? Oh no, I put it in grasping at straws! Ah! I think it will be better than all three of these. There's a universe where it's A tier, actually. I think it will be better than Heel Scrapper, better than Heel Spectre, and better than Heel Untamed. It's obviously way better than this shit. Yeah, I could actually see it being worse. It will be worse than Tempest. It's going to be worse than Tempest, I think. Well, it definitely depends. Like, if the boon radius is actually a bit higher, it could be fucking God tier. It might be better than Tempest. Yeah. Oh, man. Its Aegis and stability axis is so good. You know, oh my god. Yeah, it could be. I think Nike's right. I think it could be S tier. Because its access is so good to these boons. Oh my god. Yeah, it could be really good. And bear in mind, guys, it will actually generate high resistance uptime as well. Because I only have 58 boon duration here. Bear in mind that when you have 100%, that's obviously a lot more. But you're also going to extend it with Signet a lot. You're gonna have very high uptime. You're gonna have very high uptime of a lot of these boons because of double casting the Signet. And stuff like this. Woof! Yeah, this is going to be very good, actually. Never forget how good Signet of Inspiration actually is. This is a very good skill. It is a very fucking good skill. You can see that, right? Like, you just extend it. Yeah, you're going to have very high resistance uptime. You're going to have very high stability uptime on your group. Might is easy, Vigor, easy, Fury, Regen is easy now, Protection. We don't know the number on Illusionary Defense, but it's probably going to be pretty easy on Illusionary Defense in terms of the uptime there. You have a bajillion Alacrity and Quickness uptime. Like, Mesmer has, like, literal joke tier uptimes on Quickness and Light. Yeah, this could be really good. Yeah. Yes. That's true, actually. Yeah. It's about as good as Herald F2 and Glint. Yeah, but the thing is that you can run this with a Herald as well, right? Because you can have a Herald too. You could run a Lack Heal Chrono, and then you could have DPS Quickness Herald. It's pretty good, to be honest. Ah. What are its significant downsides? It won't have any burst healing, right? Well, if you don't take the Signet trait, you'll have Restorative Illusions, so that's not entirely true, actually. But it won't have the same degree of, like extreme healing, like a druid, for example, or a firebrand. Or even a mech, when you drop all of your elixirs and you do your big, like, burst heal on medkit. Your healing is passive, right? That you sustain. You, like, keep rolling it over. Heal well slow. That's the thing, it's slow. You don't want slow burst healing. That's almost, like, counterintuitive. Yes. One heal glove heals more than heal chronic and heal in 30 seconds. Yeah. Its actual output is not going to be that high. I feel like it probably can't get... It probably can't get into S tier for that reason alone. It just doesn't... It probably won't have quite enough... Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Even Heal Spectre... I mean, I feel like Heal Spectre's heal burst is actually pretty good, no? Like, the heal well is really good. You can, like, spam Shadow Steps and heal a lot with that. I feel like your burst on Heal Spectre is actually pretty fucking good. Yo, good night, playing. See you later, man. Yeah. I think it will be... You know what? I will say this. I think it will be very comparable to Heal Tempest. Yeah. And it goes to Perma Stab, but we yes to it. That's very true, yeah. I do think its big upside is Aegis and stability. Isn't this just going to be basically the best Aegis and stability in the game? More or less? Yeah. Yo, Nama 43, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate it. It's very good at it. It's very, very good at it, actually. I guess it's not a shout. I guess that's... It can't do that. I mean, this is 300 radius on Inspiring Distortion. It's not advanced. But you're going to have really good... really good stability. You have a lot of it, too. This is a 600 radius stability. Remember that, right? On this one. It's very nice. Yeah. Nice. Huge. Chrono. Heal Tempest with Staff or Heal Tempest with Dagger Warhorn? I think you still run Dagger Warhorn on Heal Tempest, I feel like. Any changes for Rev? I feel like Rev is actually one of the ones that maybe got modified the least. They basically changed some of the traits that were kind of weird. Oh, actually, that's not true. Heal Rev has Aegis and a bit more healing on Shield. They made Shield a lot better, actually. Yeah. Yes. Very exciting. Yeah. Oh, yeah, DPS Herald actually got buffed here. Trait has been reworked. Gain resistance when you use a heal skill. It's like, yeah, this is like the Renegade skill, right? Yeah. And Heart Piercer, you just get 25% more damage on bleeding. You pierce all the time. I got shit on off the dagger being used everywhere. Yeah, that's the problem with dagger. Daggers is like a very versatile weapon. It's just always good. 1200 range too. Age of Vintage is worth pressing now. I actually think it's going to make the rotation much more interesting too, right? Because what's it going to say? Yeah, it says Reaver's Curse. It enhances the effect of your next dodge. What does that actually mean? I believe it gives you an even stronger damage mod, I think. I can't remember exactly from the stream. Can't recall exactly from the stream, but I believe if you did the damagey one, it meant that you got an even stronger mod for a bit of duration. And it does more damage as well. So I think what you can do with this is you kind of want to line up your burst, so you energy meld, then you drop your massive burst or something. Just go crazy. Heal Spectre, what does it need to be a better support? Mostly just better boon access. It's why Heal Chrono is so interesting right now. That's what's so interesting right now is because they just made its boon access way better, right? Like way better. Nice. You take shield for swap to give Aegis on power quickness herald as well. And fight any stuff. Exactly, yeah, you can do that. Because you can just play sword main hand, shield offhand, and just have Aegis on power herald. It's actually a very good thing to do. If you don't need some kind of CC. Yeah, this is definitely a buff to power herald too. 100%. 100%. Okay, hang on a minute. Quick check on hammer, guys. This damage output is still trash, right? I mean, it's better, I guess. But it still seems garbo, to be honest, because it's just so slow. It's kind of an awkward weapon to use as well for PvE. This is just one of those changes that I feel like they made just to make it like less bad, right? Like just like not bad. Yes. Very nice. Quick reminder, guys, that Dranet prefers Wrath of the Lich King to any other MMO. Won't ever see the light of day in PvE. I know, you know, it actually did get played a little bit on HTCM. I think people don't tend to use it these days. People tend to use... Well, honestly, hang on a minute. Check me out. Is this not actually pretty good on HTCM? Because they buffed the CC. Drop the Hammer is now a 3-second knockdown in PvE. I don't see it being good in PvP. It's just too squishy, right? Like, you're just going to die. Rev weapons, you want to have some kind of survivability on your offset a lot of the time. That would mean Hammer is your main set a lot of the time. You'd run, like, Hammer Staff. There's just no fucking way, right? Oh, yeah, Shortbow, right? Yeah, you can run Shortbow, too, because it's Soto. And Shortbow does pretty good DPS, doesn't it? And you still have the CC on it as well. So it's probably less of a DPS slot. Well, I mean, who knows? It probably doesn't matter that much, to be fair. Oh, yeah, and Shortbow pierces. Yeah, you're right. It pierces baseline, yeah. That's true. Just baseline. We love to see it. Gain protection when you use Profession Skill 2. That's kind of interesting. So that's basically like the F2 ability on Rev. You'll gain some protection. Retribution trait line. Bit of a weird one, to be honest. Did see some play in PvP, right? That was when... Oh... You played that trait then when it was Renegade, right? Oh my god. What a disgusting trait. Disgusting. This is really nice for Rev in PvP though, no? Like, gain energy when you break out of a stun. And Rev actually likes stun breaking a lot because it always has access to 2 stun breaks, 1 in each legend. So you'll actually gain energy when that happens, which is actually very cool, I think. It will basically refund your stun break a lot of the time. So if you're on Shiro, for example, in PvP, you will refund a portion of that energy cost. It's a very expensive ability to use, right? Like the stun break there. I think this is actually really useful. This really helps Rev in PvP, I think, overall, just in general. Yeah, then a DPS Herald goes up. This is actually already a pretty good build. And this is a sizable increase, by the way. It's 20% damage when you're maintaining a skill in PvE currently. And then per Herald upkeep skill, it's 5 to 7% in PvE only. So actually a lot of damage. You're getting a lot of DPS out of that, a lot of damage. And that was already a good build. Kind of an underrated build, I'd say, overall. And look at it now. Look at it now, guys. The Thief ones. Dude, you know, everyone's memeing the Thief changes, but what if this is actually busted? The problem is it will be a Golem build. Look, I'm actually gonna... Look, I'm gonna ruin the dev's day. I can just imagine Roy, he's like, oh man, I'm so excited for this Shadow Strike change. I can't wait to see all the players playing Shadow Strike. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. Even if this is good, it's still a Golem build because it teleports you back whenever you use it. So, yeah, there you go. Dreams crushed, I guess. Yeah. Yes. I play a Conley Blood Reaper. Looking forward to the Deadly Strength change. I mean, you're telling me you play Death Magic and Blood Magic. That sounds like a Necro main moment. I love to see it. Very nice. Jump when you press it. That actually is pretty based. Yeah, that's going to be the new skill test for Thief. You have to cancel the jump every single time. How do you see in-game forums on the game icons on the forums? This is actually I wrote some code that does this. I actually hope to have a really, really good version of this available on our website at some point. That's hardstuck.gg. It's not really ready yet, but it's actually really exciting. You know, we're we're marching towards it. We absolutely are. We are marching in the direction of having a really, really good tooltip engine for our website. It is actually painfully difficult to do, but we're getting there. We are indeed getting there, my friends. Let me see. Maybe let me give you a little sneak preview. Okay, I can maybe give you guys a little juice. Okay, a little bit of juice. Okay. So here we go. You remove the functionality from Staff 3. Which Staff 3? Are we talking about a thief here? Oh, are you talking about the jump thing? Is that what we're talking about? Like you can do like a crazy thing with thief staff, right? Yeah, jump cancel, exactly, yeah. So, this is kind of the kind of stuff we got here. For a start, yes, guys. Finally, we actually have the hero panel, by the way, on the website, on its way. And in the next version, things will happen. Like, for example, you can see here that you can see the actual bleeding duration. I think the condition damage scaling is not working even a tiny bit, but don't worry, we'll fix that. But what's good about this is that not only does it show defiance bars, but you can also see what traits are affecting what. That's kind of our goal here, is to make it very obvious what's affecting what. You can see here that this is being affected by Lingering Curse. You can see here that the Self-Torment is coming from Master of Corruption here. All this kind of stuff, right? Like, this is the content, guys. You can see here that Doomfire actually works correctly, which is a fucking miracle, by the way. Like, oh man, some of the implementation on some of this stuff is an absolute clown fiesta, let me tell you that. But there's a lot of pretty exciting stuff here, actually. With any luck, we'll have this done pretty soon, and you guys can embrace the tooltips. The tooltips actually are probably going to be slightly more accurate than they are in game, weirdly enough. Yeah. Actual good defiance numbers that aren't just false. Well, about that one is a little bit tricky. We're trying to come up with a heuristic that actually works. Right now, our system will actually show the same errors as there are in game, because actually we're doing just the exact same thing as ArenaNet. What ArenaNet system does is it just goes through all of the facts on a tooltip and adds up how much defiance bar they do. Even if they're conditional or something like that, or if they, only happen sometimes, or if only one of them happens. So we have the same errors right now, but we're working on a way to try and fix it. Me and my friends at our second Wing 1 to full, Wing 4 to full clear day. My self-brew Tower Necro didn't work. It is unlucky, actually. You hate to see it. But, good job. I mean, you can probably do it on Tower. You can probably just, like, fear the mobs and just kill them as well. You can get that going as well. That is a possibility. That is an option. Who's the biggest winner and biggest loser of the preview? There weren't really nerfs. It was just buffs. So I don't think anyone really lost in this change whatsoever. Like, nothing really got nerfed. It's all buffs. Oh, let's have a look at these relic changes here as well. So Relic of the Water is 2 conditions removed when using a heal skill, I believe. Relic of Leadership is 5 conditions converted when using your elite skill. Relic of the Centaur is 2 stacks of stability for 3 seconds when using your heal skill. Relic of Resistance is you give AoE resistance on your elite, I believe. Relic of the Herald grants boons when applying boons to yourself. Okay, yeah. Ooh. Increase the concentration per stack from 15 to 25. And it's 10 stacks, I believe. So you get 250 concentration, basically, on Relic of the Herald. Is that ever good? Probably not. Relic of the Monk no longer has an ICD. Yeah, that just makes Relic of the Monk way easier to upkeep and therefore stronger. Relic of the Zephyrite. That gives you like random boons in your elite skill. Nobody cares. Relic of Vast. This relic no longer has an internal cooldown when triggered by an elixir skill. Reduce the stack duration from 30 seconds to 10 seconds. Stacks are now expanded when striking an enemy when, and when attacks and negate. Increase the poison duration from 3 to 5 seconds in PvE only. So, what does this one do again? This one says whenever you use an elixir or... It's something else. It's a double one. I need to look it up. Relic of Vas. A healing or elixir skill. Your next 3 weapon strikes inflict poison. And now it's a lot better as well. Angry Filler with a tier 1. Boom. Nice. Yo! Is this good on a certain build? I don't know. I'm not sure if it is. You basically get 3 stacks of poison when you use an elixir, essentially. And it's 5 seconds each. Yeah, I mean, maybe Harbinger would use something like this. Maybe. Or maybe some kind of Condi... I feel like maybe in PvP, some kind of Condi NG build might use this. But honestly, there's a lot of good relics in PvP. Like, you have a Keem relic. It's very strong. Yeah. Nice. Relic of Pather. The dagger is now launched from the ending location and fires faster. The damage increase now remains for a duration instead of ending after the first hit. Reduce the duration of the damage. Increase from 10 to 4 seconds. Increase the taunt duration from 4 to 6 seconds at PvE only. Does it make you do more power damage or more condition damage? Let's see what it actually does. Your next strike damage. This is a weird one then. So it applies torment and then makes you do more strike damage. Bit of a weird one there. Relic of the Ice. This relic now shoots ice at the nearest 5 enemies 3 times. Projectiles now inflict vulnerability. Increase the chill duration from 1 second to 1.5 seconds. Increase the damage coefficient from 0.5 to 1. I mean, that's just Condi Reaper, no? Yeah. Condi Reaper, I think. I will not remove the chat. In fact, if I have to remove something, it will be you, not the chat. Ooh, got him. Yeah, okay. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna be Condi Reaper. Well, actually, is that Condi Reaper? Gotta be, right? Surely. Oh no! Wait, it's less icicles. You get less icicles now. Because you get 3 icicles at the nearest 5 enemies. But previously it was 5 icicles. But it was only 1. It was like at random targets or some shit. Oh. Feels bad. It's more icicles. Yeah, but it's more icicles in AoE. But you can't, it's less icicles on the main target, I guess. Oh, yeah, maybe you can, like, multi-hit if you're in hitbox, maybe. That's true. Interesting. It's 3 to each of the 5. But wasn't it 5 to, like, random now? Apparently it was 5 random icicles or something back in the day. Or currently, I guess. You can do in-hitbox stuff here. Yeah, you can do in-hitbox stuff. Because it says here on the wiki, icicles are destroyed on the first enemy hit, even if it's not the target. So in other words, if you go in hitbox, you can actually make all all 3 sets of 5 hit the same target. So you can actually make all 15 icicles hit the main target if you're in hitbox. In a multi-target fight. Interesting. Used to be 5 total. Yeah, it's 5 total, but you could make it all go on the same target, right? It would, like, send out... Wait, would it? Wait, is that how it would work? Oh, hang on. Wait, what did this do, actually? With multiple targets, the total is still 5 icicles, cycling through targets which were in range when the relic was triggered. Launch icicles at nearby enemies. Wait, is it... This is not exact... Okay, launches 5 icicles in sequence, each of which applies chilled and deals damage. Now it's going to do 3 icicles, but at 5. So it's 3 times the number of icicles, but it's AoE instead. That's what's going on here. So if you're in hitbox, you can abuse this to actually do an insane amount of bleed damage with your Condi Reaper on people. And in, I guess in PvP scenarios, you can absolutely ice people with this, with your Condi Reaper. Which is pretty exciting, I think. Yeah. Nice. Why can I only hear Roy in the balance stream VOD? A bit of a mishap with the recording, it seems. Basically, there's a way to isolate audio to prevent yourself getting copyright obliterated on Twitch. But unfortunately, it appears that the wonderful co-hosts of the balance stream were set in that audio channel. Ah, bit of a stretch though. Bit unlucky. Icicles. Are there any icicle fans in the chat, guys? Do I think Heel Scrapper is better? I think Heel Scrapper is still one of the more putrid heal builds. I put it at B tier. Is this enough to make it better than B tier? No. No, it's definitely not. Ah, yeah. Have we got the new relics? Let's talk about those. Because they did show them. Oh, wait. That's my stream. Never mind. Let me get the VOD. I need the VOD. Is Herald Relic good now? Not gonna lie, probably not. I don't think most builds really have difficulty with capping boons, capping boon duration. So I doubt it. All right, what are these relics? I think some of them are really good, actually. Yeah, it's a month out, it's a while. This one. Okay, I actually think these two are the really juicy ones. Relic of the Midnight King. Might and Fury to nearby allies when you disable an enemy. That could be very good, actually, for PvE. I think this is actually maybe the most exciting type of relic. Certainly for PvE, anyway. Because it allows you to complete your build. It actually fills a hole that a build might have and allows it to become fleshed out. This could actually be very good. Yeah, it's basically like Relic. It's Relic of the Pack, right? Like a bit like but even better, right? Because if you have loads of CCs, you can like spam it and go crazy. I think this could be really good. What build did you want to play this on? That is kind of a good question, to be fair, but I feel like it is strong. More of a solo build thing? No, because some offensive support builds don't have very good boon access. Like, anything that gives good boon access and makes builds like that better. Yeah. Relics are on the 7th, balance on the 28th. Yeah, the balance is on the 28th, guys. Relics are coming sooner. Renegade disable enough? Spellbreaker, like a, I mean, it's gonna be a build that can do quickness or a lack. Oh no, wait, is there actually a build for this? Chrono? Nah, you don't need it on Chrono. Harbinger? Ooh, yeah, it would be pretty good on Harbinger. Then you do lose damage though, and you're gonna be pretty sad about that. Okay. Cry doesn't have a lot of might, though. It will with Bountiful Disillusionment. This one, I think, is actually very spooky. Relic of the Demon Queen. I think very powerful. Poison that you apply reduces healing by an additional amount. Disabling a foe applies poison. I think this is very good, actually. Because 50%, it's 50% healing reduction, too. That's a lot of healing reduction. Yeah, what else have they got? Relic of Caracosa. Heal other nearby allies when you successfully combo a field with a blast finisher. I think this is almost... It's like very aimed at almost like heal scrapper, I feel like. Is there any other build that would use this a lot? I guess it depends on the numbers. We don't know the numbers just yet, but I think it could be really good on like heal scrapper, I think. Yo, MM. Thanks for the raid, man. On Tempest? Yeah, but I feel like Monk... I mean, I think Monk... I almost feel like deleting Monk Relic would be good for the game. Or just completely changing how Monk Relic works. Monk Relic is a bit of a problem. It's just... Oh yeah, Tempest and extra healing. Turns out that's really good. Yeah. Turns out that's pretty damn good. Yeah, I mean, you could... I guess I'm not sure what build... I'm not sure what build would actually run this in PvP or World versus World. Thing is, you have a couple of blast finishes, but a lot of the relics are honestly pretty good in PvP right now. It's quite hard to compete, I think. Yeah. Relic of Norris. Gain a stacks of Norris hunger every interval. When you remove boons from enemies, consume 10 stacks to grow larger, increase damage taken, reduce damage, and convert a percentage of outgoing damage into healing. I think this is very sensitive to the actual timing on that. You know what? Look, realistically, I think it's really hard for an effect like this to be good because it's semi-random. And what I mean by semi-random is that, yeah, you have control over it, but this is the type of effect that you want to have at very specific moments. And you're just going to be proccing this, and you're not going to be able to save it. Like, you'd almost want to be able to charge it up and then use it whenever you want. This is actually a limitation of the relic system. The problem here is that it needs a hotkey. Yeah, this is one that needs a hotkey, so you can charge it up and then use it. But not being able to use it whenever you want, it just makes this so much worse, to be honest. It is almost impossible for this to actually be good. I know that's like a really big, bold statement to make, but just like, the numbers on this would have to be insane. It would have to be fucking broken, which, hey, who knows? Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. But for this to actually be good, it would have to be so insane. It would have to be like 50% DR, 25% more damage, and 25% lifesteal. And I'm not even sure if that would be good enough, to be honest with you. Because look, there's actually a really good example of this right now. Relic of Lear, guys. Relic of Lear is whenever you heal an ally, you give up to 5 allies like 50% damage reduction. Theoretically, that's actually insanely, disgustingly broken, like mega busted. But you can't control it; it just happens randomly. To be fair, it does kind of funnel that damage to you. That's not a huge problem as a healer, in my opinion, but you know, it is a downside. It's actually a really broken effect. But the problem is that yeah, you can't control it, so it ends up not being good, even if the effect is really strong. Yeah. Old 6-point Rune of Rebirth, that saved my poor butt so often in fractals. Well, I mean... Okay. I mean, to be honest, that relic was never good. Or that rune wasn't good. Rune of Rebirth, it wasn't very good, to be honest. You know, it's actually very interesting. If you were relying on that to survive, to be honest, that's a very inefficient way of doing it. Like, if you were struggling to survive, you should just equip, like, more toughness, basically. Essentially. Or, you know, like, if you're playing, like, a healer, you're probably playing healer with Rune of Rebirth, right? Just play full Minstrel. Like just go for a full minstrel setup, and then boom, away you go. Because if you do that, you're basically taking a rune that's a bit useless and also doesn't help your team in any way. So you're putting on the training wheels, but also griefing your team. And it's not even good training wheels, because there are actually better ways to increase your survivability than using that relic. So it's like bad training wheels, and you're trolling your team. So it's a little bit rough. No, I can't hear everyone on stream. Unfortunately, a bit of audio issues there. How long have you been streaming today? It's important. I have been streaming. Whoa, I've been streaming for 5 hours already. Whoa, I got distracted. I actually haven't even done, like, the full breakdown yet. I will do a full read-through of all of this, guys, of all the changes, so you can do some proper analysis. But I kind of got a little bit lost in the source. It's a very good patch, actually, in my opinion. This is a very exciting patch. It's just, you know, I really do feel like I'm just getting the I almost feel like we've been teased here, right? I feel like we've been teased a little bit. Like, I wish they'd done more on Warrior, but, you know, they can't do everything in one go. I think the Mesmer changes are actually so interesting that, honestly, just this is good enough to justify the patch, I think. This is going to be really exciting, I think, for a lot of players. I actually do like the stuff they did with Guardian 2. This is, I think, Reckoning, or Redemption, rather. That can be pretty fun. Firebrand coming back in PvP is scary, but a little bit interesting. The Hollow stuff for PvP, I think, is really good. Scrapper, honestly, DPS Scrapper is going to be juiced, actually. DPS Scrapper is going to be one of those builds that, honestly, you should play it. It's going to be good. I actually really like this on Weaver. This is such a simple change. I think it's such a good change. I felt they could have almost gone harder on this. Well, no, honestly, Weaver's pretty good right now. Weaver's just crybabies. I can't get sucked in by that. I actually like this a lot. This is very good. Having an extra dodge, basically, on Weaver, really good. Maybe even 2 extra dodges almost. Wow. If this gives you 50 endurance, that's actually very busto in PvE, actually. It might be only 25 endurance, though. I feel like it would be maybe 25. But we'll see. Yes. Yeah, Ellie Hammer is pretty juiced up, right? Because you get big damage in your ground pound, but also just better crit and just like overall flat damage mods here. And dagger offhand as well. To kind of they're trying to dislodge the Warhorn, right? The thing is, someone will have crunched the numbers on this already, but let's be honest here. I mean, I don't know. Actually, no. The GOOOOO player base is relatively Papega. Like, even if this is like a 500 DPS increase over Warhorn, I feel like people are going to swap to Dagger or swap to Hammer, right? Over running, yeah, instead of running like a build that has way better utility but 500 to 1k less DPS. I feel like they're playing around the community being Papege. Even though I don't think it will be value, because Warhorn's a very nice weapon, actually. It's really good. Do you think this will enable Catalyst power with Hammer? I still enjoy it more than Sword and Warhorn. People always want Sword and Warhorn. Well, one, nobody's asking you for Sword and Warhorn. You don't join on Ellie and they go, yo, buddy, what weapons have you got? If you want to play Hammer, you should play Hammer. But yes, this does help Hammer a lot, yeah. I'm a new player and you have a problem. What you got for me? And also, why was it important how long I've been streaming? You didn't tell me why it's important. Warhorn does not feel as fun to play as Dagger. This is actually nice for Heal Tempest, by the way. Cooldown's coming down on Tidal Surge and Water Globe. Kind of nice there. Kind of nice. You know, I dreamed that oh man, imagine if Sword was good on Heal Tempest. That would be pretty hype, actually. I like Aqua Siphon. This is a very fun skill. And your auto attack heals as well on AoE heals people too, which is pretty cool. Yes. Very good. Tornado. I mean, is there actually a universe? Is there a universe where you'd run Tornado on Heal Tempest? Like, if you're gonna run it on any build, I feel like it's gonna be Heal Tempest. Is there a universe where you'd run the skill? It's a bit of a tough sell, to be honest. But maybe. Who knows? Yes. Would Relic of the Herald not allow offensive boons that require stuff like Ritualist to be better? It's 250 concentration, which is a big chunk. Your relics are quite strong damage-wise. Like, Relic of the Fractal is good. So, it would have to be... you definitely do save a lot of stats there. You save, what, 250 attribute? But I think relics in general... I don't know, actually. I don't know... I don't know how much... I don't know how much effective condition damage, like Relic of the Fractal, is worth. I suspect it is quite a lot, though. Yes. Big Elemental. Well, the problem is that the Elemental already CCs, though. But I guess maybe you can, like, multi-hit. It ends up being really good. Or something like that. Oh, no, I'm not super impressed by the Tornado. I think we basically covered everything. I think I can kind of get into it now. I think it's time to stop the stalling, guys, and go for full balance analysis and breakdown, guys. Prepare yourselves. Ah, yes. Very nice. Very, very nice. Triple video? I mean, this is going to be a big one. Holy shit. So, well, maybe it won't be that big. We'll see. We'll see what Jerdek can milk out of it. XD tree. XDD tree. Now the question is, will tree emotes be banned? If you guys want tree emotes to be banned, please put XD tree in the chat. If you don't want tree emotes to be banned, please put XDD tree in the chat. Dude, this is terrible. Nike will ban the trees. My dressing gown keeps getting fucked up. I can't be comfortable. This is terrible. I am discomfort. And that is unacceptable. Bountiful disadvantage. Why would you want stability instead of regen on distortion? Because stability is really good, and it gives AoE stability too. The key insight on Bountiful Disillusionment is that the secondary boon, so in other words, the boon that you can see, the Might, the Vigor, the Fury, the Regen, that will be shared with allies as well. You get they put loads of regen access into the Chaos and Inspiration trait line as well. Wah wah. That cat. Trees. Yeah. January 1st, the trees will all be removed. I mean, what will the Covenant do after that? Well, I mean, what are you guys going to do when you don't have any tree emotes to use? It's resistant. Yeah, it's resistance on F5 as well, that's right. Which is also quite good. I think Nike's going to be like ArenaNet, though. And all frogs are going to get banned. Yeah. Why are frogs banned in twitch.tv/GuildWars2 chat? Dude, wait until they find out, okay, about Trig talking about fire wizards. That's the real content. Freg. Do I even dare open these comments, guys? I'm actually not sure if I do. We have 3 negative vote comments. Let's take a look. Maybe because it used to be a derogatory term for the French. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Yeah, it's that's something. What about this guy? Ah! Yeah. Frogs. Yeah. Very nice. Frogs. We love to see it. We love to see it. Yeah. What's this guy saying? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, things are really getting unhinged. Let's go. Yeah, threads like this are pretty funny, actually. I like that. The lunatics have arrived. Feels good. We love to see it. So, gamers, rate the balance patch out of 10. You can put it in the chat, guys. 0, worst patch ever. 10, best patch ever. The chat will vote, and we will see what the score is. I will tell you guys the score. What people think of the patch. Stop fucking trolling. You guys are just putting 1 because you're trolling. You're useless. The chat has no value. 0, I didn't even read it. Bro, you can't just vote 0 for no reason. Okay. Well, look, I'm actually going to expose Vivi's bias here. Vivi, rate a literal overnight patch hotfixing one thing in World of Warcraft out of 10. I didn't comprehend a single sentence that was said during the stream. The stream was a 9 because of Roy. True. Yeah, see, look at all these unhinged gamers. 11 out of 10. Well, people seem to be feeling pretty positive about it. It's about 6.5. 6.5, 6.6 appears to be approximately the highest rating. Very nice. Incredible. Nice meme. They didn't announce Guild Wars 3, so it's a 0. Wait, hang on a minute. Who here actually thinks that Guild Wars 3 will ever arrive? With, you know, unironically. This is important. I can't... The chat... Actually, you're useless. You guys serve 0 purpose. You serve 0 purpose. In the scale of the universe, Guild Wars 3 will arrive pretty soon. Nice. Well of blood. Life transfer. Deadly strength. You get 10 condition damage. Is it going to make that roaming build very good? Fucking Sally Harb, man. Let's go. Sally Harbingers, rise up. You love to see it. Are there any other really notable pets? What happens with the siege turtle, actually? The siege turtle interests me. Where's the turtle? So, you get the heavy shot when you're in Soul, but you get like a daze ability instead of snap. Okay, that makes sense. Undead Plague. Maul. Vampiric Bite when merged. Okay. Does the Jaguar stealth you, or just the pet? And that's a good question. Let's go take a look. The skill applies stealth rather than the stalking effect. Damage bonuses from this skill last 6 seconds. Probably itself, by the looks of that. seems to be the case. Oh, interesting. The White Tiger does more condition damage now. Didn't the White Tiger already do a lot of DPS anyway? Pretty interesting, I think. Ah. Dude, reduce the radius on the might on Mighty Roar and Jungle Stalker. Interesting. 8 stacks of might. Hyena Mancer. And I think people are going to like being hyenas. They're going to enjoy role-playing there. Man, there's actually so many changes to pets. It's like really hard to actually quantify this. I feel like most of the effort for this patch was just adjusting pet skills, guys. Is there any... Oh, is there any way to get the Ecto anymore? I guess you can't get the Ecto. Anyway, no, right? That's actually pretty interesting. I feel like that's almost like a soft nerf to ranger builds in some way, because you can't get the Ecto. Although it was like one of those things that you couldn't exactly rely on, right? It's very swingy, right? Like if you got the Ecto, it's like, oh shit, I got the Ecto. It's like a really, really big thing to get. What was really funny is that I think a lot of people don't even know about this. But this is really funny, guys. What you could always do is you could steal the Ecto. Because when the pig is foraging, it actually just drops an item, right, that anyone can pick up. So if you're in PvP, I've done this a couple of times, you can actually steal the Ecto from the ranger. You just obtain it, and then you can use it for them instead. Yeah. Yes. Very good. Oh. Penzowl, seek help. When WoW lives that rent-free in your head, that's not a healthy way to live. Right? Feeling that degree of hatred to a game you probably don't play, it's not healthy. It's not mentally healthy. And also the level of insecurity as well. Like, if you constantly feel the need to basically justify your game by bashing another, this means that you are insecure about your choice of video game. Which is also a fate worse than death, in my opinion. So like I said, seek help. You need it. Secret pets? Well, no. There are not secret pets. Yeah. Nice. Seek help from the tree. The wise, mystical tree. Man, shortbow just piercing all the time is actually very juicy, isn't it? It's a big AoE on this. On a lot of these builds. It's really nice for some kind of a Condi Herald build. Holy shit. Like, Condi Herald. Very nice. Like an open world build, I guess. With this. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, man. Thoughts on the bounties yet to be found? I don't even know what that means. Sane individual, yeah, like you're completely insane, okay? And you know, I'm sorry about that, but it's just the way it is. You are unhinged. All right, here we go. I think it's finally time, gamers. It is time. Wait, Nike has sent me something first. What have we got going on here? Plenga. Plenga. It's time to log in, guys. It is time to log... No, it's not time to log in. Not yet, anyway. It's alt week. Man, I'm actually really tired today. I got up early. That's why, guys. I got up bright and early, guys. Went out for a lovely bit of exercise. Had a delicious meal. Came back Time for the stream. See the Relic screenshots? Ah, very good. Very nice. Incredible. I'll actually just open these now, actually. Here we go. Have a Relic. There's another Relic. And here's the other Relic. Nice. Plengus. Plengus. If I dislike easy open world events, should I play Guild Wars 2? Well, I mean, you shouldn't play the open world in Guild Wars 2. There's other parts of the game that you could enjoy. But, I mean, yeah, if you dislike easy open world events, then yeah, realistically, you're probably not going to enjoy the open world in Guild Wars 2 that much. So, yeah. Let's go to a nice background. I think if I listen to that zone's area's music, I'll actually just go mad. So we need to go somewhere else. Do you know where we're going, guys? One of the most legendary locations in all of Tyria. The Rock. Here we go. The Rock. Look at the texture work, guys, on that rock. Look at it. Wow. It's beautiful. All right, then. Let's get into it. It's here, gamers. November 28th, skills and balance update. We've also got some relic changes in here. And the new relics also got showed off during the balance stream. It was a brilliant stream. I'd highly recommend checking it out. Okay, CMC and Roy in the mix, of course. And the new face of one of the balance developers, Trig, as well. Really fun. Actually, very funny stream. Shame you guys can't hear the audio because something went wrong with the VOD. Extremely funny. Well, so I guess you can't really enjoy it. Ha! But you can watch my VOD that has the audio on it. But never mind. We're stopping with that. Let's actually get down to the juice. Really good changes here overall. I think this is definitely going to be a balance match that's well received, especially if you are a heal Mesmer fan, or if you like a bit of Berserker in PvE, I think. It's not just focused on PvE, though. There's actually a lot of changes here to multiple different game modes. Definitely get the feeling that they weren't able to do everything they wanted. Some of the changes are kind of, you can see them laying the foundations. I definitely would have liked to see the patch be a little bit bigger overall, but I think definitely a really good patch that will improve the game. And there's certainly a lot of things that players will enjoy. And some of these ideas have actually been very well fleshed out, as we'll see when we actually get into that. We also have some relic rebalancing to try and make some more compelling options. However, we're going to do that last action when we talk about the new relics. So, let's go ahead and get right into it, shall we? I think it's time to go big. And first up, it is going to be Elementalists. I can see them all quivering in fear right now, but don't worry, it is good news this time. So, we have some changes trying to make Hammer a little bit better, and also Dagger offhand. Reasoning here, of course, very simple. When Secrets of the Obscure came out, Weapon Master Training made Sword Warhorn on literally every build insanely good. And they're trying to make Hammer and a Dagger a little bit more compelling. So that essentially, you're going to go for Hammer or Dagger offhand if you want a bit more DPS. And then you have the option to go with the Sword Warhorn for still very good DPS, but also you have that kind of support component attached to it as well. And we see 5% damage increase on Flame Wheel. That's actually significant, of course. It's a 5% damage mod on all of your damage, and you maintain this buff, of course, a lot when you're on your Hammer, and 5% critical strike chance as well on the air little orb as well. Really nice quality of life. I'm a big fan of seeing crit chance get added to a lot of power builds in PvE. I think that's one of the best things they can do. It kind of makes the builds a lot more flexible. It makes gearing a little bit more flexible as well. You can maybe fit some dragon pieces in if you start overcapping on crit. Definitely a big fan with that one in general. Bit of damage as well here on ground pound. This is the Earth 5 on hammer. Power coefficient going up quite a lot, actually. And the cooldown's going down from 30 to 20 as well. And coefficient up to 2.0. And Ring of Fire in the offhand. We are seeing damage on that go up significantly, actually, on Dagger 4. So that should definitely really help. I would actually like to see a little bit more differentiation here. So in other words, Warhorn be a bit more of a trade-off in terms of damage output. Reason being there is that I think the support on that weapon actually is really tasty, and I think there should be more differentiation there, but this is definitely a good start. And some nice quality of life stuff here as well. For the water skills on Warhorn, just cooldown goes down. They probably could have gone even a bit more aggressive there, at least in PvE only, to help out any build that has Warm, but also heal Tempest as well, of course, which definitely is one of the builds that does still need a little bit of work, I think, in my opinion, overall. And then the rest of the changes for Ellie are essentially, for the weapon skills and all the skills, essentially tidying up some stuff, so to account for weapon master training. So basically these are the dual attacks. So when you double attune, the double attune attacks, they've been made significantly stronger in PvP and World versus World. This is because, of course, you can use these on non-Weaver. And a lot of the time, even on Weaver, to be frank, you would use these occasionally 100%. But a lot of the time, you'd be kind of rotating the dual skills more often. So they're trying to motivate you to actually use these more often. And, of course, making Sword a little bit better where you don't have the dual skills on non-Weaver Elementalist builds, which I think is actually a pretty important part of kind of maintaining weapon master training, especially when there's a unique mechanic that interacts with these weapons, right? Like something like Weaver, for example, or Hollowsmith Sword, right? Where the elite spec is important to the weapon. They're trying to decouple that. And funnily enough, that is actually a little bit of a theme across the board here. A lot of the changes here are trying to make sure that weapons are good on their own and aren't reliant on a specific trait. They've already talked about this kind of philosophy a little bit over time, and we're basically seeing them continue to develop that philosophy, especially with the introduction of weapon master training, which makes sense to me, right? You don't want a weapon to be like trash unless you're playing a certain elite spec, right? That's obviously not their goal here, and I think that makes a lot of sense overall. And just some cooldown reductions here. Arcane Shield. This is actually a surprisingly good skill, by the way. I would never count this one out. Really good skill, because it's a 3-charge block and also a stun break attached to it as well. Surprisingly good, you know, if you're not super focused on getting damage, like if you're in the open world or something like that, actually a really nice skill to have, to be honest, this Arcane Shield overall. So cooldown goes down a little bit on that. Only by 5 seconds. So like, you know, bit of a hair reduction here. And Tornado gets a massive cooldown reduction in PvE. I still feel like this skill is really hard to take. It's definitely a fun skill. And I think they're trying just to make it more fun. Like, nobody likes a 150 cooldown skill, especially if it's not that good. Especially if there's other really good elite skill options for Ellie. You know, like Weave Self is really good. The Glyph of Greater Elementals is really fun to use. Fiery Greatsword is really fun to use. Really powerful. So they're just trying to make it a bit more compelling. I think there's maybe like a couple of very niche scenarios where you would end up using this. Maybe on like a heal build. I struggle to see it on a DPS build a lot of the time. But maybe in some kind of healing build, you would use this on a couple of bosses that you really want to break the bars and you can't damage them at the same time, and there's no healing pressure, but still a very, very niche skill. Next change for Weaver. This is actually one of my favorite changes here. I think Weaver players should be super happy with this. Check this out. Aquatic Stance. This is a Weaver heal skill. This skill also now grants endurance. Healing on activation goes up a lot, 2.6 to 4k, and the heal, AoE heal, when you strike enemies, goes up to 650. So what this does, as a bit of a recap, whenever you hit an enemy while you're in this stance, you AoE heal around your target. This is now, in my opinion, a really good survivability skill for Weaver. We don't know exactly how much endurance it has. I'm expecting it to be 25. If it's 50, it's actually wild, by the way. That's like a free dodge, basically, on Weaver. Super nice. Bear in mind, Weaver already has evades on Sword 2 and Earth 2, so this would actually make it very evasive and very, very survivable in a PvE context. And now, Weaver, in addition to the barrier that you give AoE when you use a dual skill, you're also going to have the ability to actually provide a decent chunk of healing to your allies as well. So we're kind of seeing a bit of development in the utility on Weaver, and it being less of a glass cannon, more of having a bit of value to it, right? Which is kind of like why I think players tend to go like, oh man, Weaver, that's, you know, what the hell, right? You know, I do nothing. What about all, like, look at Scourge, look at all that barrier it does. Well, now you have some healing as well. This is really good, I think. And I think this will well, again, I can't say for sure, obviously, but depending on numbers, I think this will be a pretty good choice, if not the default choice, I think, on a lot of DPS Weaver builds, because, again, getting endurance back is always super, super nice. I would like to see them buff the barrier a little bit when you use a dual skill. It's pretty low right now. They could probably go a little bit higher on it. I wouldn't go too much higher on it. It's like 500 per dual skill right now, which, by the way, actually does add up. But of course, you don't use dual skill super frequently. You could probably like double it, I think, in PvE. And then that would actually be pretty damn good, to be honest, because you do use dual skills very frequently. Woven Stride. This is just a trait that they wanted to make a little bit better. I don't think any build actually uses this right now. It's kind of a fun trait because it makes your swiftness better. Very unusual effect. It makes your swiftness go faster. But now, whenever you gain super swiftness, you also remove an additional condition as well. 3-second ICD in PvE, 5-second ICD in PvP in World versus World. I mean, would you use this? What build wants this, right? That's the thing you want to talk about, because the other two options are actually very good. Like, one of them is very good for bunkering. You get a lot of barrier from it. And the other one gives you a lot of damage. It's really tricky, I think, to figure out what kind of build would actually want this, to be honest. It does have a pretty cool effect, but I think you'll have to kind of wait for the right build to show up. It will be some kind of really anti-Condi bunker, maybe, in PvP. Is what you'd want to play on this, that just gives itself swiftness quite commonly, because of course, right, like this essentially says, right, gain swiftness when you get a condition, right? So in other words, it would remove that condition. So it gives you a huge amount of just like shrugging off condition pressure on this. So maybe if there's some kind of meta that evolves that involves that, you could end up using this on your kind of duelist Weaver, just to, you know, really, really handle conditions super well. And these ones are huge as well, man. I think these types of changes, by the way, are actually so important. I'm really glad that ArenaNet is focusing on this. I'm definitely a big enjoyer of the skills team right now. I really do think they're smart, and they know what's they know what's wrong. They know what the issue is, in my opinion. And I think changes like this demonstrate this. If you're watching this and you don't feel confident in the skills team, these are the types of changes, no joke, that should give you confidence in CMC and Trig and the rest of the skills team, because they're fixing, you know, the cancer, right? Fixing an issue that caused circular projectiles to occasionally lose their abilities to strike enemies. Nice! Actually, very good bug fix. And also, check this one out. This one's fun. I think a lot of Catalysts are going to find a Catalyst a lot more fun to play now that this one's been changed. This trait will now cause elemental empowerment to always be 50% more effective. Okay, effectiveness at the maximum number of stacks is unchanged. So basically what this trait did is that while you were at 10 stacks of elemental empowerment, the buff that you get from, you know, playing Catalyst and doing combos and stuff like that, the effectiveness is increased 100%. Now it's 50% all the time, and you still get the 100% up there as well. This means that you're going to not only ramp up a little bit quicker, but also it means that you're not going to get punished as hard for making a mistake, right? Or not getting your rotation right, which in my opinion is pretty good. To be fair, the Sword Warhorn build definitely does make it pretty cozy, but hey, maybe you'll run Hammer now, so you won't have that coziness of maintaining that. So I think that's a really nice change. This is the kind of change that, again, really communicates to me that I feel like the team understands what players are not having fun with, and they're trying to address it. Not only the balance side of it, but also the is this actually fun side. And I think changes like this, even though it's a small change, like these two changes are actually like small little tweaks, I think they will actually really significantly impact the player experience dealing with Catalyst. And I really like this change as well to Aquatic Stance. Because bear in mind, Weaver already has great damage. Like, Weaver, like, pumps. It absolutely does. It really, really does. Giving it that survivability and that ability to even help allies a little bit is a really fun thing to be able to do. And also a really fun way to add survivability by giving yourself more dodges, right? In addition to already the evasive kit of Weaver. So overall, I am really liking these changes for Ellie. Not a crazy amount of notes, but I think they will actually make the Elementalist experience a fair bit better. Some big improvements there. The only thing that's missing here is actually some heal Tempest stuff. I do think that the support Tempest builds are a little behind right now. Heal Tempest is still in a slightly weird spot. It's just not quite as flexible as a lot of the other healers. And hey, Heal Chrono's on the way. Coming soon, by the way. Stay tuned. So I definitely want to see in the future a bit of a pass on Heal Tempest, looking at its boon application and some of the flexibility that it has. I honestly think that maybe adding charges to some of the shouts would be a good way to do that. That actually might be pretty OP. To be honest, but there's some potential, and certainly looking at boon radii in the arcane trait line and on some of the overloads I think would be good. But hey, there you go. Maybe I can do a elementalist. Look, should I do that, guys? Look, let me do the Zoomer thing. Guys, if this video gets 3 likes, I'll do an elementalist balance wine video. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no. Right, anyway, that's it for elementalist. I think that, look, that's going to warm the hearts of even the most jaded elementalist mains. Anyway, moving on. Over to engineer. Let's go. All right, so the theme here, it's going to be some improvements to rifle and pistol. And the theme is also that they want to bring Hollowsmith back in PvP. And Scrapper in general in PvE, some super fun stuff here, especially if you're a DPS Scrapper fan. And also a little bit of stuff for Heal Scrapper, not quite as much as, I think, you know, don't get too excited, Heal Scrappers. It's not quite there yet, in my opinion, but some good stuff. I think, some good stuff, I think. So let's go ahead and get into it. So first of all is Net Shot. So they nerfed it. Oh no, but they made it do a lot more damage, and it implies vulnerability. Now, the reason they nerfed this, and anyone who plays PvP knows what I'm talking about, actually really hard skill to dodge, right? It has a very, very short cast time, and of course, Immobilize is an incredibly powerful effect, especially if you're in melee, right? Because the projectile's quite slow, but if they net shot you in melee, it's very, very hard to avoid it. Super hard to avoid. So as a result of that, they nerfed that for competitive purposes. It's still going to be fine. It's still going to be a good skill, because they've compensated for the damage here in PvE. And obviously still a good utility skill to have. And Jump Shot now has an evade. This is cool. Hard, very skill testing to use this, but now in PvE, you can actually use this to maintain uptime and use that to evade skills, which I think is really interesting. And of course, I think this is, again, a bit of a PvP-oriented change, because they want to make using this skill... This is a skill that is very easy to interrupt, very easy to punish in PvP, and they're trying to make it more usable in these areas, I think. And that's kind of their end goal here as well. But fun in PvE, actually. Very skill testing and fun to use, I think. Like anything that gives you kind of active mitigation, I think is really enjoyable to use in that regard there as well. Let's go. And next up... it's going to be pistol stuff. So Static Shot, Blowtorch, and Glue Shot. Static Shot, cast time goes down. Yeah, try dodging that one. Holy shit. And again, I think the reason for this, by the way, is because it's a blind. They want to make it like a mitigation tool, so you can blind people with it. And then maybe, you know, prevent them from hitting you, essentially, like a reactive blind. Reduce the cooldown from 12 seconds to 10 seconds in PvP and World vs. World, and Blowtorch. Minimum power coefficient from 1 to 2, and then maximum from 1 to 2 in PvE. And Glue Shot damage, or actually has damage now has a power coefficient, goes faster, and a 12-second cooldown in PvE. Like, these changes are actually very interesting to me, and they talked about this a little bit on the stream, and they said that they wanted to basically make it so that you could not run shield, basically, with a pistol build, or rather, like, as an NG DPS build, so you actually have an offhand that does something when you're playing PvE, basically, or any build, really, actually, right? Like, you know, in other game modes too. A little interesting, in my opinion, to say that. That feels like not ideal. To me, that says, oh, NG needs another offhand, right? Rather than, oh, we're just going to make pistol be power and condi. I think it's fine to have hybrid weapons, actually. I think that's totally fine. But I feel like the devs on stream, they wanted to say, ooh, we want another NG offhand at some point, which I guess that'll happen a couple of expansions down the line, in general. When it comes to, like, pistol in general, I mean, look, pistol already did, you know, you already ran this on a lot of DPS builds in PvE, and now it's going to do more damage, right? Like, on any kind of hybrid build, or hell, even power hollow build, you would use Blowtorch, because, you know, unless you needed the shield CC, you're going to do this anyway, so Blowtorch now has more damage, shield is more defensive. Good, that's what we like to see. Good differentiation there, makes it a little bit stronger. Very powerful utility on Glue Shot, by the way, in PvE. 12-second cooldown, high duration immobilize. Pretty good, actually. Oh, I guess only 1 second. Oh, actually, that might be the PvP version. Hang on a minute. I thought it was a little bit better than that in PvE. Well, yeah, it's only 1.5 seconds. Well, never mind then. I mean, hey, immobilize on a short cooldown? Still pretty good. I mean, I don't hate this, to be honest. Static Shot, again, kind of a mitigation tool here for the Pistol Main. And Pistol Main had one of, like, the weirdest builds, I feel like. It has got a lot better, actually, recently. There's the devs even remarked on this. There's a number of, like, Condi mech builds, like, terrorizing people in Ranked. So, hey, you know, have fun with that. Enjoy. So let's talk about the Heal Scrapper stuff next. So, Heal Scrapper, and it's interesting, actually. They even want to push this a little bit in PvP. Try and get some Heal Scrapper. I'm not sure if I see it right now. Maybe I'm out of the loop. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. But I don't see Heal NG being a thing in PvP. Even if it gets buffed a little bit, there's pretty good support options. Like, the supports in PvP are good. Like, Tempest and Core Guard are strong. You know, you have to be quite a build to dethrone those, to be fair. Because they're both just very good at what they do. And more importantly, they're very good at surviving. And to be honest, like, Heal NG is one of those builds that kind of just melts a lot of the time, right? Like, this is something that is very relevant in PvP, right? Especially supports. If you're playing support, you're usually going to be public enemy #1. It's either that or the Necro, like, or a glass cannon DPS of some kind. So you have to be tanky. And NG, I don't know. I've seen people try and play it. I've watched Floody try and play it. Hey, maybe Floody's trash, am I right? But I've seen people try and play Heal NG, and it has always looked complete trash in PvP. Who knows? It's good in World vs. World, of course. But yeah. We'll see what happens, I guess. This one's cool. Check this out. So, bandage mask. I'm always a little bit sad about this change, but I think it's way more usable overall. So, instead of firing out 5 bandages in a little cone, now it targets 5 allies and then pew-pews them out. And it actually follows them around if they're not on full health. It will, like, track them. It's actually very cool. They showed it on stream. Really fun skill. Way more usable ability. And honestly, in PvE, your healing output is going to go up a lot, actually, with this. Because this ability actually heals a lot. You can actually, like, shotgun people and full heal them. But this is a very short bit. It was kind of cumbersome to use, right? Because you had to aim it at people. But now, this is really interesting. You're going to be able to use this in your healing rotation for regeneration uptime and for that healing uptime and burst healing in combination with the healing burst on Medkit 4. So this is actually very, very, very good. I think in terms of consistency in PvE content, very good for any heal NG build. Same in PvP as well, of course. And, you know, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, a couple of buffs here for PvP. I don't think so. But I don't know. Maybe a couple of patches later we'll get there. Ooh. So, I would say the big stuff for NG and PvP is actually Hollow. Looking at the Alchemy trait line in particular, and also this juicy stuff over here. So, let's go ahead and talk about it. So, Transmute is now no longer passive when you get Condies. It's now when you use your heal skill. Super big change. It means whenever you pop your heal skill, you'll convert 2 Condies into boons, which is very good effect, especially seeing as Hollow heal skills or NG heal skills in general are typically both good and with a short cooldown. And NG does struggle with Condies a little bit, so this really helps you kind of take the pressure off using that Alchemy trait line with, of course, the boon access that comes with that trait line too. And just like the value that you get there in terms of your survivability with all that kind of good stuff. Emergency Elixir could also be a fun one as well for some kind of almost like, I feel like a duelist build here maybe on Holosmith, or something that has a little bit of duel potential, likes to 1v1 a little bit. Again, kind of that floody play style that we see with this one. You gain Elixir E when you use your elite skill now. So Mortar Kit, 0 cooldown. You can actually proc this on demand essentially, or on the beam, right? Like the laser beam, you can activate that and then charge into battle, all that kind of good stuff. So definitely a lot more usable, a lot more controllable, so it can be a more powerful effect as well in there. And here's the big one for Hollow. Spectrum Shield. Check this out. No longer has a reduced recharge, so you don't get the reduced recharge when you're over the heat threshold, so it will just be a 40-second cooldown in PvP and a 20-second cooldown in PvE. But you get 5 stacks of stability for 4 seconds when you use it. So you have a massive damage reduction effect, and you also have stability. This is huge. Hollow has It had its stability removed from Corona ages ago. And now it is back in the form of Spectrum Shield on the Exceed. I think this is actually a very powerful effect. I think it will be useful for Hollowsmith enjoyers. Stun break, stability, damage reduction. Love to see it. More condition management here as well. For our Hollowsmith friends as well, it's going to be pretty good, I think. We love to see it. And even better, Flashbark, the tool belt skill for Spectrum Shield is also getting buffed. It's a blind light aura, again, condition damage reduction on that light aura, and of course an instant AoE blind that you can use while you're stunned to mitigate damage, or of course you can simply use it to counter an attack or mitigate damage when you're in some kind of skirmish or a fight. Good skill, and now a cooldown reduction of nearly 50% is definitely very significant actually overall with this. So yeah, definitely good stuff for Hollow in PvP, I think. Will it actually make it into the full meta comp? It's really hard to say. Right now, I'm very uneasy kind of calling the meta because I feel like the meta isn't super fleshed out right now. Everyone's kind of just playing whatever. I think a lot of players, especially at the high end, actually just kind of play what they like to play, right? Rather than what's like super sweaty. So I think people will actually play Hollow. I mean, but people already were, right? Because people like Hollow. It's definitely one of the, you know, the fan favorites in the PvP community and just the game in general. But yeah, this is a good change. I do like it. I like trying to push Hollow a little bit in PvP for sure. Yeah. Elixir B, okay, cooldown has now been reduced on this stuff. Big boons. Again, this is actually a good skill, by the way. Like, if you play PvE, you probably won't see the skill very often. It's actually very strong in competitive, though, because Toss Elixir B gives stability, which is very good. Obviously, it's even AoE, funny enough, actually, and gives you a bunch of boons. And, of course, Elixir B also does that. So, shorter cooldown on that is also big. And bonus meme here, by the way. You might go, it doesn't give you swiftness anymore. Well, it's a chance to give swiftness. And as the devs correctly pointed out, this actually is going to end up better because do you really want swiftness? Not really, right? Like, swiftness is actually very, very easy to come by, right? In this regard. Yeah. So you don't really need it. You don't really need the swiftness. So you have a higher chance to get something that you actually want, essentially. With this one. And another alchemy change here is actually invigorating speed. This is a really important one too. This trait will now activate when gaining super speed. So this gives you vigor when you gain swiftness. And what's really interesting about this is an interesting interaction again with Hollowsmith in this regard. So Hollowsmith has a very powerful trait in PvP that makes your Hollow Forge 2 break all snares on you. So no chill, no cripple, no immobilize. You just break out of it and it gives you super speed. But it doesn't give you swiftness anymore. It gives you swiftness without the trait, super speed with the trait. So you you have this interaction anymore on invigorating speed, right? But now you do. That is big because again, vigor, very powerful boon in PvP. You want to have that vigor uptime so you have more evasion, so you can sustain better. You can then do damage better because you're less pressured, right? Etc. And now you have this uptime using the alchemy trait line. So invigorating speed, we then have our transmute coming into play as well. And you can see how all these pieces fit together for engineer here. So really, really powerful and definitely a nice change that I love to see that. Again, this is one of the absolute classic interaction with Engie. Like this is one of the most old school traits ever, right? Like this one and a super old school Hollow interaction that's now been kind of resurrected back into the game there as well. We love to see it. Very, very, very good. Now let's talk about the scrapper stuff. Also cool stuff here. This is where I would say needs a bit more. Let's talk about the really good stuff first, though. This trait is so crazy. Check this out. So this is for DPS Scrapper. Applied Force. The condition damage penalty for this trait has been removed. So, hey, you want to play some kind of crazy hybrid Scrapper or something like that? Then, hey, you can go ahead and do that. Get your stability access in. But also, look at this. Look at this. Increase the bonus power per stack of might from 20 to 40 in PvE. Might gives you 30 power and 30 condition damage. This trait over doubles the effectiveness of might. Now, this is the pure DPS build, right? So, pure DPS Scrapper is going to get a very significant damage bump from this. I'm expecting this to be really good, just straight up. In PvE, this is a really good build to play. Ridiculously tanky, big AoE damage, big DPS, has a lot of CC options, has function gyro too, right? To revive allies and stuff like that. Has some utility skill options as well. Very good. Very good. It has the stability as well. It's not amazing uptime on applied force, but just having a bit of stability here and there is actually really nice. Yeah. Power Scrapper next patch? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a very interesting build, I think, for PvE. In addition to the Quickness Scrapper build, of course. And that continues with some of the other ones here as well. Look at this. Mass Momentum. Gain might while you have stability. And Function Gyro applies stability to allies. Look at this. 5 targets. So now your Function Gyro is a 5-target AoE stability. And a lot of these changes are, I think they're aimed at multiple variants of Scrapper, not just the DPS variant, but also the heal variant. I feel like they're going to benefit. I feel like the big winner here is actually the DPS Scrapper and Quickness Scrapper. Heal Scrapper does benefit from these, but it's still a little bit half-baked, in my opinion, overall. But really, really powerful ability here as well. With Mass Momentum, the ability to do this, to give that stability in 5 targets is very coveted. Of course, it is a little bit tricky, right? Because, you know, the radius of this is... It's not exactly going to be absolutely fantastic, right? You know, it could be worse, though. You know, it could be a lot worse. I'm just quickly checking the radius on Function Gyro. It's 240. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, is it 360? No, it's only 240. So, you know, okay. You know, it's not terrible. And it is 2 stacks as well. 2 stacks is nice. Like, a lot of stability these days gives 1 stack, unless you're playing Guardian. So having 2 stacks is actually really nice. It's really nice that you have the ability to do that. In a similar vein, we have System Shocker. This is another adept trait for Scrapper. Now, whenever you use your Function Gyro, you're going to get that Daze, but also give AoE Barrier too. So combine that with Mace on your Heal Scrapper, and you actually have some pretty respectable barrier access there as well. Again, not super powerful, and the big downside here with both of these traits is it does compete with the super speed trait, but in a way that's kind of good. It means that on some fights, I need the super speed, right? On some fights, okay, you know, I'm going to go for the stability, right? So you can kind of swap these out and have some actual decisions when you're kind of picking like how you're going to be approaching a certain encounter. So that is certainly a good thing. But yeah, again, big winner here is going to be DPS Scrapper, right? And Quickness Scrapper, in a way. Because, think about it. Think about it. You can just kind of take a lot of these for free, right? Like, a lot of this is just essentially going to be baked into your kit now on some of these builds because you weren't necessarily super worried about what trait you actually picked in the adept line for these builds. Because, you know, they're not necessarily DPS increases. They're just basically, the first set of traits is utility, right? Not really damage. Like, the damaging traits are like the Master and the Grandmaster traits. So you're very free on this for any kind of offensive style support build. And still not bad for healer as well. And again, Expert Examination, this is another one kind of aimed at heal builds. Your Function Gyro now grants protection when summoned, and using a healing skill, Toolbelt skill, grants protection to nearby allies. Great. Heal Scrapper, Pro uptime, actually very questionable. Not very good at all. In fact, one of its weaknesses, to be honest. This definitely helps with that. Again, a lot is being loaded onto the Function Gyro, so NET need to be careful with overloading that ability with too much boons and utility and the revival at the same time. Got to be a bit careful, because again, you use it to blast for quickness, and it's like, holy shit, this skill is doing everything right now. It's getting a little bloated. They need to be careful. But hey, it's certainly going to feel like a very powerful ability that you have to be careful with how you want to use it in different situations. Definitely it's a very flexible skill, like a lot going on with this particular ability. Of course, we have to see durations on how much this is, but I think this definitely will actually help out the Heal Scrapper build a fair bit. Overall, in my opinion. And similar vein here as well, Blast Gyro. Big buff for PvE, by the way. This is huge. Blast Gyro cooldown goes down to 15 seconds. So just straight up, your might upkeep on this is nice on any kind of boon build that you're doing here. Really, really, really tasty, actually. You're essentially, if you have 100% boon duration, you're going to be upkeeping, what, 20 stacks of might with this. Really, really good. Very powerful. And bypass coating also cooldown goes down. This is a really strong skill. It's an AoE stun break and super speed if you have the Blast Gyro. Again, very common to see this pop up on a lot of the support-oriented Scrapper builds. And yeah, it's a very, very good skill. It even has a CC baked into it as well, right? It's a blast finisher, so you get even more might off that. It's very, very good. Powerful stuff, my friends. Powerful stuff. So definitely a big W for the Scrapper enjoyers and the Holosmith enjoyers overall. And a little bit of a buff to rapid regeneration healing. Again, they want to push the kind of the Brawler Scrapper a little bit, I think. And just Brawler NG in general in PvP and World vs. World. And that's what we see them doing here. Just a little bit more healing. This is a trait you have to be careful with. You might be thinking, wow, they're being a bit conservative here. Trust me, you don't... If you don't know, okay? There used to be a scary build, okay? You don't want to know. Trust me, you don't want it back. But it continues. That's the stuff for all the base NG. What about Mechanist? Great question. This is a big one. Again, one of those changes that, man, they get it. They made relics work correctly with mech. That's the TLDR. It now works correctly. So Relic of the Herald, Brawler Scourge, Aristocracy, Monk, and Antitoxin. That counts as you, right? This is you now, right? So in other words, the Mechanist can actually use these relics effectively, essentially, when you have these relics. So like applying boons or healing, like all of these effects will essentially activate correctly. Good news. And even better news. Mechanical Genius, for a short period of time, the effect will remain active even after the mech moves out of range. So basically, you've got a grace period in your mech moving away from you randomly because of its Papega AI before you get completely griefed by the 50% recharge increase. I'd probably go a little bit further and nudge the radius up on this, even if it's only by 60 to 420. Because 360 is not big, right? Especially when your AI just has a tendency to wander around and you kind of have limited control over it. Sometimes it's super hard to make the mech go where you want it to, and it kind of gets stuck on hitboxes a little bit, even when you tell it to attack. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. So I think this should be a little more lenient, even than it is now. Definitely a step in the right direction, though, making mech a little bit less frustrating. But yeah, I do still think that 360 is just too small for like how wonky the AI can be. And also, they actually nerfed this one. Look, they nerfed the burning on Super Signet and Rectifier Signet healing. They actually explicitly says this is because mech is causing problems in certain PvP brackets. In other words, yeah, it's an absolute noob stomper build. I'll translate that into slightly less polite speak. Mech stomps noobs hard. Very much like Trapper Ranger, for example. Absolute pub stomper. And yeah, nerfing that is important. It is important to nerf builds that perform really well against less experienced players. It absolutely is. Because, I mean, if players start playing the game, they get obliterated by really annoying anti-fun builds that are hard to play against but very easy to play, then they're not going to have fun, right? So, hey. Good change if you ask me. And that's everything for Engineer. We absolutely love to see it. Again, some very positive changes in my opinion. And now, let's go ahead and move on to Guardian. Support-focused Firebrand is receiving a few smaller improvements in PvP to make it a competitive pick. We've also tuned up a few of the Guardian's defensive tools alongside some improvements to the hammer, including additional burst damage potential with Banish now refreshing Mighty Blow when striking an enemy. So, Symbol of Protection auto attack goes faster now. This is in all game modes. So, again, this makes Hammer a little bit better in PvE as well. But a lot of these changes are mostly aimed at PvP for Dragon Hunter and also for just Guardian in general and Firebrand. But that's kind of nice. I do think that Hammer is one of those weapons that has some potential. It just gives permanent protection all the time. Not a huge deal, of course, for Firebrand in PvE. It handles protection pretty well with shield and mace these days, so not too much of a problem. Throwing in the old Tome 3 in there sometimes with the Virtues trait line, it's pretty easy for that to handle. But, I do like, I like Hammer. I remember back in the day, Dragon Hunter was a meta pick as a DPS in PvE just because it did perma protection. Yeah, do you guys remember that? When you actually ran Dragon Hunter for the little bit of extra healing from Rid of Persistence and AoE Prot when Prot was hard to come by? Yeah, I remember that. That's old school right there. Ho, 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 ho. Bring that back. And that build, by the way, the Guild Wars 2 community would have loved that. Do you know what its rotation was? Literally auto attack F1 and put down the traps. Yeah, seriously, it actually was. Anyway, so let's go ahead and continue here. Some Hammer Toolkit abilities actually get a little bit adjusted here. So Zealot's Embrace is quicker, so you can land your immobilize a little bit snappier to line up your really, really big combo. And, of course, remember, this is Hammer is a very interesting setup here. So now, Banish hits 3 people, very fun. You can bonk 3 people. Actually makes it much more this is actually more important than it seems, by the way. This is not just, ooh, we can bonk 3 people. It makes it way easier to bonk a target if it's a little bit chaotic, right? Because even if you get the wrong target, you'll still bonk them. And, think how big this is. If someone's reviving, let's say you're in a PvP match, and someone's reviving, or someone's stomping, right? There's a lot of cleave going on, for example. There's in a variety of scenarios, okay? You can now bonk all of them. You can disrupt people's ability to revive, people's ability to stomp. Very impactful, actually. And again, Hammer Guard is a build that is playable. It's not exactly like crushing the metagame right now, but honestly, given half the chance, like some kind of willbender build or even core guard, it can return. Hell, even Dragon Hunter, I could see like Hammer Dragon Hunter like emerging, especially with the direction they want to push it. But absolutely, this is something to watch out for, especially seeing as it now refreshes your cooldown on Mighty Blow. This is bigger than it seems, because bear in mind, guys, the previous rework to Hammer was that Banish now gives you your next Mighty Blow will teleport you in. But what does this allow you to do? This means you can judge his intervention in with Mighty Blow, boom, then you can Zealot's Embrace them to immobilize them if you want to, or just go straight into the Banish, boom, that bonks them, and then you can Mighty Blow and follow up immediately. So you can go Mighty Blow, Banish, immediately into another Mighty Blow. That is colossal burst damage. Absolutely huge. And that's, of course, exactly what these Guardian builds are very well known for, is that amount of damage output that they're able to deliver in a very quick window and with very high instant mobility with teleports and so on. Quite a fun build to play. It's a build that they have to be careful of, because the problem with this build is that it actually has the same issue as Condimech. They probably don't want this build to actually be meta. And the reason is, it is very hard to play against for a new player. You have to really understand the concept of kiting spots and no port spots, which is not very well telegraphed in the game whatsoever, right? Obviously, in order to play well against this build. So I wouldn't expect this to actually get pushed that hard as a meta build. Definitely as like a fun build that exists that players can play with. They want to play with a hammer, but it's just super hard for new players to deal with this in competitive modes, because just the nature of how it works. It like teleports on you, and you need... You can't, like, react to it. You need to be proactive against a build like this, which is super hard to learn, I think, when you're just kind of getting the ropes in PvP. But also, this one is also kind of pushing this with the Valor trait line. Again, Valor trait line actually does come up on a lot of these builds, especially Core Guardian, funnily enough, actually. This is a bit of a weird one at Pulse Protection, which actually was pretty good, to be fair, actually. But now it's been completely reworked into something much more exciting, Redemption. So when you use skill 3 on your Virtue, so in other words, the Courage one, the Aegis-y one, you now get a lesser Litany of Wrath, which is a lifesteal. That's a lot of sustain, actually, on these builds, by the way. A lot of sustain. Because that basically converts a lot of your damage into healing. And this is impactful on a variety, in a lot of potential situations here. This means that if you pop your Dragon Hunter F3, you can massively resustain, especially with Renewed Focus. You can double tap it, right? Like you can F3, re-heal yourself, then eventually Renewed Focus, boom, heal yourself again, as long as you get some burst damage off. Very strong. Litany of Wrath is one of the most powerful effects in the game. Having access to that without committing to the heal, because there's lots of good heal skills on Guardian, and also having that, a second ability to activate that, is actually very strong. Valor actually does see play on Guardian builds, on Guardian damage builds, and of course on Guardian support builds. You're probably not going to run that though on a support build, obviously, right? So this is actually powerful, I think. Like you can get a lot of value out of this, especially if you're in some kind of cleave scenario and you're trying to sustain while there's a lot of firefighting going on simultaneously. And also might duration goes up. Again, this is the Valor Grandmaster trait, I believe. Whenever you get a block, you gain might. Again, amazing on stuff like Dragon Hunter, where you can get loads of blocks and stack up loads of might, and it's a 9-second duration now, which really helps with your staying power with your damage output on certain builds like this, or builds that activate a lot of Aegis here as well. With this one, very powerful indeed. And kind of on that note, we have Shield of Courage. Duration goes down game-wide to 45 seconds. I'd actually like to see them do this. They're conservative here because they're worried about the build becoming really, really strong. And again, builds that have very high block uptime, very high evade uptime, you don't want that. In the game, obviously, it ends up being very uninteractive. I'd like to see them actually reduce this a little bit more in PvE. They could do at least another 5 seconds in PvE, I think. I really love the idea of willbender kind of being like the glass cannon DPS, Dragon Hunter being the kind of more reserved, more defensive oriented with, you know, F2 to heal people. You have your block to shield everyone from damage. It's a really cool RP in my opinion. So I think they could go a bit further in PvE. It definitely helps out PvP, though, because, of course, Dragon Hunter got completely thrown in the trash with no Rune of the Trapper anymore, because, of course, we're on Relics now, so no stealth. So they're trying to improve the sustainability, again, using Redemption, again, using Shield of Courage, and, of course, our next trait, Piercing Light. So Piercing Light is Hunter's Premonition. You gain Aegis when you gain a trap skill. So they're kind of equating Aegis to stealth here, basically. Right, so whenever you drop a trap down, you'll now gain an Aegis. Obviously, really nice in PvP, just for mitigating damage. That's a lot of mitigation, because, of course, traps have a relatively short cooldown, and you run a lot of them in PvP. The heal trap is good. The spit, you know, the test of faith is really good as well, of course. So you're going to get value out of this. You're going to get a lot of Aegis procs with this one, in addition to all of your other Guardian goodness. And Defender's Dogma, 180 vitality game-wide on Dragon Hunter. Very fucking tasty. Oh my goodness me, that's juicy. And the Piercing Light is also amazing in PvE, because you can take any adapt trait you want on Dragon Hunter, because none of them are DPS increases or DPS losses or whatever. Now, you can just take this for free, and you're going to have so much tankiness on your DPS Dragon Hunter. Whenever you get a trap in your rotation, Aegis comes back up again. Beautiful synergy with, of course, Virtues in PvE as well. Bear that in mind, because now you are going to have a way easier time upkeeping Virtues for the, you know, the extra damage while you have Aegis. Way easier. In addition to just making you tankier, you also just have a way easier time upkeeping that. Super nice. Big win for the Dragon Hunters out there. And more damage in PvP, 10% minimum damage on Pure Sight. This is the one that says, depending on your distance to your opponent, you do more damage. And that's just up in general. So more damage, more survivability for DH across the board in basically every game mode. Yeah, wow. We're getting buffed today. We're getting buffed. And it's not over. We're also buffing Firebrand as well. Lawmaster, page generation. You get a page every 5 seconds in PvP. And Swift Scholar has no internal cooldown. This means whenever you go into a virtue or go out, in other words, a tome, you get quickness. This only activates if the tome is blue, by the way. So if you haven't procced the passive, don't get any funny ideas about going in and out infinitely for infinite quickness. That will make, this is going to make it, especially in PvP, way smoother to play Firebrand, by the way. Way smoother. So you can go from tome to tome and chain your abilities together with that quickness uptime way easier. Do you know what the biggest weaknesses of Firebrand? Super interesting, by the way. Do you know one of the big reasons why you play Core Guard, not Firebrand? Because Core Guard doesn't have cast times. And this is actually true of, kind of true of Tempest, a little bit less so, of course, because you have to channel overloads, but of course you can instantly attune, right? And your auras are instant cast a lot of the time as well, but, you know, you get the idea. Big thing about Core Guard is that most of its skills are instant, like your virtues, your shouts, are instant cast. And the fact that Firebrand didn't have that actually makes it kind of slow. It makes it vulnerable in a way that Core Guardian isn't, especially because you have to sack a defensive trait line. You typically give up Valor in order to play Firebrand, so you lose a huge amount of sustain with no altruistic healing. And as a result of that, this will really help, in my opinion, with that. And that is not all. We also have some good stuff here. So you get more vulnerability on Tome Auto Attack, the Tome 1 in PvP. And this is the big one. Really nice for PvE too, by the way. 5 stacks of Might to nearby allies for 8 seconds in all game modes. Super nice. Guardian Might uptime in PvE on Firebrand, actually mediocre. Not good, actually. This makes it way better, because, of course, this is one of your key damaging skills, and therefore you're going to have Might uptime on Quickness Firebrand and also on Heal Firebrand. Again, this is kind of what I hope they did. They're bringing up the supports to be more like Herald rather than de-heralding Herald, which I think is actually probably the better choice for the game. Also, huge in PvP, by the way. If you're in a team fight, giving 5 stacks of AoE Might and the burn to everyone, yeah, that's really attractive, aggressive maneuver to make a good use of those pages. And to follow that up, you can now CC people a little bit easier with the taunt on Daring Challenge. So you can, load up your allies with Might and the Ashes, and then boom, you can wall up your enemies with a taunt to lock them down and actually get some DPS. Is this enough? It's so hard to say, honestly. Does this make Firebrand good in PvP? Man, I feel like I have to be super boring and almost say that I still think you're going to be too squishy to live. Maybe not, though, because you can, with renewed focus, you have the higher quickness uptime, so you have more stats more of the time as well. I don't know. I'm kind of umming and ahhing on this one. I think there's some potential. I'm going to give, like, the cop-out answer and say there's some potential. I feel like it might be a little bit too squishy still for PvP because this damage is pretty high right now, and stuff like Core Guard is super tanky. Like, Tempest is super tanky, able to survive that damage, and I think Firebrand's going to be pretty squishy, but I do like that we're trying to see more supports brought into the game. It's definitely one of the, I'd say, a big roadblock in Guild Wars 2 PvP right now in the meta is the support. So the fact they're trying to push support Scrapper, they're trying to push support Firebrand, I actually think is a really good idea to kind of open that up a little bit more. They even talked about trying to push Spectre, rather, actually. Not sure about that one, but we'll see. Willbender. You get 180 vitality instead of healing power on the one of the adult traits. In general, healing power is pretty meh, especially if you aren't like really committing to it with like healing modifiers and stuff and going for a full heal build. So in general, this is going to be better. Are you going to opt for this? I feel like a lot of the time you're just going to want to go for more damage and just blast your opponents, right? Because you get more power on the other option, and your flames do more damage. So it's like, not sure if I see this trait getting picked up super often. But also, Roiling Light, this is the stun break. You now gain resistance instead of swiftness, which in general is going to be a way better boon, especially seeing as Willbender has innate movement speed as well. So yeah, good stun break, by the way, 15-second cooldown. Very, very juicy. I will actually say one thing that hasn't happened here. It was really funny. It was so funny, because I was watching the stream, and my chat actually had like 7 people immediately get mad and go like, where are the nerfs in World versus World? And that is because the terror of the roaming community, the menace, the Willbender, it is absolutely, it is bullying people in World versus World. It is very good. It is very hard to beat. Didn't get nerfed, but hey, listen. Imagine thinking ANET balance around roaming. Yeah, they don't do that. So unlucky, I guess. Maybe it's some. I mean, they kind of did it with Soul Beast. They nerfed Soul Beast, I think, partially because of PvP and partially because of World vs. World is like a kind of a bonus meme, to be fair, actually. So I can see them doing it at some point, right? Like, all memes aside, all jokes aside, I think it will happen eventually. They'll probably get there. But again, like I said, they definitely did what they could here. There's a lot of really good changes here, but certainly this is a start, right? This is not the end, right? They're going to be cranking out one of these patches once every 3 months. So expect to see stuff like this and this kind of patchwork approach to kind of whack-a-moling all of the issues that pop up in the game. It's never going to be perfect, right? But anyway, it feels good. It definitely does feel good indeed. So yeah, so some good stuff there for Guardian as well. Pretty much across the board, actually. A lot of options there. A lot of options for basically every version of Guardian. For Core, DH, Willbender, and for Firebrand. I guess Willbender not much really happened, to be fair. And they didn't really do anything about Willbender in PvE. Again, I feel like this is one of the things that they probably just couldn't squeeze in. I'd love to see them make a lack Willbender a little bit better. Like, if a lack Willbender gave might or something in some way, or maybe some protection, I think that build could actually be really attractive. And I think a lot of people like Willbender in PvE. It's like, whenever I speak to Willbender players, they're always like super passionate about it. They're a little bit like mentally drained from their spec being kind of a semi-meme. But they're enthusiastic, you know? They're mentally drained but still enthusiastic. So I'd love to see them actually have a go at really flesh that build out, like really fleshing the Alacrity Willbender build out. And there's a few usability problems with the DPS builds too, but well, look, we'll get into that later. You know, that's for another time. Okay. Okay. Next up, let's go. This is the big one. We've got some irrelevant changes that nobody cares about to some of the DPS terrible builds that Mesmer have. Actually, no. These are actually very important, by the way. Mesmer has always had this, Mirage in particular has had a really big problem with the axe auto attack on clones. If you interrupt your Mesmer clones by doing, say, a Mirage ambush attack, you actually get nuked on damage, because look how strong the auto attack is, right? It's 2 seconds of bleeding, 2 seconds of torment, then it's 6 of both. What? It's way better. So if you interrupted your clones, your DPS got completely owned. Also, it bugged sometimes as well, so you just got owned no matter what. GG. So ANET decided that they couldn't fix the bug, and they also didn't like the lack of usability there. So now the axe clones always do 3 bleed, 3 seconds of bleed and 3 seconds of torment when used by a clone. That's actually a buff too, because if you think about it, that auto attack chain was 8 seconds of bleed and torment. Now 3 attacks, kind of an auto attack chain, is 9 of both. It's actually just a straight up buff to anything that's using axe clones, right, to deal condition damage. Look, I've got to say this, because I got distracted immediately. I said the changes that are irrelevant trash, but then I got distracted because I felt bad. But I have to say this, right, listen up. If you're watching this right now, heal Mesmers. Bear with me. We have got some absolutely insane changes for heal Mesmer. In fact, heal Mesmer actually might be really good. In fact, heal Mesmer is going to be a good build. What remains to be seen is how good it's going to be. It actually could be incredibly good. It could be really, really strong in the next patch, but it has arrived. Heal Mesmer, confirmed, is arriving next patch, by the way, gamers. It is confirmed at this point. Again, we'll see how busted it is when we actually get there. But anyway, a couple of changes here just to make Axe a little bit better. You'll notice the cooldowns are going down. It's because they're rolling the cooldown reduction from the trait directly into this. Again, they want to make sure that Axe is good, and they want to make sure that the power is in the weapon, not just in the trait. Hence why they're trying to make the clones a little bit more reliable, a little bit stronger. Prestige and Phantasmal Mage. Cooldowns going down a little bit across the board. So you can just use your stealth and damage a little bit more on your Phantasmal Mage on Prestige, so more burning, more confusion, all that kind of good stuff. This is, again, I think they want to make some of these Axe builds, and Mirage in particular, a little bit better, because, of course, it got hit very hard with the confusion nerfs, so they're trying to bring some of that damage back into the mix. Cool change here as well for staff, and this is actually aimed very particularly, in my opinion, at Alak Mirage. So you gain Torment on your Phantasmal Warlock instead of Vulnerability. I imagine that's going to be 4 stacks, I think, per clone. So in PvE, that's going to be 2 Phantasms, 4 stacks each for 8 stacks. That's really going to help your damage output on your Alak Mirage. And I think stuff like that, I think that's really going to help kind of bring that back into favor. It's a build that obviously fell off a lot with the confusion changes, but like giving it a little bit more of that Snap Torment instead of Vulnerability here on that Warlock, I think is going to be very useful. Of course, for helping these kind of staff Mirage build come back in. That's going to be a lot of DPS output on this particular weapon skill. We absolutely love to see it. Scepter buffs across the board. This is not super important in PvE, I think, because I'm not going to lie, the weapons are pretty damn good. And this is a weapon that, weirdly enough, you'd actually use a lot of the time on a support build, or maybe some kind of hybrid build, I guess. And you get confusion now on your Scepter, because I think you could use this in, you know, I think it used to play this on Mirage. That's some kind of like very niche Mirage variant in a few situations. But yeah, confusing images also cooldown goes down as well. But honestly, look, okay, you know, wow, very exciting stuff, guys. Let's actually talk about the actual exciting stuff. It is the Chaos and Inspiration trait lines. They took a hammer to them, but in the good way. Let's go through it. So, minor trait in Chaos. This used to just be a really boring passive proc, but now grant regen to allies after using a heal skill, 10-second ICD. Already, we're off to a good start. Heal Mesmer, weirdly enough, doesn't really have regen access in a particularly good way. Now it has free regen as well, and it was similar for protection. Your protection uptime was very reliant on clones, on the Phantasms landing correctly. Very annoying. Illusionary defense. instead of giving you damage reduction, good news. Check this out. Now, whenever you use a shatter skill, you give AoE protection. And that, of course, scales on the number of shattered clones. Wow, really good. Because, of course, if you're playing a heal Mesmer, you're going to be generating a lot of clones with your scepter and with your staff anyway. So, very, very good. Very powerful. Protection's very good. And that's already 2 key boons locked in a minor trait and only a single actual, you know, like main trait, right? Like, you know, big, major trait rather, right? Huge. Chaotic Transference, probably going to be the next pick for your heal Mesmer. It has now been reworked. What it does now is this one. It's the Chaos Armor gives you protection when you cast. When you gain protection, you also gain regen. Blah, blah, blah. Check this out. When you grant Chaos Aura to yourself, also give it to nearby allies. Fun effect right off the bat, by the way, because that can, of course, cause them to, when they get hit, they get some random boons too. Already a fun effect. When you grant Chaos Aura to an ally, grant them regeneration. Awesome. So that's regen access. Use your staff, you AoE share your aura, more regen. Love it. Probably going to be high radius as well, very similar to the aura share in Elementalist. Illusionary Membrane. Again, it's so important, by the way, that it's really, really important that to note that minor traits are putting in heavy lifting here. And that's going to be a theme as we go into Inspiration as well. Having really good baked-in power on your weapon skills and on minor traits, super value. This trait has now been reworked. Gain Chaos Aura when you use your Shadow skill too. It's coming together, right? Because now we can share it with this. That gives regeneration. It gives some random boons. All that kind of good stuff. Deal increased condition damage when you have Chaos Aura. So again, that's to kind of make sure that the, you know, there's some options here for the DPS builds to also use the Chaos trait line. So you have Chaos Aura, you do a little bit more damage. And again, probably aimed at that staff build, right? So you can get more damage out of that, so you maintain that as well. And here, here we go. Anyone remember a little build called Chaos Chrono? Oh yeah! Chaos Chrono is back. And you know what? I wouldn't say it's better than it was back then, but in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. It certainly is going to heal a lot more and have a lot more stability and Aegis access, I guess. But here we go. The additional boon based on which Shadow skill you use is also now granted to nearby allies. And the Distortion grants stability instead of regen. Because yeah, we don't need regen, right? We got all this crap. We got loads of regen here, so it's stability now. This is very tasty. So now the boons are back. AoE Might, Vigor, Fury, and Stability on Distortion, which of course gives Aegis as well because of the Inspiration trait line that we have on these builds. So really, really powerful. And bear in mind, you can use, if you're playing Chrono, which you probably are on this build, I can actually even see Heal Mirage kind of being a bit of a thing. Yeah, maybe that's a bit copium, but yeah. You're going to be playing Chrono. You can just spam all of this and reset it instantly in CS. So you can go Continuum Split, press everything, that will share all of it out, reset, boom, you've got it all. So in a way, you don't lose your utility. You still have your key CC skill with your F3, and you have your Distort that you can then use for more stability later on, or for Aegis later on, or for whatever you got to do. So in general, really, really interesting. And of course, has that flexibility of Mesmer baked into it. This is very good. Very high uptimes of all this stuff. You can cap out on boon duration, no problem. And you can see it come together. We've got regen sorted. We've got prot sorted. We're going to have might uptime, especially with the shield weapon as well. And well of action if you really need it. Shouldn't need it most of the time, honestly. You can be more flexible. But yeah, might, vigor, fury, stability, Aegis. We're getting there. Bear in mind, Mesmer has amazing utility skills too. You have access to more stability with the mantra concentration. You have precog well as well. Let's go. Right? We're getting there. Now you can see we're really getting somewhere. And now I think it's time to talk about inspiration. Yeah, we basically did all of the chaos stuff. Let's do inspiration. So let's cut to the chase actually. Illusionary inspiration. This is whenever you summon a clone, you do an AoE heal. That's a minor trait now. Oh yeah, you do not have to trade off anything for this. You just get this baked in, and you get a healing modifier, which has been woefully lacking actually in Necromancer. Just, you know, you kind of haven't had that, right? It hasn't been a thing. Now you have it. That's a big deal because of how strong heal modifiers are in increasing your output. And you absolutely have that now with Illusionary Inspiration, and you have it baseline. This really frees up your trait choices Of course, in terms of the Grandmaster, and it looks like, look at this, Restorative Illusions is moving to Grandmaster, replacing Illusionary Inspiration. The healing and condition removal now also affects nearby allies. Oh, yeah! And I actually need to mention this, by the way. This is very important. A lot of these changes are actually not just aimed at PvE. This is also, all of this, including Chaos, this is also World versus World. 2. They want to push a support world versus world build, and you can really see that. The stability, the condition cleanse, the AoE healing, right? The AoE boon access, right? The AoE Aegis. Like, this is the kind of thing that really delivers value, and they want to make, they're trying to make Chrono into a proper build. And to be honest, I think they've done it. Like, this is it. Like, Chrono has always been this kind of weird, like, Swiss Army knife in World versus World, and it will still be a little bit weird because, you know, you've got to kind of generate clones, which is always a little bit awkward, but, you know, you can just shatter them instantly, I guess. I don't know. It's still going to be a little bit wonky in World vs. World, but definitely, if you're a World vs. World player, this obviously feels super good, right? Like, way more boon access. You have a lot more value on this build, rather than just being like, oh, I'm here to cast Focus Pull and Gravwell. I promise I'm useful. And Illusion of Life, of course, right? All that kind of good stuff with this. So yeah, you now have loads of good AoE healing here. It does actually compete with the Signet trait, which means that you're going to have to trade off more Aegis access on your heal chrono build for more healing. Not the end of the world, though, because you already have Well of Precognition, which should be enough in most situations, I feel like, actually. So you can just go for the extra healing here alongside the minor trait. Weirdly enough, it's the master traits are surprisingly uncompelling now for the chrono. You can have like the focus trait, you can have ego restoration, which honestly is not, I feel like this is not a very impressive trait. It basically says whenever you use a heal skill, you generate a clone. Wow, what a master trait, guys. Holy shit. Maybe it's going to be Temporal Enchanter, right? Because that gives you super speed access when you use a Glamour. And that, of course, can be feedback. That can be, of course, your null field, right? That can then be some like niche utility for PvE. And, of course, amazing in World vs. World, right? In fact, they even, predictively, they actually nerfed the boon removal on Nullfield and Phantasmal Disenchanter. In fact, purely because of this. I think they buffed the Chaos, the support, like the boon output of this build so much. They didn't want to make sure it had, like, amazing boon support and amazing boon removal at the same time. I do actually think I need to be a little bit careful with nerfing too much boon removal. I don't want to end up in a bunker meta. I think that's very unlikely right now. I've been playing World vs. World a lot, and oh boy, you definitely blow people up, even with, of course, like, boon removal having been nerfed a little bit. It's definitely a melee meta right now. Like, people are playing pretty heavy melee styles, pretty boon bally, and I think there's definitely some grumbling in the GVG scene about a couple of things, but, you know, they're working on it, they absolutely are, in that regard, and the fun doesn't end there. There's now some really exciting options for your heal chrono in the Adept set as well. Sympathetic Visage. Whenever you summon a Phantasm, it used to just take a condition away from you. Now it takes a condition away from all of your allies as well. And of course, that's on summon, right? So that also will work in World vs. World if you're able to actually summon it. So you have a lot of value there. A lot of condition cleanse. And of course, if you need it in PvE, that is there as an option. The Adept traits are great, by the way, because you can have more healing with the Mantra trait, and you can have the Revive trait. I think the Revive trait in PvE is actually going to be amazing because feedback is instant cast, and you can double tap it for 10% revival per second. Oh, I like how the music is swelling as we're talking about this new broken build. You can now use that and have even feedback on your bar, which would, of course, synergize with Temporal Enchanter. So you can use it to revive people. You can use it to give super speed and resistance at the same time. Man, this build is juiced. It really is. It can do so much. It's finally going to activate that Mesmer flexibility. Because notice how I haven't really talked about utility skills. Yeah. Because of how this build works, all of your boon application is either on your weapons with your shield and, of course, your staff for some boon application there, and on your traits. It's all on traits in the Chaos trait line and in the Chronomancer trait line. Your utility skills are insanely free. That you can run Portal, you can run Precog, you can run Veil, you can run Illusion of Life, you can run Feedback, right? You can run the Cleanse Mantra. You can do anything on this build. It is a build that you can do almost anything on. Hell, you could even take, you could even reset all of your shatters, right? For if you wanted to, like, have, like, another burst of boons. with Signet of Illusions. Like, you can do so much. This is the most flexible healer, I feel like, in the entire game at this point, because your entire utility bar is free. Like, yeah, sure, Signet of Inspiration is very good. You're going to be taking that quite a lot of the time, I feel like. It's just a very good skill. Especially if you don't need that much healing, you can fit in the 5-second extension as opposed to the 3-second extension on that ability. But yeah, incredibly flexible. Heal Chrono is finally here. It is finally here. And yeah, one more thing actually for World versus World. Oh, this is so juicy. And definitely, you'll take this sometimes in PvE for sure. Mental Defense. This is the bit of a weird one. It was like whenever you blocked or evaded, you summon a little clone that does a little taunt. This has now been reworked. Distortion grants resistance and breaks stuns for nearby allies. Boom! AoE stun break. On your Distortion now. Obviously, God level in World versus World. If you're a World versus World fan, this is obviously really good. And there's plenty of situations. I'll just bring up the boring one. In HTCM, this is obviously really good for this build because you can heal yourself, you can heal your team, and of course go ahead and go for the big stun break and resistance, or even just resistance people, right? With this. Very, very good. Very good trait. Definitely more of a World versus World thing or PvP thing. And hell, honestly, I actually didn't even think about this from the PvP angle. Oh man. You know, I need to sit down and think about it more. I honestly, I need to sit down and think about this. Is there any universe where you'd play this in PvP? I feel like the numbers. I'm not sure about that, to be honest, because the numbers on a lot of these traits have been absolutely dumpstered in PvP because of how oppressive stuff like Mirage has been and Chrono. So I feel like the numbers on everything here just suck. So maybe not in PvP just yet, but they're setting the scene for it, right? Yeah, self-decap Chrono. That was it was so funny. I have to tell the story of some context here. There was a PvP tournament, and one player was like, Mesmer was pretty bad at the time, and there was like one guy playing Mesmer, and he was playing like a duelist build, but what the problem is that he could hold the 1v1, he could hold it neutral, right? He wouldn't die in the 1v1 and could very slowly kind of get something done. But here's the problem. Every time he'd use Distort to mitigate damage with the Signet, because you take the Signet Distortion trait in PvP on this, well, you did on this particular build, right? He would use a Signet to get an invuln, right? And it was Signet of Inspiration, right? He would extend his boons on himself, but he'd end up decapping the node, right? So people were memeing because it was like, you know, you have like a decap build that knocks people off the points. This was like self-decap Chrono. It was actually really, it was awe-inspiring, but also sad to watch. Like one guy giga chatting it out, trying to make Chrono work, trying to make Mesmer work, but just decapped himself in the process. A little bit unlucky there. But now it's back. Okay, yeah. Heal Chrono. Stay tuned. Bear in mind, I rated this in my tier list at kind of meme tier. This, in my opinion, I'm going to make a bold prediction, okay? Because you know what? That's fun. Because it's funny either way. Either I'm right and I look like I have a massive brain, or I'm wrong and you guys can make fun of me and it's funny content. I actually think this is going to be... I'd probably put this at an A tier build. There's actually some universe... Nike made this comment and I actually agree with him. It is possible this could actually be God tier. Maybe not like Omega God tier or Speedrun tier, but in pug groups... and in fights where there isn't a lot of damage, as in like very extreme damage, because its weakness is it doesn't have crazy burst healing. Its burst healing is not going to be as good as Druid. Like Druid like slams you with a CA3 and it's like a 10k heal. Chrono can't do that. To be fair, basically nothing can do that. But yeah, it does have some holes in this build. It doesn't have that burst heal capacity really. But this is definitely a build that could be A tier or better, actually, would be my current look at this. It is very good, in my opinion. I expect to see some play. The radii on the boons are relatively low. I think it's 240 on Bountiful Disillusionment. I'd like to see them address that and push that to 360. I think that's, again, maybe a slight weakness that it has. Some of its boon radius is mediocre. But overall, yeah, it's arrived. Heal Chrono. They actually did it. This is going to be a thing. This build, at the very least, will exist and be a proper build. At the minimum, this will be a proper build next patch in Guild Wars 2. Awesome. Super cool. I'd love to see them making more support builds, right? Like, that's definitely a sticky part of the meta, so unsticking that is great. Yeah, that is a good point. And bear in mind, this patch, by the way, is November 28th, so it's in about a month from now. It's going to have Rifle at the same time, and I wonder if they would actually do heal Rifle. That would be such an ANET thing to do. If this build gets these trait reworks, and it gets a weapon at the same time, that would be very juicy, to be honest. That would be very, very juicy indeed. Wow. Wow. Absolutely incredible. That's crazy. Yeah, November is the beta. That's in the beta. Also, by the way, big shout out to Lara and Grim for raiding. I really appreciate you all. Thank you very much. I got completely sucked in. You know, I got absorbed in the bounce. I ignore them, okay? Because actually, I am ego restoration. I don't care about any other streamer except me. Anyway, got the basic stuff here. The Pledge, this trait no longer reduces the cooldown of torch skills, increase the burning stats from 1 to 2, and Compounding Power, trait no longer increases the condition damage attribute, instead increases the outgoing damage. Basically, it's better. In general, outgoing damage mod is going to be better than raw stat most of the time. And look at this. The Scepter trait here as well. Confusion you inflict has increased duration. When you evade attack, inflict confusion on the attacker. I think kind of looking at a bit of a PvP situation there. Well, you could maybe actually squeeze this in on a PvE build actually. Like if you take the illusions trait line and go really crazy on confusion and stacking that up there with a higher duration, especially with compounding power, of course, now also being a little bit better. And I think some of these changes here, it's because I think you're basically going to be losing some damage, right? Because there's a 10% damage mod in Chaos that's getting reworked into more of a support thing. Therefore, they're probably trying to make sure that the damage builds don't suffer collateral damage as a result of reworking it for support. That's basically what's going on there. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. We saw this change right at the start, right? They nerfed the axe trait so you don't get cooldown reduction, because they made the cooldown reduction baseline. And now the trait does a little bit more damage because you get 2 stacks for 3 seconds instead of 1 stack for 4.5, which of course has the added bonus of making it a little bit more bursty, you know, giving you a faster ramp on any kind of conditioned Mirage build as well. With your little phantom axes. Sand Through Glass. This is a stun break for your Mirage. Kind of a PvP thing. Like, you're probably not going to use this in PvE, but now also removes Immobilize at the same time. Nice bonus, honestly, for something like this. It's like a rollback ability, which is very common for roll abilities to remove Immobilize. Makes it a little bit better. I mean, are you even playing Mirage right now in PvP? Like, everyone's playing like some degenerate chrono build, right? Like, come on. Imagine playing Mirage. Imagine playing Mirage, guys. Even with your 2 dodges, nobody plays it. Okay. All right. We got through Mesmer. Wow, I think I talked a long time about Mesmer, but that's because it is pretty juicy. Okay. Wait, look, we're getting through it, guys. You can see there's a lot of patch notes here. But to be fair, most of it is Ranger pets. More on that later. Let's talk about Necro. Not a crazy amount happening here, actually, in my opinion. Overall. Basically, key elements here, they're nerfing Scourge in PvP, because Scourge kind of made its return with the Alacrity rework. Similar in World vs. World. It's a bit of a menace in World vs. World and more organized play. But yeah, they nerfed it in PvP in particular, because, again, it was causing problems at entry level, which is, again, very important. So they just nerfed the sustain on it, and they also nerfed the damage output on these Scourge builds. Good. I'm of the opinion that I don't really like Scourge existing in PvP, to be honest. I think it's not a very fun spec to play against, and I think it's just not super healthy for the game mode in general, so I'm not going to be super unhappy about it getting nerfed in PvP overall. The other stuff is interesting. Check this out. So, a big thing here that's going on is that they're looking to make core Necro better, I think. And this is a bit of a theme. And this is because of Soto. right? Bear in mind, a lot of players, guys, don't have expansions, right? Sorry, they have only Soto, so no elite specs. And they are trying to make core specs a little bit better. We saw that with Guardian, right? And now I think we're seeing it with Necro here. So life transfer inflicts bleeding when striking an enemy. And we don't know exactly how this is going to work, but bear in mind, that could be 9 stacks of AoE bleeding on life transfer, because it hits 9 times. That is juicy, actually. That is very, very juicy. And we're also seeing some changes to Plague Signet. Cooldown is going down a lot. Only 3 colonies transfer, though. Again, they're reducing it for stun break purposes, right? The cooldown's going down so you can stun break more with this in competitive, essentially. So it makes it more of an appealing choice. Because on Necro, you've been locked into, like, Spectral Walk and Worm for, like, the last 15 years. Longer than the game's been out, right? So they're trying to free that up a little bit. So you might take some other options, like Well of Power or Plague Signet, for example. But here's the juice. Let's talk about the juice. Terror. This is kind of an old favorite, right? Like Necromancer, you play this on core Necro, of course, and fear people, and you do damage, and it is great. Look at what has happened. It's swapped with Parasitic Contagion. Parasitic Contagion, bit of a meme trait. It's cool lifesteal, but, you know, it wasn't really something that saw a lot of play back then, and it sees even less play now, to be honest. But now, do you know what this means? You can take Terror and Path of Corruption. Quick recap here. Path of Corruption means your 2 skill corrupts boons AoE. 2 boons corrupted. Now you can have Terror and that at the same time on your core Necromancer build. Ooh! That is juicy. And I did think about this a little bit when I read this initially. I think you wouldn't run this on something that isn't core. I was kind of scratching my head over it, and I'm like, Scourge? Not really. Reaper, not really. To be honest, you typically go, you know, like you want the weakening trap. Maybe you'd run it on a Condi Reaper, actually. You know, yeah, with like you could run the fear ring, and you fear people with your, you know, your 3. You got staff. Yeah, maybe you'd run it on that and get away from weakening shroud a little bit, especially because it doesn't corrupt anymore. Right, all that kind of stuff. So there's some potential other builds, but I definitely think they want to bring core Necro back, especially seeing as life, you know, they're talking about life transfer. Necro is in a bit of a rough spot in PvP right now, especially in PvP. Goodness me. I watched them on the ATs, right? And I was watching, you know, Gornet, of course, one of the best players in the game, and, you know, again, one of the very well-known Necromancer players in Guild Wars 2, and he was like, oh, he's gonna play Necro, good luck, buddy, right? And he just got bullied the entire game and did nothing, right? Like, yeah, Necro just can't hack it. It right now is too slow, it is too fat, it can't live into a lot of the classes right now. So I think it does make sense to kind of focus on maybe a slightly tankier spec, like Necro being a bit of a thing that kind of grinds you down, giving it that counter pressure, giving you that push with Terror, because it does more damage now as well. Significant increase to the scaling, actually, by the way. As you can see here, it's about 10% increase to base. Actually, more than that. And similar to the actual scaling. So it's going to hit hard. It's going to hit hard as hell, actually. To be honest, in this particular context. Again, PvP thing, world versus world thing overall. And a couple of just quality of life thingies here as well. Signet of Vampirism a little bit better. Overall, again, they want you to take that. It's kind of a cool skill to use in a lot of gamers, actually, including PvE, actually. I think heal skills on Necro doesn't actually matter that much. I think they're all actually pretty okay. Well of Blood's pretty good to use, even on a DPS Scourge. Same as Vamp Signet, right? Same as the Barrier on Scourge. They're all, like, pretty okay. I wouldn't feel super bad about using any of them, to be perfectly honest. But I do like this one, because it, you know, it does damage, and you can make everyone life steal off them to heal your allies up. It's pretty cool stuff. Quality of life with Master of Corruption. You're going to get Vuln instead of getting blinded when you use your heal skill. Yeah, I understand why. This wasn't fun. It was definitely a very feels bad moment. Just blind yourself when you use your heal skill. Feels super bad when you want to try and counter pressure after you heal. Not good. And I was almost surprised about these death magic buffs. Now, I think it's because they want to make death magic again. I think they want to push this a little bit in PvP. However, it is worth noting that Selly Harbinger is a bit of a menace in World vs. World, right? But I mean, again, it's roaming, right? Like, everything's a menace. Like, every build is horrifying in World vs. World for roaming right now. But yeah, like, there's some really good Celestial Harbinger builds that will actually love this, by the way, because you're going to get 300 Condi damage, basically, because you're basically permanently capped on Death's Carapace stacks if you're playing a Condi Harbinger, and you also just get, like, free life force when you enter based on how many stacks you have. That's going to juice you up, allow you to get more output from Harbinger Shroud if you need to, and just maintain that high Shroud amount. Of course, good for Core Necro, right? Because this is basically more sustain on a Core Necromancer if you end up playing with a Death Magic trait line, because this means that you can go ahead and say, oh yeah, I've got my Carapace stacks, and it's going to juice me up. I'm going to get more life force, which then gets converted into health. However, on Core, if I recall correctly, it's probably going to be more like Soul Reaping, Curses, and Blood, to be fair, but who knows? Maybe you end up running Death Magic at some point with this kind of stuff there as well. But yeah, that's kind of most of the stuff here for Necro. A few little things here as well. Elixir of Bliss, cooldown on... This is a condition cleanse elixir. I think this actually might be wrong in the notes. On the stream, they said they are reducing the cooldown of the stun break, but this is not the stun break. The stun break is... Oh, what's it called, actually? I can't remember what it's called. I mean, that tells you how much it gets used. It is actually not a super popular skill. But what is it called? Of Ignorance. Yes, it's Elixir of Ignorance is the stun break, which is... It gives you resistance, right? And then you can also stun break out of it as well. There you go. So we don't actually... Yeah, maybe it's Bliss. That's the condition one. This one, the condition one, cleanse one is actually pretty good on Harbinger, actually. Already, it's 5 Condis, and it converts into Life Force, which is kind of nice. But, hey, they might be doing that. Maybe they're doing that one and the stun break. Who the hell knows? And then some stuff to Reaper as well. They wanted to improve the sustain a little bit. These two traits, I'm not totally seeing it. So, Blighter's Boon. This trait now always grants heal and life force regardless of whether the Necromancer is in Shroud form. Reduce the base healing from 197 to 85. So basically, life force when you apply a boon or remove a boon from an enemy, and if you're in Shroud, you get health. If you're out of Shroud, you get Shroud. The problem with this is that if you take this trait, you are a noodle. And that ain't good if you're playing Reaper. Skedaddle, skedoodle, your DPS is now a noodle. In fact, you probably do less DPS than the actual icon here, which is like a fly or something, a locust. Because, of course, this is competing with the quickness trait in Grandmaster, or, of course, Deathly Chill, which means when you chill, you apply bleed. Both very important traits for your damage output in any game mode for a Reaper. So... yeah, will this make you pretty tanky? Honestly, yeah, you can definitely be pretty tanky with this setup, but you are going to obliterate your damage output in order to do that, and I don't know about that. If you're on Reaper, you want to slap people, right? You want to be pumping, right? You want to be blasting. I'm not sure if you really are going to want to make that trade. If this moved to say like a master trait or even an adept trait, well, they shouldn't do that, but if it moves somewhere else, I could see you taking this, but that might again cause balance issues because there has to be some kind of trade-off with damage and survivability, but I think it's a very extreme trade-off right now because those traits are very powerful. I have to see what plays out though. Never write it off. The devs seem confident, right? And you know what? They got, the devs have got some big brains. They do. Augury of Death. This is the shout trait. Again, I'm not sure if you're really taking this. It does give you some nice lifesteal. It's, and that's surprisingly high. I know it says 172, but bear in mind that's on 5 targets and that's on every shout you have. It's not going to be nothing, right? And of course, you get double healing if you're in melee range. So that will heal you a surprising amount if you're running a build that has a lot of shouts. They also have a short cooldown as well. So if you're in a big team fight as a Necromancer, just spamming that going crazy, you're going to get some output there. You absolutely are. Like running stuff like Suffer, for example, your all weaklings, the heal skill, which is very good in PvP, will definitely give you a bit more sustain, a little bit more healing with this. If you're hitting all of these targets, right? You're hitting loads of targets there. So definitely not bad. However, it is competing again with a very strong trait, the Chilling Explosion one. That means when you hit someone with Chill, it blows up doing AoE Chill, which again is amazing for Reaper because Chill makes you do more damage to your targets. It's also really good for snaring them so you can catch up to them and blast them. So, tough to make that call, but if you take both of these, you can be the tank god, just stand on the point and distract your opponents. Definitely can work out. We do indeed love to see that. Fantastic. And that's it for Necro, I believe. We have made it through Necromancer. Let's go! Ranger is up next. Now, I have got to say this. In some ways, in some ways, I think this is actually really cool. I quite like this. This is quite cool. But on the other hand, I am a little bit disappointed, because every single ranger change is basically just making pets non-trash. I was definitely going, oh, they're going to make heal untamed even better. Oh my god, you know, quickness untamed is going to get sick, right? But you know what? I will take this. I actually do like this. This has been definitely a big pain point with Ranger, and they just bit the bullet and did it. They have made all of the bad pets, hopefully, non-bad. Which means that I think we're going to see a lot more variability in what pets people will go for. There's some pretty cool effects. I'm not going to read all of these, because a lot of this is trivial. They've basically gone through every single skill in the game, and basically made it better. Right, with this stuff. Oh, yeah. Did AoE stun on the polar bear? Okay, no, that's a bit spicy, isn't it? But yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. I don't think I'm going to go through all of it, because we will be here all day. Goodness me. They literally did every single pet. I'm not joking. But we will do some of the kind of edited highlights, the important stuff overall. So for a start, all basic pet attacks are now affected by quickness, and pet skills that affect allies do not count the pet they originate from in their target cap. The fact that that wasn't the case already is actually extremely funny. But actually, now it's pretty cool. So now it will always get your whole subgroup, or always get your whole team, or whatever, when you're in a PvP or PvE situation. And pet attacks being affected by quickness means that you just get more damage across the board for pets that didn't have that benefit already. So, oh man, it's going to be difficult to find, like, the big highlights. I can remember some of them. The big one for PvP, actually, is that Smoke Scale's takedown doesn't knock down anymore. Oof! Yeah, that is a huge change. That pet, very strong. It's dominated since the beginning of time, partially because of that. It will, like, just almost, like, semi-randomly knock you. Very hard to play around, and honestly, very unfun to play around as well. Incredibly strong, big nerf. But honestly, in a lot of ways, it's going to be a good thing, because that pet was so dominant and so powerful with not only the stealth, but also the incredible offensive capacity, that it had godlike defense, because you could stealth and disengage, and godlike offense, because you could knock people down and then just, like, obliterate them, right? And start setting up your combo, right? Ranger, again, in PvP, very combo-oriented with greatsword and longbow. You want to be setting up these combos, and that's exactly what, you know, the smoke scale enabled you, while also being incredible for disengage. So I'm not exactly going to be crying over that, not going to lie. Another big one for PvP is that you can't get the ecto anymore from pigs. But pigs, or, you know, like pork-style pets, they are now deterministic. So, for example, the boar, you always get a rock. Very funny. Imagine that. Like, you say, yo, pet, find me something useful. It just finds a rock. But to be fair, the rock is pretty good. I believe that's going to be a stun effect that you can throw. You can basically throw at your opponent. Forage, the warg, is a scale. This is like a Condi one. It's like bleeding and weakness and poison and stuff, I believe. Like that. Siamoth, you only get feathers for the stealth. Pig, now you get the greatsword. This is actually the same skill as the old greatsword 4, when you would actually throw your greatsword after getting a block as well. So, but there's no ecto here. You can't get the ecto, so that's notable actually. Which it's going to be a weird thing, because in some sense, like, high roll in the ecto felt really good, and you could just basically absolutely go crazy. But then not getting it ever was super frustrating, and obviously very frustrating for the opponent to play against as well, because you could just luck out really hard, basically. But yeah, whatever. Right, some big stuff here. All the pets are doing more damage. Very exciting. Worth noting, the Iboga's damage is actually kind of going back up again a little bit. It's got more power coefficient from 0.2 to 0.45. There, and this one's fun too. Narcotic Spores. This is the pet skill on the Iboga. This is now an ethereal field. So in other words, what this is doing is it is going to get a bunch of free confusion stacks, right? Like, you have guaranteed confusion stacks, right? When you have projectile finishes or whatever, which is actually pretty interesting, I think. It's going to add a sizable amount of damage. You'd be surprised. It's a short cooldown. Fields are relevant for DPS output in PvE, by the way. It absolutely is relevant. A big thing that happened was to all of the EOD pets. You used to have, like, weird skills on Soul Beast on these, but almost like auto attacks. You got the auto attack, not the special move. Now you actually have the special move on all of these from EOD. So you actually get, instead of like an auto attack thing on the Siege Turtle, now you get basically the F2, not the F2, rather, you get like a special attack. You get the one that does the daze, right? Like a ranged projectile and a daze instead of the bite. You have the thing, you have like the thing on Soul Beast with the Undead Plague on the Wallow. But yeah, wow, how exciting is that? And you also have Dash. I'm pretty sure the tool tip here is absolutely wrong. But yeah, there you go. A lot of cool stuff here overall. I do like they reworked this. Definitely sucks a little bit that they weren't able to get some actual skills changes in for like weapons and stuff. But again, like this is an extension of Ranger. Like pets are Ranger skills, right? So if you think about it, this is doing that. They just focus on one particular area. Yeah, another one that's notable here is actually the Icy Screech on the White Mower. You can get a Frost Aura for nearby allies, which I think is actually pretty important because that means that's like AoE damage reduction that you could take, for example. And I think a lot of the healing effects on these mowers has also been improved. So if you want more healing on your druid build, for example, you can go ahead and take that. Pretty exciting stuff. I'm not going to go through all of this because I think when you have so many changes, so many variables moving, it's almost impossible to actually predict. What I can say is very exciting, I think. If you are a ranger, you're going to have a lot of fun. I think there's going to be way more room to actually experiment around and try different pets for different situations yeah, and that's good because it's been locked in for ages. Everyone's been running the same pets in every game mode for all eternity. Seeing that actually get mixed up a little bit, actually really cool. This is probably one of the best things they could have done for Ranger, I think. This one also too is pretty exciting, by the way. Quickening Screech on your Soul Beast. This is the Soul Beast merge with the Eagle, I believe. Now you can remove movement impairing effects. Great for World versus World. If you have some kind of World versus World stance share Soul Beast, you can kind of break people out, or of course in PvP as well. Very powerful effect. Being able to break out of movement impairing effects, very good in competitive modes. But anyway, yeah, get in here, have some fun, muck about. It's going to be great. Hopefully we see some kind of looks at some of the weapon skills and utility skills for Ranger down the line, and some of the talents, traits for Rangers to kind of flesh out some of the boon builds, I think, particularly on Untamed. That would be what my wish list for next time. But overall, in my opinion, pretty fun stuff. I think people are really going to enjoy this, and the reign of Smoke Scale is finally over. And yeah, go play with some random pets and enjoy. Okay, Revenant, here we go. Not too much for Rev, but a few important ones. So the first one, they buffed Hammer in PvE a lot. I don't think you're really going to see Hammer a lot in PvE. This is one of those, you know how they did a bunch of changes back in the day to make every weapon, like, not bad? Yeah, this. It's not bad now in PvE. The damage goes up significantly. Are you going to be running, like, your crazy Hammer camping Rev? No, you are not. But it definitely is going to be a less painful thing to have to use sometimes if you want some, want to be at range on particular encounters for whatever reason, like HTCM, for example. It's going to suck less, basically, which is good. It's one of those weapons that maybe needs a bit more mechanical reworking to make it really fit in and kind of bring it up to speed with modern Guild Wars 2 design, but it's certainly a very major improvement in my opinion. This one in particular is quite nice. Field of the Mists. Instead of having a cast time on the projectile block, it's going to be instantaneous now. And it also fires a projectile at 5 enemies around the target. Wow, more damage. Exciting. And you even get a little Aegis. I got a bit excited thinking it was AoE Aegis, but no, it's just on you. But there you go. Now, speaking of Aegis, though, yo! Heal Herald. Oh, man, it's a good day to be a hero. Check this out. So, Envoy of Exuberance. This is Shield 4. 15-second cooldown. Remember that. This skill now grants protection to allies at its impact point instead of when projectile passes through them, which, honestly, take it or leave it. I mean, both is fine, I think. This is definitely more consistent. The impact also grants Aegis to allies. Oh, Heal Herald is complete. There it is. And the healing goes up from 0.5 for the Wobbo, which is actually a lot. This is going to heal a lot now when you use this, by the way. Oh, yeah. Let's go. They actually did it. This immediately makes Heal Herald significantly better because this was a glaring hole in its kit, is that it doesn't have Aegis. Now it does. And Shield 5 is no longer just a block, it's now an AoE heal as well. So just the Shield toolkit, much better. This is definitely going to mean that you are going to swap between Staff and Mace Shield a lot more. A lot of the time on Hero previously, you'd kind of camp Staff a fair bit, not gonna lie, because Shield was a very mediocre weapon. Honestly, Shield has been an incredibly mediocre weapon on Herald for an unbelievably long time, right? But now, super tasty. Really, really good, really strong. It's also worth noting this is a big benefit to DPS Herald as well, because bear in mind, you can run your DPS set, you can run your sword, or greatsword, sword, or greatsword in your main set, and just have sword shield in your offset, right? Oh yeah, we love to see it. So you're good to go. You can actually go ahead and start bringing that Aegis toolkit into your regular Herald play, your Quickness Herald, or even your full DPS Herald toolkit as well. Really nice thing to be able to do. And that's a good point from Paint here as well. Bear in mind, there's a new weapon coming. Scepter is quite likely to be a support weapon for Rev, so we could be getting a full support toolkit here. Staff and Scepter Shield. Tasty. Absolutely tasty. Yeah, of course, you can't take Staff if you do that, but what if you don't need the CC, right? You know, there's a bit of flexibility there if you want to go in that direction. And speaking of which, by the way, we're talking about Herald here, DPS Herald buffs. Already a pretty underrated build, actually, maybe even by me. Bonus damage from maintaining a skill up to 20%, and per Herald upkeep skill 5 to 7% in PvE only. Yeah, very similar to Scrapper. We talked about that with the NG section. This build is actually very good. It's a very good build. Gives some boons. Does a lot of damage. Very tanky. Has CC. Yeah. Good build. Very good build indeed. Actually, with this one, nice to see it buffed. They also gave Shortbow the baseline pierce. You had to take a trait in Renegade for this ability to pierce. Otherwise, you know, this skill would, only hit one target. It wouldn't cleave, essentially. Now, that's baseline on all of the Renegade projectile abilities. Very significant, actually, because it means that if you're, say, playing a Condi Herald or something like that, which is a very good build for open world, you can now have way more AoE completely at baseline. Very juicy, in my opinion. Very, very nice. We kind of love to see that. Just a nice little thing there. Does make that weapon a lot more powerful in a lot of PvE scenarios for sure, and of course in PvP and competitive scenarios too. Shortbow, a very good weapon. Honestly, one of the stronger weapons in the game, I think, in general. Historically, one of the strongest weapons in the game. Has just a great toolkit. Has the CC. Has the snare with the slow. Right. Has very strong damage output with 7-shot, and of course its auto attacks are also nothing to be sniffed at as well. Also a good hybrid weapon. Right. Does power and condition damage pretty well. That's one of the reasons it was so good in PvP. But yeah. There you go. And a few other kind of, little tweaks here. They did some stuff to Retribution. It's still a pretty meh trait line. They wanted to just get rid of, like, the passive proc stuff, I think. Make it a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more active. So Eye for an Eye, which was, like, when you got CC'd, you got boons and taunted your enemy or something like that. Now, you gain protection when you use your F2, which is, again, on core Rev, it's the thing that gives you a little effect and gives you energy back. It's the Meld on Vindy. It's the Facet of Nature, right, on Herald. You get the idea. It's that one. Get Prot on that. Whatever. Spiritual Resolution. This gives you resolution when you use your elite skill. Now it's when you use now it's when you invoke a legend. So a little bit more quality of life there. So it's going to be more of like a passive thing that's going to be happening rather than something that you have to kind of invest your energy into, invest into your elite skill. Sure, there's a few niche scenarios like builds that use this combined with the Grandmaster that make you pulse might. But that's kind of less relevant because of how Herald works now. It's like, whatever. Bold Reversal. Trait's been reworked. Gain Risen User Healing Skill. This is on Renegade. This is kind of a weird one, right? This is like when you broke a stun, you kind of like walloped people around you and gained boons, basically, with this. That's how it worked. Now you get resistance when you use a healing skill. I almost feel like this is like less interesting now. I don't know. I feel very underwhelmed. I'm not whelmed by this whatsoever, by Bold Reversal. And Heart Piercer, the piercing effect is gone. It just gives you the bleeding damage. Which is a bit of a low energy trait, but hey, I mean, it is what it is. And finally, Vindicator. A few changes to Vindy here. Mostly They said they wanted to give it more of an identity, so they're kind of leaning into the dodging with the energy meld in particular. Reaver's Curse. What this does now is that whenever you hit someone with a dodge, you got your endurance back. Effects like that, in general, very unhealthy, of course. And also, they had to nerf it into oblivion to make it even remotely balanced, especially with 2 double dodge Vindy. So, yeah, definitely one of those ones that probably was due for a rework, and they did exactly that. It now reduces the recharge of energy meld, and energy meld enhances the effects of your next dodge. This is actually pretty cool in my opinion, because it means that there's a lot of good Vindicator builds out there right now. Like, Power Vindicator is incredibly good. In PvE, it's very strong, has good utility and very high damage. And now, there's almost going to be a bit of, like, fun with using your dodges and your rotations, because let me actually see if I can find the effects. I think they briefly moused over them. Let me see if I can actually find... Oh, look, some spoilers there. I think yeah, oh, look at that. Look how fast I found it. Oh, let's go. Okay, so here we go. Angio's cooldown is reduced, and it increases the effectiveness of your next dodge. So, if you have no Grandmaster trait talented, yeah, then it gives you a 25% damage increase. Or if you have the damage one, it's 25% damage increase. If you have the boon one, it gives you an extra 5 stacks of might. And if you have the healing one, it doubles the healing and the barrier increase. Well, that's not quite as exciting as I thought. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, yeah, there you have it. Enjoy. You know, you can do that. I got a little excited there. Now I'm less excited. I mean, I guess, you know, 25% more damage in your dodge. I mean, that's something. You know, that is a thing. And here we go, this one too. Energy mode no longer has an energy cost, but grants energy when used. This is a big one, because this means not only is it going to refill your endurance with energy meld, it's also going to give you energy back as well, instead of costing energy. So you are giga resource overloaded with this. I definitely expect this to be a PvP thing, I feel like, because in general, that is where you can get super energy starved. You definitely can be in PvE as well, but definitely your resource management is very, very punishing in that particular game mode. And actually, speaking of that, I missed this one. This one's important, by the way. Contain Temper, which is a minor trait in Invocation, right? Which is very common in PvP. It doesn't give you Fury because, yeah, you don't need that. You gain energy when you break out of a stun. That is big. That is a big one. That is a juicy one for this, because it's very common to use your stun breaks are pretty expensive in PvP, especially in PvP. It's like 40 energy for the Shiro one, right? The fact that you're going to have a refund there, that is a huge help to a lot of Rev builds. It's this kind of stuff. I know a lot of people want Herald to come back, particularly Power Herald, one of the all-time favorite builds in PvP. Stuff like this is how you make that happen. By giving it energy back so it's allowed to be offensive and not drain all of its energy on surviving. Look, don't get your hopes up just yet, but this is the kind of change that can actually kind of make that happen over time. I do like this. This is a fun trait. I like the idea of certain things refueling energy on Revenant. I think this is cool. I can't say why, but recently I have come to appreciate mechanics that involve building and spending resource. I think that in general, that type of flow, it's actually very intuitive. I think I think it's good for new players. It's very easy to understand. It's also quite fun to play around as well. With that one. But yeah, again, a lot of these reworks here, it's going to be a bit more exciting in competitive modes, I think. But yeah, it's a reset. Okay, you know, it's been reworked. Not a reset. It's been reworked. Energy Meld grants more energy and also grants its energy and vigor to nearby allies. This one's actually pretty cool, I think. I think anything that shares endurance is quite exciting. Like, sharing a dodge is always fun, I think. There's a couple of traits that do this. You know, of course, you got the Tempest one. You have a Thief can do this with its Signet. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I mean, all of these, they are things. You can probably pick a lot of these. I mean, I guess you're probably going to pick that in PvE because it just makes you do more damage. Or maybe you want to dodge more, so you have more dodges overall. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Basically, if you can't tell, I'm not super well. I got a little bit excited, but I became less excited. But anyway, DPS Herald, yo! Heal Herald, Yo! And that's also why I'm less hyped about this. Like, when you have really cool stuff like this, with the damage herald stuff and the heal herald, it just makes everything pale in comparison. But there you have it. Boom. Nice. Let's move on. Thief. Okay. So, I was expecting Heal Spectre. We didn't really get Heal Spectre. Well, we did a little bit. Bountiful Theft. You now gain extra might when you steal from a target with no boons. Obviously, you take this trait on Heal Spectre, and honestly, you take this a lot of the time on Alacrity Spectre as well. This will be a nice bonus to both of them. A bit more might generation to kind of get them up to, hopefully, more that kind of, you know, getting very close to, like, capping might very easily. It's always good, especially on offensive support builds and defensive support builds these days. It's always good. I do like that change. The bulk of the changes, though, are to Pistol, Dagger, Thief, and Staff as well. The Staff stuff is pretty cool, actually. I think it's some overall some nice, a little mini rework to that weapon. But let's talk about Pistol, Dagger here. So the auto attack is going to bleed more, and Shadow Strike. This is the duel with Pistol. You get double the Torment stacks in PvE, and you get 3 stacks of the Repeater buff, so you can actually use Repeater 3 times before it flips back over instead of 1. Actually, really cool RP, and you know what? I think ArenaNet have identified that their Thief players are role players. Hardcore role players. I think that's why they've done this, because they've just made RP changes. Straight up, this is literally RP changes. Unload, you can like pew way more. You can pew way more on your Shadow Strike as well. This is just RP. Is the Shadow Strike thing going to be good? And I do have some slightly bad news here, I guess. Even if this is good in PvE and it does high damage, this is a Golem build. Because remember, Shadow Strike makes you teleport backwards when you use it. So, yeah. Like, even if this benches mega high on Condi Thief, which, I don't know, to be honest, I'm not sure. I'm going to make a confession. I'm not very familiar with Pistol Dagger Thief PvE benchmarks, okay? Look, I had to deal with it in PvP. That was bad enough. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, core Pistol Dagger Thief. Jesus Christ. That was not fun. It was good in PvP, let me tell you. I don't think it's good in PvE. I mean, but even if it is, it doesn't matter. It's a Golem build because it teleports you back. So, well, honestly, I'll be less harsh. I think this is cool RP. I think everyone loves going around with Unload, and I think Shadow Strike is a fun skill to use, actually. So I'm not gonna, like, just rip the chain and say, oh, it's fucking dog shit. Is it gonna be strong? Nah. Is it some cool RP? Sure. And I do like the change to Bountiful Theft here as well. And just, like, making some utility skills a little bit better. Making these stun breaks a little bit stronger. Haste getting a little bit stronger. Blinding Powder getting a little bit stronger. Why the hell not? Right? Why the hell not? Do you guys remember when Haste had like a 60-second cooldown, only gave you quickness, and also made you, I think... Wait, what did it do? Didn't it make it... You didn't take more damage. Didn't it, like, mess with your cooldowns or something? Like the original version of this? It had, like, a downside to it or something. Like... Oh, yeah, it drained your endurance, yeah. It drained all your endurance. It had, like, a pretty big downside to it. Ah, how far we've come. Very good. Anyway, on to Daredevil. So, this is quite an interesting one. I feel like I should definitely let the Thief mains talk about how they feel about this. I would feel this is a usability improvement, but maybe people really like the Reflecty on the auto attack. I feel like it was a bit troll, very hard to use, but I guess really cool if you could pop off and use it really well. But basically, your auto attack chain on Daredevil actually has a reflect on it, weirdly enough, on the final part. That's now been moved to Dust Strike, which is star 4. And it's an AoE, circular area reflect, instead of a cone as well. So this is pretty exciting, I think, in some sense, because this means as a thief with staff, you actually have on-demand, well, essentially no cooldown or initiative limited reflect on this. Very cool. And you can't grief people on Matthias anymore, which is, in my opinion, pretty nice usability improvement. This is pretty initiative heavy. You're definitely going to burn your resource if you press this a lot, so you're going to have to be smart with using it, that's for sure. But also, the fact that it's AoE blind is also nice, right? Because this is going to be an AoE blind at the same time. Pretty nice for staff, I think, especially in kind of competitive modes there as well. And Debilitating Arc, which is the third skill on staff, has also been reworked a little bit. So now it works as normal, right? Like, you wallop people and then go backwards. And then you have Helmet Breaker, which is a new skill that leaps you forwards again and then smacks them over the head and it dazes them. So just a little bit more flexibility on that kit, a bit of CC. Again, kind of the Daredevil RP, right? Kind of a bit of a brawler. You just like whack people with the staff, right? And stun them and stuff like that. And you're leaping all over the place all the time. I think pretty cool. An Impact Strike. This skill now evades attacks. Now, I believe this is only the first part of the attack. And the cooldown went up because they were actually worried about having evade spam. Because in general, evade spam, especially on Thief, has historically been a pretty big problem. But yeah. Yes. But yeah. Is the skill going to be good? I mean, I'm not going to lie, I doubt it. This skill is a meme, all right? Thief Elite skills are already good. Like, Basilisk Venom is very strong. Dagger Storm is kind of a putrid, rancid, disgusting ability. Are you running this? I don't think so. Can you get some really funny clips and montage people with it? Yes. The evade makes it way more usable because you can kind of leap into battle and kind of connect it and start the combo to actually end someone. So that's pretty good, I guess. But yeah, I think what Left says is really true because, of course, the punishing strikes here, auto attack, reflecting. Because what you could do on Thief, and this is what you can do with all auto attacks, right? Like, you can do 2 auto attacks and save the third, right? So there's a lot of skill in there. It's like very skill testing to do that. You could essentially be very careful and control when your reflect came out on your auto attack. But yeah, maybe not that practical for most players. They also buffed Well of Gloom and Well of Silence in PvP and World versus World. This is kind of what I mean about the patch having some things like, oh yeah, wouldn't it be so cool if you could play support Spectre in PvP and World versus World? Is that going to happen? No. No. But I mean, like, one day, guys, okay? One day. We're going to get there in the end. We are going to get there in the end. I would have liked to see a little bit more for PvE. When I say PvE, I mean specifically for Heal Spectre. Because honestly, I've got to say, though, actually, for all the gamers who kind of didn't get your heal build, so if you're a Scrapper or if you're a Spectre, honestly, you guys are in safe hands. Look at the job they did with Chrono. Like, that's what's coming for Heal Spectre and for Heal Thief. Right, as well, Heal Spectre. They did a great job on that rework, and I think you should have some confidence that the same thing will eventually happen for, again, the Heal Untamed build, for our Heal Spectre build, Heal Scrapper, all this kind of good stuff. Really fun. I do like that. This is a hype patch. This is a hope patch. This is a patch of hope, guys. That's what this is. And we now arrive at our final spec, and oh my god. Oh god. I know, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry for Warrior mains. Oh my god. I've got to apologize for this. I said that Warrior never gets neglected by Arena, and then I saw these patch notes. Fucking Dolyak Signet Healing, bro. Vengeance 100%. Mace offhand. Oh my god. Oh wait, these patch notes are actually sick for Warrior fans. Yo! Berserk. Duration up 20 seconds, cooldown 8 seconds. Smash Brawler, no more bullshit flat Berserk increase. That's right, every Berserk skill you use, Primal Burst skill, duration extended by 2 seconds in PvE. Decapitate only 1, because otherwise it will be busted. Okay, not good. Heat the Soul for quickness. The ICD, gone for quickness Berserker. Let's go. Actually, really nice. Really nice. Doesn't quite fix Condi Berserker, because of course, you're not necessarily going to take Smash Brawler on your Condi Berserker, but for Power Berserker, huge! This is going to make the build way more fun to play, way less annoying to play. To be honest, it already has great damage output. The quickness uptime is actually really good if you do go and play this build. And it will be way less annoying to play now without the ICD. I actually think this is a super fun trait as well, Smash Brawler. I love the idea of, like, the more you blast, the more bursts you can land, the more you can extend your Berserk in the same way that you can use your Rage skills to do it. I think this is actually a really fun play style. And yeah, I think Warrior Mins are going to love it. I think this is what people have been asking for a long time. I think it's a good implementation of it. I think it's not over yet. Again, I'm going to be super boring and say I'd love to see them actually go ahead and improve the boon access on this build. I think looking at banners would be really good and making them more usable to really flesh out these builds. And of course, lay the foundations. Staff is coming, guys. The beta for Staff is coming on the same day as this patch for Warrior. It's going to be a heal warrior. Heal berserker. That sounds so funny and so cool, actually. Heal berserker is actually quite likely, in my opinion. I'd love to see them have pushed a bit harder on that so that heal quickness berserker could kind of exist very early with like staff and then having, I don't know, like mace warhorn or whatever it's going to be. They did do a little bit, to be fair to them. Soldier's focus, they buffed the healing power scaling. This is when you do a heal on your burst in tactics and you get more prot. It's actually a lot more prot, 2.5 seconds up to 4 seconds in PvE and 2.5 to 3 in PvP in World vs. World. So that is nice, to be honest. But obviously, Heal Warrior is probably the worst heal build in the game by far in PvE. That's not to talk about PvP, because Bladesworn is a bit of a menace in World vs. World and PvP in terms of like, in terms of existing. Have fun with that. But yeah, this one's also pretty cool. This is in Discipline, Vengeful Return, of course. This trait has been reworked and renamed Stalwart Focus. This gives you more incoming and outgoing healing to allies. Again, if you're playing... if you are going to be playing a heal warrior, I believe it is tactics discipline, so this makes a lot of sense. This means that you can get a bigger healing, you get more healing output as well, which is obviously great. And also it gives you more incoming healing as well, by the way. So this is actually surprisingly good in a lot of situations, because bear in mind, that means healing yourself is more effective too. So this is actually a pretty powerful trait. Overall there as well. However, I think it does have some competition. Yeah, the problem with this build is that it competes with Warrior Sprint. So realistically, I do think this is going to be more of a healing build thing. And who knows, maybe Staff is going to be sick. And actually, I wouldn't be over nervous about this. They could make it really good. Bear in mind, they can drop Staff for Warrior. It could have Aegis on it. Hell, it could even have Stability on it, right? Very easily. They can put the boons on the weapon and on the burst skill, right? The burst skill could give like 2 or even 3 boons. I know that sounds a little bit busto, but I mean, hell, like throw caution to the wind, right? We're living in 2023. It's power creep world. Just go for it. And of course, they even have the berserk, right? They can have, you could be a berserker healer. I think it's actually really cool. I would definitely play that build for sure. I think quite an exciting idea if you ask me. The other stuff that happened here was an arms trait line rework. I definitely appreciate them trying to make all the trait lines good. And I think there's definitely some like niche usages for this. Like you can get 100% crit on Bladesworn, for example, and then run Valkyries or something and get some damage there. And this is now a pretty damn scary trait, actually. You get 100% crit chance and 150 ferocity on all of your attacks for up to 4 seconds based on your adrenaline level when you're striking with a burst skill. Very tasty, actually. Like, the devs even said they were a little bit spooked about this. They've got to be a little bit careful. I actually agree with that. Anything like that can always be really scary, especially in competitive modes, because you can just obliterate people while also being relatively durable. 5% increased critical strike chance against bleeding enemies in PvE and 10% in PvP in World vs. World. The 5% crit in arms, oh man, that takes me back. I love it. I love it. Do you guys remember when... Do you guys remember when the previous balance developer said, we're going to give you guys the extra crit you guys wanted on Warrior in the arms trait line? That was actually one of the most God Emperor maneuvers I think I have ever seen. That... yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's wrap up these changes here. So, Sigil of Stamina. I think this one, Signet of Stamina, this one actually might have some potential, because this is very powerful. So, for those that don't know, this actually removes all conditions on you, basically, if you use this. And now it will give you 10 endurance per condition it removes. So that could potentially refill you. If you get like a massive cleanse, it can refill you. Now, of course, this is basically replacing... It's going to be pretty juicy. Of course, warrior skills are pretty competitive in terms of their utilities, but it's actually a very powerful effect now, actually. Could maybe see some play. Could maybe see the season play in some kind of duelist builds. PvP and world versus world. Mace offhand as well. We kind of meaned about it at the start, but honestly, it's good to see some buffs. It's going to hit a lot harder, actually, in PvE. Power coefficient going up a lot alongside the cooldown. And, of course, Tremor cooldown is also going down as well, which is a very powerful CC offhand. So I guess this is like... You can play Shield Light. It's basically like the CC of Shield, kind of, but also with some damage attached to it as well. Very niche weapon, I think. Not sure if this is really going to fit in. There's definitely been some times where, like, Mace has been good, but that's, like, ages ago. We're talking, like, vanilla fucking Guild Wars 2 at this point. When offhand, bonking people was actually pretty strong. But yeah... That's basically going to be it for Warrior. This trait is also fun. Heightened Focus. This will also recharge all burst skills when it activates. When you strike someone below 50%, you get your burst skills back again. It's a very short cooldown. This is kind of a meme ability in my opinion. It is a meme, right? It's competing with Burst Master and Axe Mastery, so good luck. Like, Warrior has some sick Grandmaster traits, actually. Just think about that. Imagine being a Warrior... Grandmaster trait, guys. It's a tough life, you know? It really is. It is actually... It's a tough one. It is. But that's it. Opportunist, this one I think actually is kind of worth talking about. The cooldown is down to 1 second, and whenever you disable an enemy, you also get that fury and adrenaline. Of course, the duration a little bit lower, obviously, but there's a lot of adrenaline generation there in the arms trait line there as well. But, yeah. That's basically going to be just about it, my friends. That is going to be the end of that for Warrior. Again, I think Warrior, you know, all memes aside, I think Warrior is probably one of the classes that it really needs something added to it. It's not bad. I actually need to preface it. It's not bad, but definitely lacks variety, right? It's pure DPS. And I think a lot of Warrior players do like pure DPS, but I do think that opening up the more support options, especially at the very least, the DPS quickness build of Berserker and the DPS alacrity build of Bladeswarm, I think that's really healthy for the game. And I'm particularly interested, actually, especially seeing I've seen the Chrono reworks here and the Mesmer reworks. I'm really excited to see what CMC and the team actually end up doing with Heal Berserker, and of course the other kind of healing builds that are on the peripheral vision of the game right now. But yeah, that is going to be it. We've got through all the classes, but you're probably thinking by YouTube, you're probably thinking it's over. But here's the thing. You are in fact incorrect. We've got to talk about relics. Let's go. So, alongside the balance changes to all the classes, we also have some changes to relics and new relics, which we are going to go over, in fact. So, let's talk about these first. And the reasoning behind this, they kind of talked about this a little bit, is that basically most relics are bad. And in fact, they literally said that. Trig, kind of the new guy on the block, just flat out said, yeah, some of the relics, not good. And you know what? Of course, he's completely right. Like, some of the relics very lackluster. And I think not all of these are going to be super exciting. Relic of Leadership is actually pretty juicy. 5 conditions converted. But some of them have been massively improved. And there's a lot of quality of life on some of the important ones, too. So, very notable here. We have Relic of the Monk. No ICD on this. Really nice quality of life. This makes this way more playable. I am actually going to say something, though. I almost don't like that Relic of the Monk exists, because it is actually very hard for this relic to be dethroned in PvE. To be frank, anywhere where you care about healing output. Because it's very good. It just gives you 10% more healing to every healing effect, including regeneration. I almost feel like 10% is actually too strong. It still gives you that 10% extra healing. And now that it's way easier to apply and maintain that, I don't know, it's a big roadblock, I think. Like, this is one of the issues that some of the relics have, like raw output relics, rather than more specialized relics, like, oh, it applies a certain boon, oh, it applies a certain condition. condition. Oh, it makes a certain condition better. Oh, it makes your might a little bit better, right? Well, yeah, that maybe that one wasn't such a good idea, but anyway, you know what I mean, right? Like, making them generic makes them very powerful a lot of the time. So they got to be careful. But that rant aside, let's look at the other relics. Relic of the Water. This is you, when it activates, you get a condition cleanse around you, and it's 2 now. That's actually pretty damn good. Because, of course, I believe it activates on your healing skill with a pretty short internal cooldown. It's a 20-second internal cooldown, and you can remove 2 conditions. So actually pretty damn good. Actually, just for getting additional condition cleanse output. Again, one of those relics is going to struggle because there's better ones, like the one in particular, right? You have a relic that whenever you use a shout, it's going to remove a condition from everyone around you. That's a very, very good effect, obviously. So, yeah, is it particularly good? Not totally sure about that one, to be honest. Relic of the Centaur, you gain 2 stacks of stability and 3 seconds of it when you use a heal skill. Actually pretty nifty. I honestly wouldn't hate running that in... probably like I want to say like an open world context, or actually in a world versus world roaming context, maybe on some kind of celestial build that has some boon duration to make that stability last a little bit longer. Because I believe the internal cooldown on Relic of the Centaur is actually pretty low. Let me quickly go and check that for us. Relic. It's a 20-second ICD. Well, I mean, that's not that good, actually. But, well, look. I'm coping here, guys. Look, let's get to the actual interesting one. This one's pretty good. Relic of Resistance. This effect now grants this effect to allies in a radius of 360. This says whenever you use an elite skill, you gain resistance. Now, that's going to be AoE resistance for 5 seconds. Actually, very powerful effect. And I think this is actually how relics can be very cool, because this means that any build can now actually have AoE resistance access, which, of course, is not something that every build necessarily has. I think you can make it a little bit spiciness, a little bit more flair, and we'll see some of those in the new ones, believe me. I think what's pretty cool about this, though, is that it isn't an output one, it's like a niche utility relic. And I think this is where relics can really come into their own. I hope we see more like this, I think, overall. Relic of the Herald. This relic now also grants its bonus while applying boons to yourself. Increase the concentration per stack from 15 to 25. This relic no longer has an internal cooldown. Again, way more usable, and it's obviously way better. It's instead of being 10% boon duration, it's more like, like 16% boon duration. Is that good? No, because most builds are not going to have issues with capping boon duration. I could maybe actually... I was going to say in PvP it's better because concentration is harder to come by, but honestly not really. Because the other relics are really good. Particularly the support ones, the condition cleanse ones, or the damage output ones are really good. Like Akeem and stuff like that. Fireworks relic and so on. So yeah, probably still no. Zephyrite, yeah, no. Relic of Vass, this one's actually pretty cool. I actually like this. When you use an elixir skill or your heal skill, you will basically get 3 stacks of a venom that will apply a poison to people, and you also get 5 seconds of poison, so it's a fair bit of damage. It's a cool effect. Is it good? I mean, I don't really know a build that would use this. That's the thing, right? Like, you'd want to be some kind of... You'd almost want to be Thief, because Thief has extra poison damage. It's the class that has a poison damage and duration modifier trait. But of course, you don't have elixirs, right? So it's not really that good. So it's going to be Engie or Harbinger. I think maybe you could use this on some kind of Engie build, a Condi Engie build maybe? Elixir, using Elixir Gun or something like that. Because that actually does count alongside Mortikit with the Elixir Shell, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. It's a fun effect, but it's almost like a little bit too niche. It's a hard balance to strike, right? Like, you can really actually see, you can see how hard relics are to design, because if you make them too niche, they're like, well, I mean, what build even uses this, right? Or it's like going to be like exactly one build that uses it. And Relic of, it's a little bit similar with Relic of Paether, I feel like. This is a difficult thing to find a build for. So this basically says whenever you dodge, I believe. And it's whenever you whenever you shadow step. Or you use a deception skill, I believe. You fire a dagger at someone. And then after that, you also gain extra damage on your next attack. But now you gain extra damage for the next 4 seconds. And you get a little bit more torment in PvE only in that regard. So this one is also a pretty interesting one because, again, it has this slightly unusual... situation here. is that it's power and Condi, right? You apply Torment, right? But then you get strike damage afterwards. It's quite interesting, actually. Now, of course, Thief can actually trigger this a huge amount. Like, that might be what could be big here. Like, a Spectre, for example, can maybe get some value out of this, right? Or some kind of conditioned Thief build that uses Shadow Steps to basically spam out this dagger a huge amount. All this kind of good stuff there as well. But it's a bit of a weird one. I'm not sure if I'm currently aware of a build. Maybe I'm out of the loop and there is some build that's absolutely going to love this. It is a pretty cool and interesting effect, I think. But I'm not sure. Yeah, it's been made a lot better, obviously, because you have a 10% mod, basically, for 4 seconds instead of for 1 attack. Obviously, way better. And you just get 50% more torment duration. I'm just not sure if there's a build for this one yet. And next, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, you're completely correct. Blade Sworn. Yeah, you can do this with, like, the troll pistol dagger build and just, like, teleport back and forth with, like, the new pistol dagger. That is true, actually. But yeah, actually, Blade Sword, no? Because, yeah, you can use Flicker Step, and then you can Dragon Trigger. Let's go! That's actually big. Like, you know, you fire out your dagger, get your 4 seconds of torment, and then you get a 10% bigger dragon slash. That's actually big. Ah, woo. But I guess wait, hang on a minute. But you could have done that anyway, right? Thing is, you could already have done that. Because you weren't going to do any extra attacks anyway, right? You only do Dragon Trigger. I guess if you accidentally attack instead, and I don't know, it's whatever. I mean, that may be a little bit copium there. And Relic of the Ice. This right now shoots ice at the nearest 5 enemies 3 times. 5est nearest enemies. Projectiles inflict vulnerability, increase the chill duration from 1 second to 1.5, and the damage coefficient from 0.5 to 1.0 in PvE only. So this is actually a lot of AoE damage, and quite interestingly, actually, if you stand in the hitbox of the target, it will actually cause all of the icicles to hit the target. So if you have like a multi-target fight and you're playing a Condi Reaper and you activate your Relic of the Ice using your elite skill, you will actually hit all 15 icicles, assuming that there are enough targets for that, on the same target for a massive burst of bleeding stacks from your Deathly Chill. Other than that, though, this probably makes it slightly... I mean, you don't even use it on Reaper right now. You use Relic of the Fractal. It is a cool relic. I kind of wish this was kind of the meta relic on Condi Reaper, because it, you know, Relic of the Ice, right? That makes sense. It's obvious synergy there. Applying the vulnerability is good. That definitely helps it out in kind of competitive game modes. That's for sure, because like having more Condis to cover them so they're hard to cleanse is pretty important in that regard. Especially with like the slightly longer chill duration, and the AoE is also really nice there as well. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. That's my thoughts on Relic of the Ice, my friends. Relic of the Ice. I do like they're trying to make the relics more powerful. I do think that part of it has to be design. I think making the relics kind of weirder and wackier and less generic, like Monk, and maybe even stuff like Thief and Firework Relic is probably the way they're going to actually achieve more build diversity here. There's always going to be like a best in slot relic for every build in the game, but if you have loads of weird stuff like Relic of Vass and Relic of Paether, you're probably going to see you're going to see a bunch of different relics across the board, right? I think that kind of doing weirder and wackier interactions is the way that you can kind of foster some of this diversity. And, well, as we're about to see, that does appear to be the direction that they want to go in, as we can see here. Here, I have some screenshots of the new relics. So we've got 6 new relics, which is coming with November 7th. So we have Relic of Naos. Removing a condition from yourself heals you. So basically, big sustain relic here. So anytime you're facing conditions, either in PvP, or world versus world, or maybe in some open world scenarios when you don't have a healer around you, you will now heal yourself. Again, we don't have numbers here. I almost wish they had shown numbers so we could get a feel for how powerful this is. But it could be a very powerful sustain relic in a lot of these situations, because again, that's not just damaging conditions, that's just, you know, anything like vulnerability, cripple, chill, blind, whatever. And as a result of that, there's always going to be Condis flying about, so you're pretty much always going to get value out of this in this kind of situation. Relic of Febit. When you use a healing skill, grant nearby allies swiftness and remove movement impairing conditions from them. Very strong, actually, by the way. That is an effect and a half right there. A good example of this is maybe something like a firebrand, for example, in World vs. World. You can break people out of snares with your healing skill now. Really cool. I'm expecting a pretty hefty ICD on this, and effects like this being so powerful and so important to get right and know if you have them available, we need telegraphing for this more than ever. They are actually taking some steps to improve this. They are saying that they are going to fix the tooltips. So now when you mouse over a relic, you'll actually see what it does a little bit better. That's coming in the next patch, I believe, or maybe the balance patch. I can't remember what they said exactly, but it's coming, which is great, obviously. However, we need some kind of telegraphing for this. If we're going to have really strong effects like this that are really important for the player to control, impactful effects that are actually going to be an important part of a player's gameplay, it needs to be communicated to the player. And right now, it isn't. And they can do it. For example, I think it's really cool that the Relic of the Wizard's Tower actually allows you get a little orb. You use a signet once, then we use a signet again. It gives AoE resistance around you, and you have a little orb when it's active. That's great. We need some kind of telegraphing like that. If it's an icon, if it's a weak aura, or anything, because it is a bit of a fiesta right now with actually figuring out when you have some of these abilities actually affecting you. And when you have them, accessible. But yeah, this one actually, I think, is pretty powerful. Again, especially in competitive modes, because being able to remove anything is pretty good. I actually think there could be some niche usage for this, by the way. Funnily enough, actually on something like Heal Necro. And I like the idea of filling holes in boons for a lot of builds. For example, Heal Necro's swiftness is kind of non-existent. So, hey, maybe you want to use a Relic of Febit to fill out the swiftness if there's no one else who can provide it for whatever reason. Pretty unlikely, but you never know. It might happen. Funnily enough, Heal Chrono doesn't really have swiftness either, does it? So, yeah, GG, I guess. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's just a bit of a larger complaint overall. I think that improving the telegraphing of internal cooldowns yeah, they should do that. Okay, that's not even a hot take. That's the most boring take in the entire universe. But there we are. Next! Okay, so here's some other fun ones. Check this one out. Relic of Caracosa. Heal other nearby allies when you successfully combo a field with a blast finisher. Very specifically, other allies, not you, because they're worried about bunkers in PvP. With this, basically. Again, especially with stuff like NG. They're kind of thinking about NG and Ellie here. NG and Ellie have been some of the most egregious, obnoxious bunkers in the history of the game, and giving them a relic that feeds into that directly may not be the play overall, but this is actually the kind of effect that I really like. This is cool, in my opinion. I love this. It's something that actually changes what your gameplay does. Like, blasting a field now heals. It's like a new effect, a new thing that you can do. I like that. I do indeed like that. Could be very strong too. Again, when I look at this, I go, what build would use this? And Monk Relic is trolling. Okay, Monk Relic is your enemy here. I think this is actually going to struggle in competitive modes purely because I feel like there aren't builds that consistently spam blast finishes that hard. Hey, maybe it heals a lot, then it could be good. And I think a lot of the relics, again, like Relic of the Trooper is really good. Relic of Speed is really good. Like these kind of like very high utility, high uptime, high value ones are incredibly powerful. In World vs. World or whatever other things going on there. But in PvE, I feel like this could be really cool on a number of builds, like Heal NG, for example, has a bunch of blast finishes that it can use, especially Scrapper, right? Can do it a lot, right? Really cool if this is what you would take on Scrapper. But here's the problem. Thief, like spamming short bow or something, not sure about that, but it's a cool idea, right? The problem is that you're going to run Monk. Monk Relic is just so strong that quite often the value you get from this is just going to get bullied by that raw output of the Monk Relic. We kind of talked about it earlier at the start of the segment, right? But that's kind of where I'm feeling about this. Relic of Norris. And this one is going to point out another pretty big design flaw in Relics right now. So buckle up. Gain stacks of Norris Hunger every interval, so every couple of seconds, basically, when you remove boons from enemies. Consume 10 stacks to grow larger. How fun is that? Dealing increased damage, taking reduced damage, and converting damage into healing. What a really cool effect. I love it, especially the fact that you actually grow bigger so you can see like when it happens. Obviously, you're thinking Necromancer here, but I mean, honestly, a lot of things can remove boons these days. Overall, pretty cool. But here's the design issue. It's going to be... The problem here is that you can't control the effect enough. Something like this, more damage, reduced damage, and lifesteal, you want to be able to decide when you do this, but you can't really, because if you're, say, playing World vs. World, you're going to be spamming out boon corruption, right? And you'd want this for a push. But the thing is, everyone's relics are going to be desynced, right? Everyone's stacks aren't going to be synchronized. Same in PvP, right? You want to go in and like blast, but oh, my relic just procced, blah, right? And this is the issue. The dream for this is that you have to charge it up to 10 stacks or even more stacks, because this would be way stronger if you could do this. And then you had some way to activate it, almost like an extra action button. It would like give you an action key that you can use, and then that activate. You channel the energy and you get big and you can charge in. That would be good. And really useful. I think a lot of relics could benefit from this. A lot of relics are shackled to the use on elite skill or use on heal skill. This makes them, one, difficult to understand when you can use them, but two, like weirdly cumbersome to use, because you don't get to choose when you use them almost, because sometimes you have to use your heal skill. A lot of times, actually. Sometimes you have to use your elite skill for something, and you're going to proc your relic, and it's like I feel like it's very frustrating and way less fun and way less engaging, and makes the relic way less impactful and kind of a part of your build and a part of your gameplay when you have limited control over when it's actually going to activate. So I do think there needs to be some kind of solution here. If there's some better way to activate these abilities, a better way to activate these relics, as opposed to having them kind of stack up and then like randomly proc, if you could save them and then activate it. I mean, even if they did it something like you gain 10 stacks and when you next use your elite skill, it activates. Even that would be better, to be honest, than this. Because then, at least, oh, you know, let's imagine I'm on my Reaper, right? I'm on my Reaper, I get my 10 stacks, I save my stacks, and then the comp's going for a big push here, boys. We're going for a big push. I pop my elite skill, I use my elite shout or whatever I'm using, right? And then, boom. Okay, I turn it, or you're a lich, right? I use my lich form. I turn to a massive lich. We're just charging in, going crazy. I'm giant. I'm taking reduced damage on the push. Right? Yeah, even that, a bit more control, would make this so much better. Because there are loads of really awesome relics that have super interesting effects. I think one that is a perfect example of this is Relic of Lear. Relic of Lear is unbelievably strong. It says whenever you heal someone, they take 50% reduced damage and it gets funneled to you, basically. That is actually a broken effect, but it's made so much worse because you can't control it. Like, you won't be able to actually mitigate damage for your allies because it's going to happen randomly almost. You can't really control it. It's the same here. For this relic to actually be worth using, for it to actually be good, it would have to be broken. It would be like 50% more damage, 25% DR, and like 25% lifesteal. It would have to be so disgustingly strong that it just wouldn't be fun. So the probability of this being kind of a garbage meme relic is unbelievably high, because you just don't have control. Same with Lear, and that's, again, a perfect example. Relic of Lear has a crazy effect. 50% DR is crazy. I should say damage reduction. It's absolutely insane, but it's rendered borderline useless because you just don't have control. And I think that's what's really holding relics. It's really holding relics back right now from players having a lot of fun with them. But anyway, that's a bit of a tangent on that one, and let's get to our final two relics. And these ones are cool, actually. And these new relics, there's a bit of a theme here. They are a little bit more out there, and I do like the direction they're going here. Relic of the Midnight King. Might and Fury to nearby allies when you disable an enemy. This is the type of thing that I think can really be exciting for builds, because it means that there's another lever to pull for Arena in terms of balance. It means that, oh, your build can give quickness, but it's not very good at Might and Fury. Well, hey, take this relic, and now you can do that. It fills in, it completes your build. And of course, you wouldn't take it on a build that can do Might and Fury. And this means that not every class has to do 25 Might, because right now that's where we're at. Look, let's not muck about. right now, if your build can't do 25 might and it's a support, your build sucks, right? Sorry, that's the way it is. And stuff like this, I think, can really alleviate some of the balance problems that emerge from the state of the game being that way. It's kind of like, you know, fight fire with fire, but honestly, at this point, you might as well, in my opinion. And I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty enjoyable stuff. And of course, again, if your build, for whatever its purpose, just doesn't have these boons, doesn't have this boon access, that's great. And I think in general, support relics, I think, have a lot of potential that give AoE boons. Again, the AoE healing, right? When you do a blast finisher, we have Might and Fury when you disable an enemy. Great. It's a simple concept, but I think it can be very impactful. Big fan of this. Do I think there is a build that could use this right now? Probably Untamed could do this, could have some value out of this. And actually, I think Heal Scrapper, actually, because Heal Scrapper doesn't have Fury, unless I am mistaken, but it does have Mace, which has a short cooldown CC, and it has actually a lot of CC on it, right? It can actually CC a lot. With a variety of its abilities. So it would be good there. And yeah, you can probably go without the healing, and all of a sudden you have Might and Fury. So there is some potential. And by the way, those are not the only examples. I'm just kind of spitballing here to give a couple of examples and like, how could this be interesting? How could this make the game better? And again, Heal Scrapper doesn't have Fury. Now it does. That's cool. In my opinion. And again, it's a new relic. Instead of going, oh, I guess I'll equip my monk relic on every single heal build. Well, maybe one heal build doesn't have Fury, so it wants to run Relic of the Midnight King, right? And finally, ooh, I think I can actually feel like World versus World roamers like screaming in agony. Maybe PvP players as well. Who knows? We'll certainly see. But this one is pretty spicy. So, Relic of the Demon Queen. Poison that you apply reduces healing by an additional amount. Disabling a foe applies poison. So, any CC is going to apply poison. And, of course, healing is reduced even more. It is 50%, by the way. So, the base reduction in healing in... from poison is 33. It's 50% with its relic. And you know what? There's actually some potential. This is really disgusting. A lot of builds in World vs. World, like some of the conditioned druid builds, honestly, some of the conditioned NG builds even, thief builds, lots of Connie builds that have poison, very strong. Reducing your opponent's ability to heal, either through their passive stain, through regeneration, through various passive healing effects, through their own heal skill, is very, very good. It's one of the strongest conditions in competitive modes for good reason. And wow, yeah, this is a great relic for it. There's definitely a lot of competition. You know, you shouldn't get too excited yet. There's a lot of competition for condition damage DPS relics. You know, in these competitive modes, a relic of Akeem is very noticeable for being incredibly good on a lot of condition builds, just for absolutely just destroying people with the amount of damage it can do. But this is certainly going to be very good at kind of bullying builds that sustain a lot and basically chopping through that self-healing of a lot of the more sustaining builds. Definitely a powerful effect. And you know what's actually kind of interesting about this? Is that, bear in mind, you don't have to run this on a Condi build. And in fact, it's quite common even to run Relic of Sigil of Doom, right? Or to try and use poison abilities if you're on a power build. You know, something like Mortar Kit on Engineer, for example. You put down poison to prevent your opponents from reviving, right? And to, you know, oppress their healing potential. Like, bear in mind, poison is not just damage. Yeah, of course, great at countering revive skills, because, of course, revive skills actually res less if you have poison. Again, great effect for PvP, great effect for World versus World. Just right off the bat, prevents your opponents from getting those revives. Very strong effect, actually. Very, very strong effect. And again, you don't have to do it for the damage. You know, poison is a damaging condition, but it does have that utility effect, and it's the utility effect that's getting buffed here, not actually the damage itself. Really interesting relic. I have to say, I am quite a big fan of the relic design that we're actually seeing with the upcoming patch, actually. This is cool. I think relics have probably let the player base down a little bit, I want to say, because they maybe weren't spicy enough. I almost feel like ANET played it a little bit safer with a lot of the core relics. But it's funny, actually, because I think a lot of the core relics end up being quite oppressive because generic power is often very good. Like, flat 10% healing is very good. It's kind of hard to beat flat 10% healing on every single effect you have with you heal on a combo finisher, if that makes any sense. It's like, one is so much more versatile than the other that these generic modifiers, like the, you know, the one, you know, firework relic, thief relic, right, fractal relic, all that kind of stuff, they become super difficult to actually beat with fun, exciting ones, because the fun, exciting ones are just inherently more niche. I like the direction of this, though, and I hope we see more like this. I think some of these have a lot of potential, because we haven't seen the numbers. Maybe it's like 1 might for 2 seconds, and it's complete trash. But stuff like Midnight King definitely could be good. Demon Queen, oh yeah, have fun with that. Caracosa, I definitely think that's fun. Relic of Norris, yeah, I mean, that, you know, that's for your YouTube montage reel, I guess. Relic of Naos, again, powerful effect, actually, I think. Depends on the numbers. Could still suck if the numbers are very low. And Relic of Febe, also very, very powerful effect, actually. And some great utility for basically anything that has a, you know, a healing skill that it doesn't mind using for a utility effect rather than healing. Like stuff like Mantras on Firebrand, right? Or Mantra, again, on Mesmer, right? Stuff like that. But yeah. There we go. That, my friends, is finally it. We have made it to the end of the November 28th Skills and Balance update, including the Relic preview as well. We have done it. It is actually finally now time to say goodbye to YouTube. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Let me know what you think about all of the changes and what you're excited for, maybe what you're not excited for with all of this stuff coming up. I actually really enjoyed this. You know, I've got to say, a lot of the balance patches have been like, you know, pretty lukewarm. I've got to say, though, this is actually, this is a fun patch. This is actually going to be a fun patch. I think people are going to have fun with this, which is cool. I like that. I love it when we have a fun gaming experience in the video game Guild Wars 2. I like this. And I hope the community gets some good morale from this as well. You know, I think that people are always a little bit kind of anxious about balance and so on, with good reason, to be frank. It's obviously a tricky thing to get right, and historically it's been a little bit messy here and there. But what I really get from these changes, to kind of summarize and have a bit of a conclusion here, what I'd say is that these notes, I think, really convey that the devs know what the hell's going on. I think these are some intelligent changes, actually. So they've identified some really key issues, not just numerically, not just about numbers, but also about fun, right? I think that Arena's been catching some flack for balancing around numbers, and to be fair, they have had to adjust some of the absolutely putrid numbers that have been flying about, and they have been working on that for, honestly, like the last year. But I think this is a really good patch to show that they are very much interested in making sure that the game is actually fun to play for their players, and identifying some key issues across some multiple professions and then fixing them, and trying to create some interesting and exciting options for the players to try and mess around with in this new patch, both with the balance and also with the relics at the same time. And also all these pets. Wow, look at all these pets, guys. It's crazy. But anyway, that's going to about do it. I don't even know. How long did this take? Have I been here for 2 hours? I actually might have been. Like 1 hour was that was probably Mesmer. But anyway, thanks for watching, my friends. Like the video. Follow my stream. Hey, I actually stream this live on YouTube, so watch out for my YouTube streams and my Twitch streams. Follow all my social media. Come back and watch every day. Watch all the YouTube videos. Buy all the things. Video game referral link. You all know the drill. But anyway, my friends, I am out. Good night. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye, YouTube. All right. It's 2 a.m. Jesus Christ. 8-hour balance review. Yeah. We did it. I'm sorry about that, SL. Weirdly enough, it's actually Twitch policy. If I had my way, I actually would merge the chats for Twitch and YouTube. But unfortunately, Twitch actually won't let me. They're fine to let me stream on both at the same time. But very strangely, it's actually against Twitch terms of service for me to show YouTube chat on my Twitch stream. So, yeah. Honestly, you should complain to Twitch. I'm serious. I probably will at some point when I can get around to it. I think it's a little bit silly. I'm allowed to stream on both and monetize both at the same time, but they don't want me to show both of the chats, unfortunately. But there you go. It is what it is, I guess. It is what it is. It is what it is. Both chats up, but not combined. That doesn't make any sense. That's stupid. Yeah. Either way, it's dumb. Then it still makes no sense. Yeah. It's wacky. That's what it is. And now it's time for alt weeks. Now it's time for alt week. I've got to level up. I've got to get my fucking demon hunter. I've got to do some 17s on my demon hunter, guys. Yeah. Enjoy. Yes. Well, I hope to develop it, though, Eli Gore, right? Because obviously right now, my stream is not very developed on YouTube. I've only been streaming for, what, a couple of days now? Less than a week on YouTube. But I actually really hope to grow my stream on YouTube. I like the fact that I have, I really like the idea of consolidation, right? Having my stream and my YouTube content in the same place. So I want to develop it. I want to have like an actual, you know, I want an actual proper community on YouTube that, you know, I can kind of develop there in addition to like the VOD content too. Same as Twitch, right? You know, I really want my Twitch viewers to watch my YouTube content, and of course I want my YouTube viewers to also watch the live streams as well, which is now going to be way easier. Yeah. 4 or 5 mythic alt runs. I have just, oh my god, don't tell the boys. I have just realized we're in trouble, Vivi. I can't raid on Sunday. I have a raid tournament on Sunday. Yeah. 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 So if we're raiding Mythic, it's going to have to be Monday. Or Tuesday. Yeah. Which is not ideal. I know it's not ideal, but that's what we're working with here. I mean, I can try and raid after Raid Check Cup. I can. I will try. But it's going to be long. It's you know, it's going to take a while. So I can raid, but it'll be very late. It's going to be pretty late. It's going to be like at almost like 10 p.m. European time. Which is probably a little bit too late, to be honest, on a Sunday to get people. But anyway, that's going to about do it for me, guys. I am out of it. Thanks for all the follows, by the way. Thanks to Wake90, Lara for the raid, Frezeret with the Prime, Rocket69, Iwixui there, Stateless Intuition for the Tier 1 and the Gifted Sub, Angry Phil for the Tier 1, Narmo43 for the Tier 1, Brimstar for the 100 bits, Brimstar for the other 100 bits, Cooper Tribber 94, Liz Scott with the Prime. Thanks to you all, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the follows and subs. And I am done here. It is time to raid Emmy, I think. Yes, that's exactly what it's time to do. We're raiding Emmy.exe. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I am tired now. I've been streaming for nearly 8 hours. So thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Follow the stream. Subscribe to the stream. Come back and watch every single day. Hit the follow button. Hit the sub button. Hit the give me money button. Yeah. We begin the raid. Wait, okay, hang on. What is this? Wait, why is my raid functionality not working? I actually don't understand. What is this? I don't understand. Guys, I can't raid people. I had this bug a couple of days ago, so I basically stopped raiding people for a while because I thought it was just Twitch being shit. But, it's not working, guys. I actually can't raid people right now. This is so annoying. This is why I haven't been raiding people, by the way, guys, for the last week or so. It's because it bugged out to stop working. I don't understand. What? I don't... Stop the YouTube stream? No, I mean, that shouldn't make any difference. How does it, I mean, Twitch chat, how would Twitch chat even know? I also don't think I can even do that. I don't think I can actually stop them separately. Because it's this, it's the same stream. Oh, I just clipped it by accident. Oh my god! It just doesn't work. I press start raid, nothing happens. Oh, wait, what did that do anything? Do you guys see something in the chat? All right, I'm just gonna link the stream because I give up. Right, how about this? Wait, none of my chat commands are working. Yeah, I can't do shout out. What? All right, fine. I just give up. This is annoying. I'll have to try and fix this. I don't know if I can fix this. Cone warts, Vivi warts, Sprudel warts, Crunch warts. All right, tomorrow, guys, I'm back early. It's at, oh my, dude, tomorrow is a huge day. Check out this day we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow, we've got Strike CMs with Fungus, straight into World of Warcraft Mythic Sarkarath Kill Day. Bosses going down. After that, straight into the monthly automated tournament. Here we go. There's Emmy's stream. You guys are getting in there. And then after that, I don't know, I'll just collapse with exhaustion or I don't fucking know. I'll do some WoW raids or something. I don't know. But anyway, it's going to be content. I'm just going to stop the stream because... because I don't know. It's pissing me off. Yeah, I don't know. It's been annoying me. My raids haven't been working. I don't know what's wrong. I hope it isn't to do with YouTube, because if I can't raid people because I'm streaming on YouTube, not only is that stupid, it's also really sad, because I like it. And yeah, it hasn't been working for the last week or so. No, it wasn't working before I was streaming on YouTube. It can't be that. Anyway, I'm going to stop just... I'm just going to stop, right? Just go watch Emmy's stream, okay? Go watch Emmy's stream and tell her I'm sorry that the raid didn't work and that I'm sad about it. I don't know. Right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm out of here.